All right. Well, good morning and thank you. Welcome to the Montgomery Summit and the latest panel. I hope you've been enjoying the event so far. My name is Keith Stryer. I'm Vice President of Worldwide AI Initiatives at NVIDIA, and I'm also very involved in our global government portfolio and partnerships across the world. And because of that, I've been asked to moderate this panel today, and we've got some fantastic panelists to join us from just great companies and organizations who are very involved in both the U.S. government, but as well as just the broader conversation of the sort of the geopolitical and sort of policy landscape around AI infrastructure, AI chips, AI software, AI services. So this is just a really good discussion opportunity, and it's a great time to be having this conversation because of the recent release of the National Security Commission on AI report, which is, a 700+ page report, but touches on many relevant, timely topics that we can talk about today, and other things. In fact, Stanford released their AI index yesterday as well, which also was which is just a great report, very insightful, and touches on a lot of topics we might want to talk about today. So I'm really privileged to be here, privileged to be with these esteemed panelists. We have Andrew from IBM and Miriam from the Semiconductor Industry Association and Melissa from Deloitte, and I know that we're just going to run out of time when it comes to the topics we want to cover today. So, with the stage set, let's jump right in and have our conversation for the day. I'm looking forward to it. So again, there's so much to talk about, but we have limited time, so we'll pick our battles. I think some of the bigger topics that are on the minds of both industry professionals, users, and policymakers include some of the recommendations and issues raised by the recent report released from the National Security Commission, and those include just the urgency to invest in our supply chain and to strengthen that supply chain, to ensure that we have domestic fabrication capabilities and other dimensions to the supply chain that allow us to do the things we need to do to grow our economy, to serve our national interest, and to be good partners as well internationally, frankly. So I think that's a great topic, and that gets to the heart of the growth potential of the industry. So I think there's a lot going on in Washington and across the country and on the public sector side in terms of not just talking about AI, but implementing and adopting AI at scale within government agencies and ministries, and ministries around the world, of course, agencies within the U.S., and the opportunity to use AI as a lever for public innovation and to advance the public mission. And that sounds great, but actually doing that requires a lot of expertise, a lot of capabilities, and a lot of collaboration between the public and the private sector. And this includes the role of systems integrators like a Deloitte and IBM as well. And so we have a lot to talk about there as well. So with that, why don't we start the conversation with the panelists? I'm going to first ask Miriam to help sort of talk about the current state of our sort of our supply chain conversation, and particularly there's legislation pending in Congress right now, and there's obviously new recommendations out there in the world, and a lot to talk about. And I actually just want one funny anecdote. I usually, we all read about, there's announcements all the time about new plants being built and new manufacturing capacity. And usually when I read that, and I don't get that excited. I'm sure if you live in that town, that's a good thing. But in general, those headlines don't get me that excited. But now that I'm in this industry and excited to be at NVIDIA, when I read this morning that the fabrication plant that's being planned to be built in North Phoenix to significantly boost our domestic capabilities, maybe 3 times bigger than anticipated. I think it was originally planned to be about $12 billion. Now they're talking about potentially a $35 billion facility, essentially 6 different plants on over 1,000 acres in North Phoenix. That got me really excited, and I thought to myself, "Wow, I've really gone native into this industry when I can get really excited about a fabrication plant." That's serious geekdom right there. So Miriam, you really live in this world. This is you are one of the drivers of our national policy on this. I'd love to hand the mantle to you and ask you to kind of give everyone a taste of what's going on.
Thank you, Keith. I think maybe we can back up a little bit and just highlight for folks what prompted this National Security Commission on AI report. There's been bipartisan interest about the US's technological leadership in AI for going on 3 years now. And about 2 years ago, Congresswoman Stefanik from New York and Chuck Schumer both made a bipartisan push to establish this new National Security Commission on AI. And they've been working on this report for nearly 2 years. They released an interim report as well. What was really interesting about their approach that I thought was really relevant to where we are today in the US on AI is they focused very closely on how the hardware ecosystem around AI and the workforce ecosystem around AI in the US is quite frankly lacking, and what the US government needs to do to make up for that. In the last defense authorization, which is one of the bills in Washington that passes every year like clockwork, there were a whole host of pieces of legislation that addressed AI policy. The National AI Initiative, which for the first time established a need to have hardware semiconductor specific research across the federal government to boost our AI leadership, was included in the bill. And then very importantly for the semiconductor industry, which is a big driver for AI innovation, was the Chips for America Act, which called for a whole host of federal government incentives to both manufacture here and also do more leading edge R&D here. And so the thinking there is by boosting the semiconductor industry, we'll have a much more robust AI ecosystem within the United States. And so I commend the AI National Security on AI Commission for the hard work. The commissioners put a lot of hard work into this report, and now it's heading up to Congress for consideration. And I anticipate that the next defense authorization, there's going to be a real effort to try to implement some of the recommendations of the commission. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Keith, if you have any other thoughts on that. Oh, I think you're on mute.
So as we were prepping before we started the panel discussion, we were joking about how hardware is often left out of the conversation. And this is really, it's a fascinating observation. For those that live in the hardware industry, it's hard to fathom why people don't think about this. But having spent most of my career outside of it, I get it. I mean, for most part, we just assume that it's there when we need it. And that this is just not to worry about. We're a really innovative industry, and when people need the AI infrastructure, they'll just get it. Maybe they'll get it from the cloud, and that's no problem. And it's great if that were true. But I'm really glad that your organization worked hard to make sure the industry was represented on that commission, because that is one of the key findings of the report, of course. So that's really great. And I know Andrew, you and I were also talking before. And we were talking about a different dimension of the semiconductor chip conversation. Maybe you can talk more about the RAMP program and the things that you're seeing.
Sure. Thanks. And thanks for having me on the panel today. I think the RAMP program is a really important initiative coming out of the Department of Defense to try to change the paradigm for how we drive security and assurance into all aspects of the supply chain. I think historically, we've relied on fairly obsolete techniques around physical security, which is the idea that you have to have your eyes on all aspects from design through fabrication, and that if you're constantly watching it, that on the back end, you'll end up having a secure product. But the problem with that is that it's a highly inefficient process, and it's also a process that I think inhibits the ability of the department to actually tap into the innovation that goes on around the world here. And so I'm all for the Chips for America Act. I think it's great to sort of invest in creating more capability and fabrication in this country. But in the short run, we also need to be able to take advantage of innovation and efficiency that comes from fabricators around the world. And I think what RAMP provides is a zero assurance model that uses data to really drive the analysis all the way from the design, all the way through the final fabrication, to assess whether any vulnerabilities have been introduced into that supply chain. And I do think it's an interesting combination of sort of AI and data being used to actually drive the chip design process itself. It's an interesting AI application unto itself, actually. So I'm really excited about where RAMP is going, and we're really looking forward to continuing to partner with the department as this becomes real.
That's great. That's great. Thanks, Andrew. Now, of course, the whole conversation isn't just about chips. It's great. You need hardware, but on top of that hardware, you're going to have software. On top of that software, you're going to have algorithms and data, and ultimately the human ingenuity to turn that into value for the end users. And Melissa, you're spending a lot of time in Washington with different agencies, both civilian and military. What are you seeing as far as the success so far in ramping up some of these applications?
Yeah, and this is a supercharged issue at the moment right now. And what the report kind of hit on was a lot of how we manage risk associated with AI-enabled and autonomous systems. And really, AI will enable new levels of performance for many of these systems. But the report also raises some interesting legal and ethical and strategic questions and surrounding the topic of lethal force and providing the use of authorized by a human commander or a operator properly designed and tested AI-enabled autonomous systems. So I think there's a lot that can be talked about in how we operationalize the use of AI, whether that is the hardware, the software, the talent that needs to be considered when developing the systems, the way we deploy, and the way that we operationalize that, if it's in the DoD or if it's in more state and local type areas. The advancements that we're having right now are tremendous, and it's being leveraged by chip manufacturers and supercomputers being able to put it out a lot more rapidly. And so it's super exciting to see some of the work that we're doing and really getting to be able to get into the deep learning, deep neural net capabilities that AI has to offer. And certainly the hardware, software, and talent all have to converge in the right way in order to make it super successful.
Yeah, that convergence. Well, let's start at the top of that convergence. I think is really just basic understanding of what it is, and I want to ask each of you sort of to opine on this, because I appreciate your LinkedIn profile, Melissa. You say in your right up there in the title, AI neophyte, and I actually love that. I'll tell you why. I love the honesty of that, because here's what I like to, in the all interest of transparency. If you were to ask me back in 2015 or 2016, what my opinion of AI is, I knew more about social networks than neural networks, that's for sure. And really everything that I know really accumulated in the last 5 years, and it wasn't studying at MIT, right? It was by doing it and reading and engaging. And so the fact is, very few. There's a relatively small group of people that have been living in that world for 20 years, but the majority of us haven't. And so I think we're all neophytes. So that's why I really appreciate the comment. I think we all think we have some level of expertise on a version of AI, but the truth is we're all neophytes. And as I go around the world and I interact with government officials, and Miriam, you spend, well, most of you spend more time in DC. I spend actually a lot of time outside the US. More virtually today than anything else, but I do interact with government officials across the world, and in general, I find that there's a high degree of a lack of understanding of what it is and what it isn't, and as well as the importance of the hardware, the software, all the different sort of components, the stack of things you need to be successful. That convergence you're talking about. So AI is sort of this obscure thing. So I want to kind of ask each of you a version of this question. So Marion, let's start with you, because you know Washington, you know the policymakers. In general, you don't need to point any fingers or mention any names, but just give me a sense of how would you characterize the general understanding of this topic? We want action, we want them to take action, but do they understand it?
Well, I think that's a great question. Policymakers certainly have to cover a whole waterfront of issues, many of which they may understand in detail, and many which they rely on their scientific advisors, et cetera. So, AI, I would put in the class of what I'd call emerging or exciting technologies. I think that there are a lot of policy issues that are beginning to rise to the forefront on the AI issue. One that's really highlighted in the National Security Commission on AI's report is our leadership and competitiveness in it. And I see bipartisan concern on both sides. They may not understand the underlying technology and how it works. And I'll confess that my original major in 2002 was cognitive science, and my mom told me I'd never be able to find a job in that area. So I constantly give her grief that I could have had like a 15-year, AI career by now, but so I switched majors. But my broader point is lawmakers, they may not understand the underlying technology, but they have a strong sense of ownership that the US should be a leader in not just technology leadership, but also setting the parameters around AI. So they want to have the State Department be involved in discussions on AI ethics. They want the consumer protection agencies to be paying attention to issues related to AI data usage within the private sector. They really want the US to take that typical leadership role. And we saw that with cloud technology, and now we're seeing that sort of move over to the AI space because it has such incredible potential for solving major problems for the United States, like climate change, energy efficiency, and then, of course, all of the various national security issues that Andrew can speak to. So I think that really policymakers don't necessarily understand the underlying technology, but they understand that it has massive public policy impacts.
Yeah, that's fair. Andrew, what would you add to that?
For me, there's two examples that I really like to use to sort of bring AI to life that I think helps people understand how it's used, right? The first awakening I had was when, IBM's Watson technology won Jeopardy, right? And when you think about what it took to do that, it was really one of the first visible use cases of what AI can be in terms of massive ingestion and understanding and training of a huge amount of structured and unstructured data. And the ability to train that to be able to win that game is really sort of a phenomenal achievement, I think. And but at the core were the underpinnings of what AI has become, which is the ability to take that information, digest it, come up with answers to sort of regular questions, and to be able to do that accurately and quickly. And I think one of the areas that you really see AI taking off in government is in this kind of help desk, customer service kind of process, and then also related areas around benefits administration, claims adjudication. It really lends itself well to automating what had previously been very labor-intensive processes that were very time-consuming, that created month-long lags in veterans receiving benefits, for example. Today, we're able to automate that and handle it in a day, hands-free, right? So that's one example that I think helps bring AI to life. The other, and the more recent one, is what we're doing with the Mayflower project this year, where IBM actually has created a fully autonomous ship that's going to sail from Plymouth, England to Plymouth, Massachusetts. Yeah. And going to do a whole bunch of scientific projects along the way, completely hands-free. And it's a great example of sort of the state of maturity that these autonomous vehicles have gotten to. And it's a really fascinating challenge because it has to be able to digest weather, currents, all this other kind of information on the edge. And that's where AI is going, right? AI is going to how can you drive autonomous activity out on the edge, real time, hands-free. And those are two examples for me that sort of bring to life what AI is becoming and the possibilities that it creates in the government space. I think it also raises, and Melissa was talking about this earlier, a lot of really interesting ethical questions around how far are we really willing to take this, right? What boundaries do we want to put on this technology? Because it's going to be capable of doing amazing things, right? The state, if you look back 25 years and you read Thomas Friedman's The World is Flat, it's amazing to think what we didn't have 25 years ago in terms of the internet, email.
That was 25 years ago?
Smartphones, right? 25 years from now, I'm convinced that robots are going to be at a stage of maturity that we couldn't even fathom today, right? Yeah. We have an interesting set of policy questions that we have to grapple with around how do we want to harness that? Do we want to harness that? What kinds of decisions and actions don't we want AI, autonomous, entities to do? Interesting set of questions, I think.
Yeah, and I'll just add to Andrew's discussion of good examples within the federal government. But one thing I'm really tracking closely and very interested in is the concept of AI for science. So, with the as you all remember, with the COVID pandemic, there was just this overwhelming urgency to find therapeutics, to find out what would work to battle this disease. And what they were able to do at the Department of Energy is harness their supercomputers, which now have AI built into the edge of the chips, and create a virtual laboratory where they could test out on a molecular level what might work against COVID. And the number of experiments that they were able to do was taking like a 5 or 10-year timeline of research and compressing it into something like 2 to 3 months.
Mhm.
So the power of AI, I think, is just incredible to solve these really tough problems that our national labs, our public-private partnerships are just very uniquely suited to try to address, really big problems. And so I think we can, all be very thankful that the vaccine is getting rolled out now. But I think it's a great example of where AI can be a great use cases in exploring really tough problems in science and also trying to find solutions in a timely manner.
Yeah, I got to pile onto that because I have another really profound example. One of the things that we like to we like to brag about inside NVIDIA are where we have these situations where we've really made a meaningful. I mean, every company does. Culturally, you want to have an impact. You want to make a difference in the world, right? I mean, every company that's worth anything is purpose driven, and I know that IBM is and Deloitte is for sure. So and NVIDIA, one of the stories that we really celebrate is early on in the pandemic. We gathered up all of our best people and we worked with the Oak Ridge National Lab, one of these labs you're talking about early on, that was trying to identify some of the early targets for vaccine development. And it would normally take 12 months. So to your point, it would take 12 months to work through 1 billion compounds, to identify targets. And that actually by itself, that actually is pretty fast. I mean, 12 months, 1 billion compounds, that sounds like it's a reasonable number. But using the Summit supercomputer and which has which is the fastest computer in the United States at this time, and using some of our stuff, we were able to accelerate that from 12 months to 12 hours. And so you just think about that, 12 months to 12 hours. So you can do in less than a day what would normally take a year. And that isn't just faster, that does not cover it, right? It's not just faster. I mean, that is game changing. In fact, we like to, when we have an example like that, and we have others, but we think of that as like essentially you've turned that supercomputer into a time machine. You've enabled the scientists to do their work not just faster, but you've been able to literally change the course of history, because you can now literally excel. And that's why we're here, where we're able to go from the identification of this infectious agent to a distribution of a vaccine, in part because of the underlying, I mean, many things contributed, but the technology played an unbelievable role this year. And I think that's a great part of the story. Now you take that idea of going from 12 months to 12 hours, and you could think of applying that just across government, to so many different things that we do. And across business for that matter, right? I mean, the transformational impact of that is hard to underestimate and underscope. So great points. Melissa, do you have anything you could pile on to that?
Yeah, I think that some of the trends that we've seen over the past year, particularly in the new environments that we're working with, we need to translate what we do into a supported digital environment. And any agency that's not digitally enabled, able to work through a digital call center or something very similar, is very much inhibited in terms of how quickly they can serve citizens' needs. And we're seeing an immense need to modernize, to move to the cloud, to help build digital capacity for particular capability they provide or mission that they are providing, and do so in as seamlessly as we would do in person. And this is a new expectation that citizens are going to be having of their governments. And it's a mixed bag of where agencies are available and able to do that right now and how we respond. And I think going forward, COVID, we're going to be looking at public health as a national security item just as much as we have in the past looked at traditional warfare, and how we think about healthcare for our citizens, predict future events, and enable and coordinate our state and federal activities to support more rapid responses. And AI and the application of AI and being able to do some of that predictive analytics and what we're calling anticipatory kind of frameworks to help the government react in a better way and serve our citizens' needs is something that we're going to see continue to progress in the future. And how we help the agencies and how we help the agencies protect our citizens is going to be a huge topic for a variety of reasons.
So Melissa, let me stay with you for a moment. So obviously we have the United States enjoys a lot of we'll call it technological leadership, for many, for generations essentially, right? And one of the main themes of the National Security Commission of AI, of course, is this, the things that we need to do to maintain that leadership, right? And it's not just important to our national security; it's important to economic growth. It's important to a lot of things. And one of I admit, I did not read the whole report because I'm just working my way through it. It's a long report, but just in the first few pages, there was one anecdote that I thought was really well placed and really striking, and makes it very easy for anyone to understand what the challenge we're facing. And that anecdote is this: that in the 1950s, when President Eisenhower authorized a $10 billion investment in the country's future to build highways and roads, right? And we all would agree that was a good thing. So although we're actually on the cusp of flying cars, so maybe we won't need them as much, but up to now, it's been a relatively good thing. And we look at that investment, 10 billion at the time, that was a really sizable down payment on the country's future. In today's dollars, $10 billion then is 98 billion today. So roughly 100 billion, right? So that was the kind of scale investment. And I think the overarching message is that we need to be looking at making, hundreds of billions of dollars in investment, today to build sort of the digital roads and highways and the infrastructure and the compute and everything we need to power what's going to be the next sort of driver of the economy. But that sounds great at the highest levels, but it comes down, what I found in my work is that it comes down to individual leaders within agencies. So yes, there's the big statements by presidents and prime ministers, and then there's the headline articles and so forth. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the leadership of those that are either appointed and into those positions, the career diplomat, folks that work for them in those agencies and are to often the unsung heroes, but they're the ones that actually make it happen. So they drive this. So I'm just curious, from your perspective, what are you seeing? Are there any examples on the civilian or military side? Do you feel like we have the leadership there, to really pick up where the political statements end and the actual work has to begin? I mean, what's your feeling about that?
Yeah, I think it's still, again, a mixed bag of how people see the value, or different agencies see the value of AI, how it's developed and how it's deployed. And I think the onus is on the system integrators, the software engineers, and the hardware providers to help educate end users on why AI is so valuable within their workflow. But it's talking to the end users, it's talking to the CTOs and the CDOs of different organizations, but it's getting that top level leadership buy-in and understanding that AI might be a component to a solution, but really what we're trying to do is solve a particular problem. And educating them on, it's not going to take away jobs. It's not going to do all the bad things that are being predicted, or at least there's ways to mitigate around some of those bad things, and protect how we go and serve the country and serve the citizens. I think that there are organizations within government that are across the spectrum as far as their maturity of AI and their ability to take it in right now. There's, some agencies and organizations that are 5 years behind trends. And then there's some, if you look at SOCOM and what's going on over there, they're 5 years ahead of industry trends. So you've got to take into perspective who needs it when, and meet the clients where they are, meet the organizations and the leaders where they are, and communicate the value of AI effectively.
It reminds me, as you know, Melissa, I used to be a partner at Deloitte years ago. And at the time, it just so happens that former Secretary of Health, Tommy Thompson, was also an advisor to Deloitte at the time that I was there. And I remember him telling me a specific anecdote, that when he became the Secretary of Health, he discovered that all 12 institutes within the NIH all had different email systems, and that he couldn't send an email to them all. He had to send 12. He couldn't reach them all. One of his first big tasks, as Secretary of Health, was to just put a common email system in. So it wasn't that long ago, that we're just trying to solve simple problems, right? And like sending an email to 100,000 people in one message. And now we're talking about autonomous and intelligent systems at the edge. It's a pretty big jump from email to that. So yeah, I agree. Andrew, any observations on that?
Yeah, so I think we're at an interesting point right now, which is an interesting analogy to the Eisenhower era, where agencies are finally maturing into a multi-cloud environment. They have workloads running in AWS. They have workloads running in Microsoft. They have workloads running in IBM Cloud. They have workloads running in Salesforce. They still have all of their dedicated environments. And what they're finding is to really be able to do AI at scale, you actually need a hybrid multi-cloud strategy that actually allows organizations to stitch those pieces together to do intelligent workflows. Because to really do AI and ML driven work, you often need to pull data that's resident in all those different environments, as well as sort of out on the edge on IoT devices. And so I think one of the things that I hope the government really focuses in on in coming years is how do you create the equivalent of the interstate system for a multi-cloud environment, right? Because you really do need that highway system, that hybrid cloud system that's able to do the orchestration of workloads across all those different environments, and to do so in a way that it protects the security at all those different attack surfaces. So I think there's an interesting analogy to sort of the Eisenhower era in terms of where we're going with AI. We need a highway system that enables that kind of work to happen in this new multi-cloud environment.
Yeah, well, one of the other things, we haven't talked about it directly here, but we kind of referenced it a little bit subtly, is that there is an issue, Miriam, you'll be probably more familiar with this. There is a challenge, and this is a global one. This is not unique to the US, but there is a growing concern about a thing referred to as the compute divide, which is really just the fact that that there are highways today, Andrew, but they're kind of elite highways. There's only like VIP highways, and we can stand on the corner, we can wave at people as they drive by on their high speed highways, but not everyone has access to these highways. And of course, I am largely referring to the supercomputing infrastructure in the US and elsewhere, and that is that there are elite organizations and elite, but really in the public and the private sector, that have these have this infrastructure, and then there's everybody else, and the haves and have-nots is a challenge, and it's not just a matter of prestige; it's a matter of actual sort of innovation output, the amount of research getting done. If you end up studying at a school that does not have one of these machines, then you just can't do world-class research in your field. I mean, you're just not able to do it. So there's and I think what we see globally is some countries are closing that gap faster than others. I think it's been a relatively obscure conversation. Frankly, the top 500 list, if for the most people in the world don't know what that is. I didn't know what that was until 2 years ago, to be totally honest. I didn't track, the top 500 list, but this is actually a thing that's quite important. It's been, high performance computing has been around for decades, but it has been largely entirely focused on science. And now that high performance computing these large supercomputers are now being optimized and engineered for artificial intelligence, and they are driving them. And by the way, the picture behind me, that's Selene, which is one of NVIDIA's supercomputers. That's the 5th fastest computer on the planet. So that comes in number 5 on the top 500 list. And these machines are no longer just about science. They are driving the industrial revolution, right? The 4th industrial revolution. In fact, if you look at the list today, you'll notice that 3 of the top 10 are owned by private companies. They are industrial AI supercomputers, and the other 2, incidentally, are oil and gas companies. So, but this is a very clear trend. So the having access to those highways, building those bridges, and I completely agree with your comment of the hybrid multi-cloud. That stitching those together, and that is the platform of the future. It isn't going to be one thing. It's going to be a combination of data centers, a combination of clouds, a combination of edge, all those things, right? And mastering that distributed architecture is very complex. And building a competency in that is going to take a generation, both by not just the users, but by the consulting firms, the integrators, the hardware companies. We're all working to kind of solve that problem. But anyway, it's a great point. And we need more of those highways, and we need to address that compute. Did we lose Miriam? Because I saw that she dropped off. So hopefully she'll.
It looks like we did. So can I just kind of
go ahead, Melissa.
Go off of what you were just saying? I think that what we're talking about in the infrastructure and the way that government is starting to get to a new steady state of how we're using AI. one of the things that I'm super excited about is the relationship that we just signed with NVIDIA, and the press release went out yesterday for the Deloitte Center for AI Computing. And we're taking advantage of the DGX SuperPod and the supercomputer and identifying ways that we can kind of create that infrastructure that is needed to not just deliver production capabilities, but we're also looking at being able to stand up, proofs of concepts so that governments can come in or agencies can come in and really test what's possible on some of these things. We're looking at, talking to folks in civilian sectors around digital call centers, CMS around digital call centers, connected and autonomous vehicles, advanced recommendation engines. Streaming data is really important in a lot of what we're doing right now, what we're calling data in motion. And the infrastructure, the data, the grid of connectivity that is going to be required for all of these, and the ability to leverage the compute power of a supercomputer is really going to advance a lot of these capabilities across government. And that's really exciting for what we're doing right now.
Yeah, that's really cool.
The other piece that I think is also needed in that same vein, and you start seeing places like the Joint AI Center, DoD Joint AI Center is starting to do this. I think other areas are as well, but a common AI platform and marketplace. Because what you're also seeing is people are developing sort of AI models and the like. To really be able to take advantage of that, you need a marketplace where people can develop those, put them out into the public domain, so that people who want to consume that AI model can actually apply it seamlessly into their workflow. That's another really interesting stage right now. I think it's how do we create that common platform that allows us to get the maximum leverage out of the work we do. It will rapidly accelerate time to value and significantly lower the cost of getting AI introduced into some of these core processes if we're able to drive some of that reuse through a marketplace mechanism.
Does that include like an app store type model?
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
It's sort of the app store for AI ML, because there's some wonderful models out there that have really been matured over the years, and it makes no sense just to recreate them, right? It makes sense to reuse them, and I think there's going to be a really interesting dynamic in this whole space over the next few years as that concept matures.
Yeah. And I think that within the U.S. government, hopefully that some of that's happening already. Some of that shit. That I know that there's actually a fair amount of knowledge sharing at a high level, but whether it's gotten down to the sharing at actual code level, whether there is sort of an exchange. Does that exist? Is there?
I think you see it in the Department of Defense, right? Several years ago, they created the Joint AI Center to serve as the hub for all of the AI work going on across the services in the department. And I think they are starting to get some traction in creating the mechanism within that part of government. Yeah. You don't yet see something similar on the civilian side, but there's some discussion around it, and where would be the right home? Would it be the General Services Administration, or would it be a new agency? So I don't think we've quite figured out what the right construct is on the civilian side, but I do think you'll see something like that emerge in the next 5 years.
Yeah, and Keith, I'll sort of add in.
Welcome back.
Sorry about that. Welcome to Zoom world.
Yeah.
So, one thing, the very opening letter of the commission, the National Security Commission on AI's report highlights three things: talent, hardware, and leadership. And I think, you covered the first point saying that agencies need to have leadership. The talent and hardware piece, I think, is really poorly understood. So even in the microelectronic space, the equipment needed to train the future AI engineers in all of the universities is actually quite expensive. And a lot of these programs were pretty hard hit by COVID. And so we actually just had a workshop with the National Science Foundation to talk about that. How can we make sure that our talent pool has access to the hardware that they need to be able to train and to be leaders in innovating in AI? So I think that is a really interesting concept. I also think that commercial industry as a whole needs to help drive some of these standards and innovation. So, just because it hits their bottom line businesses, the commercial industry, the private sector is much more likely to deploy AI in innovative ways. And then that ends up flowing to DoD and other government agencies as they procure, commercial off-the-shelf ICT technology. And I think we'll continue to see more of that. I was at a summit that DARPA held 2 years ago, and the CEO of Qualcomm was speaking, and he was highlighting that within the next 2 years, so about this year, they anticipated that their RF chipsets would have AI at the edge in almost 80% of their chipsets. And so I think that the private sector is leading on pulling some of these AI innovations into just commercial off-the-shelf technology. But we certainly want to see more interest on the government side on how to get these type of technologies into programs of record. And there's different approaches to doing that.
Yeah, let's stay on the theme of talent. That's a great point. I was in negotiations with a government just a few days ago on behalf of my company. I won't mention the country, but it's a smallish country, and we're discussing the possibility of opening up an R&D center there. And they were very excited. In fact, they kept pushing us to, of course, hire more and more employees. Don't make it 100, make it 200. Instead of 200, even 500 is even better. So they're trying to get some more. And then at the end of the conversation, they say, oh, by the way, it's very important that you don't poach employees from the other big companies that are here, because that makes them upset. And I said, well, what do you expect us to do? He said, well, we encourage you to bring, kind of recruit employees to move here. I'm like, well, that's great. We certainly would try, but I think we're going to have to recruit locally to staff. And they said, well, we have a limited number of people with these skills. And so, and every time if you come into our country and you just go poach them from the other companies, then it doesn't really help us. I said, well, I think actually that's a good thing. That'll generate competition, raise salaries. I actually don't think that's bad. But, the reality is there's a limited number of people in the world with these skills in any given country. And the fact is we need more of them to support the growth. And to some degree, I think a lot of the companies are basically recruiting each other's employees. This is sort of, and especially in a small country, that's a real problem. But I absolutely agree. The talent, people don't understand the dynamics of the talent, and it's a huge gating factor on the success. You can have the best infrastructure in the world, but if you don't have the data scientists and the AI engineers and the HPC experts to work that system, then it's not going to produce a whole lot of value. And more than just the data scientists, I think it's important to understand there's a lot of other skills, non-AI skills as well, that sit on top of those, that are very important, right? It isn't just hardcore PhDs. There's a lot of other related skills. So let's just stay on that, Andrew and Melissa, just in terms of what you're seeing. Just overall in terms of commenting on not just the leadership level, but just overall talent. Do you feel like we're making the right moves in the U.S. in Washington to take advantage of these investments?
Melissa, you want to go first, or?
Yeah, sure. In the DoD, we're starting to see a lot of conversations about this. The Defense Innovation Board was talking about this back in October 2019. How do we create data science career paths for the DoD? GSA has been talking about that with the GSA AI Center of Excellence that they're doing through the JAKE. So we're certainly seeing that the need is there. How we can upskill some of these data scientists to be able to become, data scientists, to machine learning engineers, to, just super advanced analytics. That's going to come a lot from industry. And I think that we also need to kind of pull on the patriotic heartstrings of a lot of people to get them into the more government focused organizations as well. But I think that we're seeing some organizations recognize the talent shortfall that we have right now. And so they're looking and reaching into industry, which is also an interesting conversation where they're talking to folks from the bigger tech companies saying, how do we work together just to pool talent in order to solve some of these bigger, hairier problems?
Yeah. For me, I think it's an area from a societal perspective that we really have to invigorate what we do in the whole STEM area from K-12 up through kind of college. We are not producing enough people who are fluent enough in sort of STEM skills to be able to meet the needs of the future. And it's going to be a problem for us as a country. It's also going to be a problem for those young people as they mature in terms of being prepared to sort of find jobs in the workforce of tomorrow. So I think our country really needs to invest heavily in trying to strengthen the STEM foundation across all parts of our education. One of the things IBM is doing is we invest very heavily in the PTech program, which is sort of a real innovative program working in sort of disadvantaged communities across the country to create a very robust high school STEM program that can then drive to create skills that make people employable in the high tech industry when they come out. So some innovative approaches in terms of how we tackle education to sort of produce the skills in the future that we're going to need. I think we really need a countrywide commitment to those kinds of programs.
Yeah. I have three teenagers at home, 3 Gen Zs, and I am unfortunately, and they're all in 3 different schools too. And I am not happy with any of the schools that they're in when it comes to this topic. I personally don't feel that we are preparing the Gen Z generation for the economy they're going into. Mm-hmm. I don't see any conversation or any skills development in their high school so their secondary education that is actually preparing them for a digital. Well, they're all very much digital natives, right? So they got that kind of built in. But in terms of just pure skills and even just conversations about careers, I don't think they're having any different conversations with their guidance counselors than I had 30 years ago. I feel like they're just having the same conversation. Hey, you want to be a lawyer? You want to be a doctor? You want to go to marketing? Like it's just the same conversation. So it does feel like we need a pretty big reset on that. I agree with you. Miriam, does that come up on your side too? I'm just curious if that's part of the agenda.
Yeah, absolutely. SA is very active on these workforce issues. I think there's a number of different stakeholders that are really concerned about the number of STEM grads that the U.S. is producing. We've called for doubling the number of domestic STEM graduates. We've also called for retaining. We educate a lot of foreign students who want to stay in the United States after they graduate from their undergrad STEM degree or their master's or their PhD, and we send them back home because we make it so hard for them to stay. So I think it really needs to be a 1-2 punch. We need to make sure that we are preparing children for the STEM jobs of the future. And I think a lot of our companies, including IBM in our ecosystem, are doing very innovative things like PTech. There's also First Robotics, which is sponsored by a number of players in the tech industry. But I've actually heard that many of those kids end up being more interested in mechanical engineering than electrical engineering or material science. But either way, at least they're going into the STEM fields. I think there's also some equity issues that are exacerbating this problem. So, Gen Z is the most diverse generation in U.S. history. And there have been historical barriers to minorities in the sciences, and women in the sciences. And so you're actually leaving out a huge chunk of the population if you don't address those issues. So I really think that, just an overall focus at the very lowest grade levels to get kids familiar with the math skills that you need to be successful in high school math. And our companies have highlighted that, they work with local school districts in the math skills, and the science teaching is really what restrains the pipeline. So we need to have really great math and science teachers teaching these kids, and it needs to be a big focus for the government.
There's really some really great insight on this topic. I encourage you to, if anyone in the audience, to look at the Stanford AI Index that came out yesterday or this week. They hit this of the 8 observations or conclusions that they make, the big areas. 2 of them are right on this point. One of them is on the fact that the majority of PhDs graduating from U.S. schools are foreign students. So 65% of PhDs in AI in the United States are foreign students. Now 80% of those stay in the U.S., but 20% go back, and go back home. So we do retain most of those students, but they're not U.S. born students. We're not encouraging people to go down those paths as much. And of the U.S. native sort of residents that do go into these PhD programs, Miriam, to your point, only 2.4% of them are of African American backgrounds. So very, 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 so from that perspective, so from all the different sort of, diversity perspectives, we have a problem.
Yeah, And I'll just highlight, I'm not the first person to say this. The Defense Science Board actually highlighted this in an issue, and DoD has issued some RFIs on this topic. You know, the armed forces has a very diverse, set of people involved. So I think that, people recognize if we want to be prepared for the future, we need to prepare everyone for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And so look, that's a great topic. I don't know if I think we covered that topic. So I want to come back to one thing that we both, Miriam and Andrew, you brought up, but in the last few minutes, I do want to come back to it because it's so important. Andrew, you gave this great example of the Mayflower, and I love that example. I've read about that ship. The edge is super important here in this conversation. One of the we do talk about AI often like it's just a data center conversation, like that AI only happens on these really big supercomputers and data centers, or it happens in the cloud. But in fact, that's largely true today. But where it's headed is different, right? If you think about the next few years, not the next 20 years, but the next 2, 3, 5 years, the actual location of AI computing, is going to get much more distributed. And as you rightfully pointed out, Miriam, as far as the Qualcomm comment, and certainly just across the board, you're going to see the compute happen closer to the point of interaction, the point of computation, where whether that's a cash register, whether that's a car, whether that's a boat, whether it's a satellite, whatever version of the edge there is. There's many edges, of course, but that is that, and I think that's going to change the game. It almost feels like we can kind of understand we've got data centers with computers in them, but now that we're going to have trillions of devices, some of which will have quite significant compute power at the edge, it does open up a whole new world of possibilities. For example, if you think about autonomous trucks, which are already on the road and will be becoming more, a bigger part of our lives in the next few years, I mean, those are going to have a pretty powerful computer in them, And so if you've got millions of autonomous trucks sitting parked in garaged every night, you've got a pretty large distributed supercomputer, that you can tap into, when they're not being used, and the capabilities within those trucks is tremendous. The amount of AI and sensor technology is just mind blowing, right? So I do think that's going to change the equation, and we haven't. I don't think we've even begun to see that effect. Andrew, is any other big statements you just make about that?
No, I definitely agree with you in terms of the trend, and you're going to need it actually for the performance, right? You can't afford to be sending data back to home base, having the calculation done, and then send it back. As you really move forward with some of these autonomous kinds of capabilities, right? You won't be able to have the responsiveness to be able to make the decisions in real time that are needed. I think it also becomes a cheaper process. You're not paying for all the data transport. It's a more secure process at the end because you're shrinking the attack surface. So I think there's a lot of reasons why you're going to continue to see it. Some really interesting examples going on sort of with the Mars program and the space station right now in terms of stuff we're doing on the edge. When you think about those use cases, you really need to have that at the edge because you can't get that information back, earthbound, right? So I agree with you. It's definitely a rapidly accelerating trend in the industry, and I'm sure that there will be some sort of unintended consequences of it that sort of come up that we can't anticipate yet, but it's a trend that's definitely happening.
And I think governments are going to take advantage of it in a good way. Like I think this will open up a whole new data set and potentials, including incidentally, because we haven't talked about it yet, but at the city level, we've kind of mostly just stayed in scope of governments at the national level, but there's a lot of innovation at the city level as well. The biggest cities in the world that are essentially leveraging this data to inform their policy decisions and the day-to-day running of those cities and everything from urban planning to dealing with traffic optimization and that kind of thing. And none of that is possible without the edge. I mean, it's just it's all about the edge. Melissa, is there anything that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, in the smart cities kind of realm, we're seeing that with out in the city of San Diego. We're doing a lot of work there where they've been able to put some sensor devices in their lighting systems and their parking systems. So being able to capture that data and put some analytics around it is certainly something that is trending in future mobility, smart cities. I'm also seeing that a lot in the DoD, and we just put a supercomputer pod on one of the MQ-9 unmanned systems, which 10 years ago I flew and operated for the Air Force. And if we had the ability to create shorten decision cycles and get some of that data, that actionable intelligence to the analyst and to the warfighter a lot quicker. I mean, that's a game changer. And I'm really excited to see how the UAS program starts proliferating and starts using some of this intelligence, some of the Maven 2.0 and some of the work that we're doing over at the Jake continues to proliferate with edge computing.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, that's great. And well, Melissa, Mary, I'm sorry, any final comments from you before we wrap it up?
I just want to thank you for participating in this panel. It's really interesting.
Well, really, I know that you're heading up to the hill to to do some work, and we really appreciate everything you do on behalf of the industry and the country to keep us, keep the ball moving forward on policy. Andrew, Melissa, again, we're pretty much in the final few seconds. So thank you again for both joining. Really great. I know we do a lot of these panels. We're all sitting in front of our computers a lot, but I learned something today. I hope the audience did as well. I thought it was a really interesting conversation and on a really really meaty topic. If there's one takeaway, there's a lot to read, whether it's between the commission report or the AI index. There's hundreds of new reports, and they're actually pretty good and relevant today. So actually, I would encourage people to read them and circle back to any one of the panelists. I think, of course, if you have questions on the things that they're talking about. So I think with that, we'll wrap it up. I want to thank you again for joining, and we hope you have a great rest of the show.
Christiana, thank you for joining us today, and super excited to have this conversation with you and yourself, Qualcomm, 5G. It's such an important issue. But first, let's get to know you a little bit. You've been running the semiconductor business at Qualcomm since 2018, and you're about to become the fourth CEO of Qualcomm in June. You'll be a prominent leader in the global rollout of 5G over the next decade. Let's start at the beginning. You're born, raised, and educated in Brazil, and came to America, joined Qualcomm in 1995. Tell us a little bit about your personal and professional journey to this point.
Yes, well, first of all, Jamie, good to see you. Very happy to be here and talking to you. Excited. I think it's an exciting time for me, exciting time for Qualcomm, for the industry of 5G. So really happy to have this conversation. And thank you for the first question. Look, I've been, as you said, I've been born in the state of São Paulo, Brazil. Raised, went get my engineering degree in Brazil, and actually the first time I left Brazil was kind of 1994. I moved to Tokyo in Japan. I lived in Japan for about a year, working for a Japanese company. I'm sure you're familiar with it, NEC. And then Qualcomm hired in 1995, came to the United States, been here more than 25 years with Qualcomm. And it's been an incredible, I think, journey. I joined Qualcomm as an engineer. I've been, going to a number of different positions. And as you outlined, I've been, running and building on the product and semiconductor business of the company. Became president of the company in 2018. And I'm such a privilege to be named the incoming CEO of the company, in this June of 2021. So I'm going to be part of the class of 2021 of the Qualcomm CEOs, and very, very happy to be able to do that.
Well, you're following the footsteps of founder Irwin Jacobs, his son Paul Jacobs, Steve Mollenkamp, and you'll be the fourth in 40 plus years. So it's a pretty long tenure and very distinguished tenures by all of them. So talk a little bit about your leadership style and what have been some of the formative experiences along the way.
Well, I think, first of all, it's incredible, shoes to fill, especially, this company, which has been, created by our founder, somebody that I always admire, throughout my career at Qualcomm, and a company that has an incredible culture of innovation. And when I think about, my leadership style and my, throughout my career in Qualcomm and how I think about the company in the future is to always be focused on technology, be focused in, driving innovation, continue to keep the company with this, fire to change, the roadmap of technology, execute very well on industry transitions, and hopefully we never lose that. And, Qualcomm is a company that has set the pace of innovation in the wireless industry. And I think that's kind of our trademark. And I'm going to be working really hard to keep that, especially as far as my leadership style. And a lot of people have been working with me throughout the years in Qualcomm. I'm very hands-on. I am interested in the technical aspects of technology. I also have been, really focused in making the company, a global company, building our business in different regions. Qualcomm has a vibrant business, for example, in regions like China, which, I built, almost over a decade. And I had spent a lot of time looking for opportunities for Qualcomm technologies outside the phone space. One of the strategies I put in place when I became president of the company in 2018 was to create business units that will look at how Qualcomm technology could go to the automotive sector, could go into the Internet of Things, into computing, and this plan of continue to identify new business opportunities and diversifying the company is probably going to be part of my vision and style of managing the company going forward.
Oh, that's great. Well, you've got a big opportunity ahead of you. A recent Accenture study commissioned by Qualcomm indicates that in the US alone, 5G will generate up to $1.5 trillion of additional GDP between 2021 and 2025. So really, near term, and it has the potential to transform up to 16 million jobs in America. Yeah, and that's, that's a 7% incremental growth to the economy. I mean, what what are some of the use cases for 5G or implications of 5G that you're most excited about?
Jamie, before I talk about the use cases, this is an incredibly important topic of conversation.
Yeah,
And it's especially as we look globally, as we hopefully get out of the pandemic soon,
yeah,
economic recovery and growth is an important topic everywhere. And it's very clear to Qualcomm that as we think about the future of the economy and the future of the digital economy, 5G becomes a necessary ingredient. It is this technology that is no longer unique to the telecommunication sector. It's just not just about phones. And it's going to be part of any other industry as things get connected to the cloud 100% of the time. And it is indeed one of the largest opportunities we ever had for Qualcomm, but it's not just about Qualcomm.
yeah.
It's going to be part of the digital transformation of many industries we enable. And that's why when we have conversation about 5G, not only with the United States government, over the years, but with any other government, there is not a single country that wants to be behind because it is understood the profound impact of this technology in the competitiveness of the economy. And that's why when we think about economic growth, when we think about jobs, just looking for an updated study done by IHS, post the pandemic, is forecasted about 13.1 trillion of economic activity by 2035 enabled by 5G. So that's kind of the size and potential. And it shows that it's going to touch many aspects across a number of industries. And now with that, I'm going to talk about some of the use cases. I'm sure we're going to go into more details later, but it's going to be part of how we think about making factories smaller and manufacturing distributed across geographies as you connect now manufacturing equipment directly to the cloud. Is going to change how the enterprise of the future, especially as the enterprise is connecting now physical and digital spaces, and some people are going to be present, some people are going to be working from home, is going to continue this trend of moving the IT infrastructure to the cloud, but it also bring on-demand computing. So any device, you could basically run any application on the cloud, now having not only access to virtually unlimited bandwidth, but now virtually unlimited computing. And with that, the use cases are really vast across a number of industries. I'm happy to elaborate in any one of those in more detail as we go along.
Well, yeah, we got a lot to talk about here, but 4G brought the internet to the smartphone, and we talk about 5G. Is it bringing the internet to the enterprise, or would you say more that 4G democratized communications and open it up, and 5G's doing the same for computing, and the use cases you can't really fully comprehend at this point? The scope is so large. How do you think about it?
No, it's a very good way to ask this question, especially going to this comparison with 4G. And I'll tell a little bit the history of our company and walk you through the many generations as we think about problems to solve. So when Qualcomm, started, and I really, digital cellular and CDMA kind of put Qualcomm on the map. It was about solving a problem of having everyone with the ability to have a telephone, so you can make phone calls. That was digital cellular. With 3G, it was about starting to connect that phone to the internet, and that's where you started to see with 3G how messaging and then email, was very, very popular. 4G was about changing two things at the same time. It was about bringing mobile broadband, not only connecting to the internet so you could have text and you can have, email, but it was about creating broadband. And once you bring broadband with 4G, all of a sudden, you have to make your phone turn into a computer. So in the 4G era, it was about creating a mobile computing with broadband. It was fascinating. In the beginning of the 4G era, I always tell this story because I lived through it. Everybody with their BlackBerry saying, no, nobody needs 100 megabits per second into a mobile device. It's plenty good for email, until you started to see what you could happen when you put a computer in the palm of your hand, connected 100% of the time. And we saw the smartphone revolution. And yes, it's correct. 4G is how the internet got democratized, how it really closed the digital divide. The smartphone, it was the only practical tool that closed the digital divide. It wasn't like one computer per child. Many nations and individuals got access to the internet for the first time to the smartphone, and we saw the smartphone revolution. But then we got to 5G. What's the problem to solve with 5G? We look into developing 5G, thinking about a mature smartphone connected society. And in the smartphone already, it's the largest mankind development platform ever created, already exceeded several years ago the number of PCs. And when we think about what are the needs of the connected society, we look into 5G as coming to solve the following problems. Unlimited data speeds. It's about being connected 100% of the time. The second thing that 5G does is allow you to depend on the cloud connectivity. You're going to be connected and you're going to count on this. This allows, for example, this technology to bring mission critical capabilities. Now you can do a remote surgery, you can connect a robot, or you can drive on, an autonomous guided vehicle. The other thing that 5G comes is if you are connected 100% with the cloud, you now have the ability to run any application you want, regardless of the computing power of your device, because now you have access to the cloud computing. That's what started to see the conversation changing about, for example, the gaming industry becoming mainstream gaming, being stream of gaming, or somebody that used to be in the office with a workstation, all of a sudden working from home with their laptop, but they can run a workstation use case connected from the cloud. And the last one is about not only connecting people. There was the 2G, the 3G, and the 4G before it, by connect everything to the cloud. Now, when you look at this picture, this is the simple answer to your question.
Yeah.
The 5G is about connecting everything to the cloud 100% of the time. And as a result, it will bring two things with it. It will democratize computing. You're going to bring the computing power of the cloud to every device. And then it will bring scale and purpose, and that's a very profound statement I'm going to make now, scale and purpose to AI. Because now you have the contextual information in real time of all those multiple billions of devices, and you're connected with the cloud with unlimited bandwidth. So the creation of data lakes is an exponential increase and will proliferate AI in the same way that 4G broadband proliferated mobile computing. So that's why this is a very interesting era as you started to go from democratizing the internet to giving AI scale and purpose and make computing power available to everything.
I think that's the best description I've heard of 5G. Thank you, Cristiano.
Oh, thank you.
When you take democratizing compute and the use of AI, in essence, takes us to the next conversation point, which is about edge computing. Because if the compute's done at the edge rather than pulling it back into the cloud and sending it back, it's just much more efficient, but it's also it's more real time. So what are some of the cases you foresee in edge computing? Or is it particularly in the industrial sector where you talked about specialized manufacturing back onshore? What are some of the cases there that you're most excited about?
Look, I can talk about this all day, but I'll just speak a few. I'll just speak a few. And there are two very interesting topics of conversation as we think about edge computing, because 5G is actually also changing the architecture of the data centers. The data centers stays within big, concrete buildings. You have enormous amount of concentrated computing power, but those 5G capabilities and use cases are really moving the computing closer to the edge. So the data center is leaving that building, is going to a distributed architecture,
Yeah.
and getting closer to the devices at the edge. And then you can see a number of use cases. I'll give you a few examples. When you go to you ask industrial, so let's focus on industrial for a little bit. When you go to every factory, what you see today, you see, advanced factories, you have robots. Those robots have computers and servers connected to them. And also, as you go to the manufacturing line, you see cameras with computers, with images that they take photos in real time. They do quality control. They compare whatever task you're doing against a template. Now, think about now you have edge computing on cameras. Those cameras are now getting connected to the cloud with 5G. They have connected to that edge computing in the factory. They're now getting massive amount of data. You have a central location that you're doing all the computation with responses in real time. You collect the data. You apply artificial intelligence in real time to the central edge compute location, and you make decisions. And you have now a number of general purpose cameras spread to your manufacturing line, controlled by this edge computer server at the factory, all connected to 5G, having the benefit of real-time data and artificial intelligence, how the systems work between themselves. And it's just the beginning. And you do the same thing with the robots. The robot software is running from this edge computing, and you have the benefit of telemetry data for artificial intelligence in real time. So instead of having all this, each individual machines disconnected with their own computing systems. Now, I'll give you another example. When you think about the value of edge computing, this is a completely different one. Think about what's happening in the automotive industry. So you're going to have 5G connectivity. You have now also 5G V2X. You have car-to-car, car-to-pedestrian. And you have a lot of computation that you do in real time. And the easiest way to describe it, I would expect you to ask me an automotive question.
I remember. Go ahead.
But I'm just going to tell you now. Just think about, for example, when you think about navigation.
Yeah.
In navigation today, you're in your car, you look at the map. What do you see today? You see the streets, you see your position in the map. GPS tells you how you move in the map. And then based on the number of phones in the road, Google will tell you if it's yellow, green, or red, the traffic. Now, just think about, for example, now the car with 5G is connected to every other car on the road. It's connected to every other pedestrian looking to their cell phones. You just populate the navigation map in real time. It is also now connected to the traffic lights. And you populate that information in real time. Now you have this following information coming to your navigation map. You're driving, and I'm not even talking about autonomy yet. You're behind the wheel. You're driving. If you're going 45 miles per hour, there's a pedestrian on the sidewalk, that's perfectly safe. But if you're tracking that pedestrian, his direction of movement is to cross in front of you, that's not a safe situation. And based on how the system is doing the calculation in real time, it can predict if it's accelerating or not, giving a warning to you, or even activate the collision, a warning system. The same thing about cars in the intersection. You come into the intersection, you're doing all this computation in real time, you're determining, is that car going to stop, or is going to be in a collision route. And the traffic light will tell you in information you calculate how many seconds to red and how to adjust your speed, and I can go on and on and on. So there is a number of different applications when you think about combining 5G and edge computing. And like I said, I can talk about this the whole day.
Well, no, I think that's terrific. So how many Qualcomm devices would you foresee in a model 2023, 24 car or
Well, if you ask me, hopefully billions, but let me give you some precise, precise answer. If you ask about 5G, we made prediction, and I'm not talking about Qualcomm. I'm just talking about the market in general. We made predictions that 5G will have resilience even with the pandemic, and we kind of finished 2020 on the high end of our guide about the market, about 225 million devices. As we head into 2021, we expect to be north of 500 million, more than half a billion 5G devices.
Yeah.
And then when you think about those other industries like the automotive industries, we have been working with over 20 of the global 26 brands, connecting, cars to the cloud, changing the digital cockpit experience. Also working with a lot of companies in the industrial IoT. And I expect that more and more as 5G and connectivity become pervasive, we're going to see a lot of growth in those devices beyond phones. But just the phone in itself is showing significant growth with, again, getting at the end of 21 with more than half a billion of 5G devices.
Yeah, no, you really did run through the tape at the end of 2020. It was great results, and you really are executing well. Well, but there's a lot of software in the products, and you have constant releases. What will be the biggest milestones in 2021 in terms of additional feature sets or complements to the existing product that's out?
We have been, since the very beginning, very bullish on the use of millimeter wave frequencies. And millimeter wave, it provides incredible capabilities to 5G, given the bandwidth and the potential for all of those advanced industrial applications. We talk about it, and we haven't even scratched the surface when you think about, for example, connecting physical and digital spaces with augmented reality, which is going to be large scale, evolution from virtual reality. And millimeter wave provides a lot of bandwidth and latency.
Yeah.
Millimeter wave takes a lot to deploy because you have a more dense network, you have to add more sites. I think you look at operators such as Verizon that deploy millimeter wave, operators in Japan and deploy millimeter wave, Korea next. And as the networks get built, and we expect to get more density in 2021, we're going to see some of those applications and very advanced use cases of 5G. So I'm very bullish about millimeter wave. We're going to see that continue to be deployed in 2021. And just this week, we have an event in China. We've been celebrated on social media that a lot of successful demos with China, Unicom in China, getting head for 2022, millimeter wave for the Winter Olympics. So millimeter wave evolution will bring a lot of advanced cases to 5G.
That's okay. Well, when coronavirus hit, did you see it early in your supply chain or in your customers? And talk a little bit about the early signs of it and how you responded and how to change the nature of the markets. I assume it's, at the end of the day, it's going to accelerate the adoption of mobile broadband. But tell us a little bit about 2020 and those February, March, April months.
Yeah. Well, so I'll tell you about it, and I'm going to tell you something about 21 that we're just dealing with this right now as a result of it. So, look, the pandemic, I think, hit, and I'm sure caught a lot of companies and individuals having to deal with the situation. We are very fortunate, Jamie, that we are in the tech industry and the telecommunications sectors. I think, we may be experiencing right now a new golden era of telecom because telecom had kept the world working. And like even those video conferences is now the pandemic made the video telephony the killer application, something that the industry has been searching for a long time. So we have done remarkably well. How our organization is very resilient, it's very innovative. We do drink some of our own Kool-Aid, so we were able to connect all of our labs and people living with probably close to 90% working remotely. We'll be able to still make progress in the hardware business. We launch, new products, develop new technologies. Some cases, be able to increase productivity, increase the number of invention disclosures. So it's been an incredible year. It did show in our results, and and incredible sacrifices and commitment made by our employees. But that was the reality of many other companies.
Yeah.
And it was interesting as a side effect of what we've been through with the pandemic, which is, well, we'll take the broader society, and I'm speaking from our experience dealing with 3G or 4G, we'll take the broader society about 5 years, sometimes even 10 years, to recognize the benefit and the potential of technology. That was accomplished in 2 quarters.
Yeah.
Ready or not for telehealth, you're having telehealth. Ready
Yeah.
or not for remote education, ready or not for mobile workforce, all of this stuff is happening. As a result, here's what we saw happening. Let me step back. We saw the enterprise transformation of the home, growth in PCs, connectivity, upgrade of broadband, new technologies, home Wi-Fi network, even printers. So you saw this enterprise transformation of the home. The home became the enterprise.
Yeah.
The other thing that happened is, as soon as the corporations connected their people, they realized they need to connect their assets. And we saw an accelerated digital transformation of the enterprises. So when you think the curve we saw in that you have normally about the growth of digital and connectivity and processing, we just saw advancement of this curve in time,
Okay.
and we have just a new base. And with that, I think not only we saw a lot of growth, but now in 21, we're seeing a significant supply chain crisis in semiconductors. Even the president of the United States, I think this week, signed an executive order calling for 100 days review of supply chain. Is the same thing happening in Europe, because we saw this increased need for digital that got accelerated by the pandemic. But overall, it's good news for the industry. I'm sure we're going to get, out of this, and things are going to get back to normal at the end of this year.
Okay. Well, Qualcomm has been very successful with its ventures portfolio. It's given you visibility in a lot of emerging areas, and a lot of our audience are either entrepreneurs or venture investors. What, any insights you'd like to offer on the strategy there?
Yeah, absolutely. We always look at our venture investment and our venture portfolio, not just simply, looking of, the capital return. Of course, we do that and we have very successful, but how to also align the reason to have a venture in Qualcomm, how to align what we believe in and how technology will transform industry, what are the disruptors in the market, and just put our money where our mouth is. And we look in investing in areas that are going to benefit for some of the technology transitions we're very focused on, or also create new industries. Yeah. One of the things we take a lot of pride in being part of Qualcomm, what we do, create industries. Yeah. And we look at ventures that way. And if you look at some of the successful exits we have, it's all anchored in some of those technology beliefs.
Well, I think all of us on the investor side, many of us look to build long-term, sustainable, competitive companies, and certainly Qualcomm has done that and continues to do that. And I think we all appreciate the role you're playing in supporting others to do that. And I think 5G is a great platform. So we'll wrap up with the last question. I'm kind of 5G is of national importance. Supply chain is of national importance. It's been highlighted. The enabling of AI is of national importance. So what do you think your biggest challenge will be over the next 3 to 5 years to not only lead a great company, but lead a company that's of strategic, national importance?
I think you name a few. Look, number one priority of Qualcomm by far is to execute on this 5G transition. And one of the challenges that we have is to ensure that the build out of 5G continues. Without a 5G network, without 5G infrastructure, none of this is possible. Yeah. And especially as governments emerge from the pandemic, the importance of prioritize critical infrastructure that will be part of the future digital economy of many nations it's very important for the 5G success. So definitely that's the one big element. Other elements, as you know, and we just talked about that, is the continued investment in technology, especially having a robust supply chain to basically drive an accelerated growth. And some of that growth, it is not a one-time. As I said, it's not just a pent-up demand. We really saw a shift in time of the curve as we started to add more technology. The pandemic just accelerated that. Supply chain is important. And then I think the number three is we'll continue. We are a global company. We operate in the global marketplace and continue to navigate, to the opportunities and challenges in that space, especially as we remain focused in 5G as a single global standard.
Well, thank you, Cristiano. Thank you for joining us for the Montgomery Summit. And on behalf of all of us and all the attendees, venture investors, entrepreneurs, executives, thank you for sharing these insights, and good luck with the challenges ahead.
Thank you, Jamie. My pleasure doing that. Thank you for having me, and looking forward to see you soon.
Great. Thank you.
This is a business that's going to be 3 times as big. I'd like you to talk to us briefly about the calculus that goes into that vision. And then 2, how much of that is going to come from new businesses? Clean tech, for example, is one that you're very excited about versus your existing one.
Thank you, and wanted to thank Jamie and Tom. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be with you all, and I appreciate all the work that we've done with you all in the past. So when I think about vision and direction for the company, there's a lot of history there that I have to rely on, and I'll tell you a little bit about it. So our company was founded in 1898 by my great-grandfather, who bought a newspaper for $28,000. And over the years, he was always what he called he was a newspaper man. He bought lots of newspapers. He died writing a column. He was a publisher at heart till the day he died, and that was his iteration of the company. It changed with his son, the next generation, who believed that newspaper readership was not going to be around forever because of new technology, broadcast, radio, television, and we kind of expanded the media group into broadcast. Broadcast led by necessity into telecommunications because cable was how you reached areas that were otherwise unreachable. Our largest advertisers were a lot of our largest advertisers were automotive OEMs, dealerships, that kind of thing, and so that's how we got into the automotive side of the world. So it's evolved over the course of 120 some odd years, and so when I think about all the different evolutions, it kind of matches up nicely with each generation. Generation 1 was newspapers. Generation 2 was broadcast and media in general. Generation 3 was a lot of telecommunications, the advent of automotive, and Generation 4 is my time, not my time, but our generation's time. And so when I came into this role in senior leadership in 2014, I said in 20 years, which you might call the course of a tenure, what would the company look like? And that would be 2034. So we have a future-focused 2034 vision. And I didn't want to iterate, what does it look like every year from here till then? I said, if we could hang our hats up and say we were successful in 20 years, what would it look like? And it would look like a company that has continued to grow. The growth rate from $28,000 investment into one newspaper till today would be about 12.5% compounded annually. And that seems like a high bar given interest rates being so low. And I said, if we just cut that in half and had a respectable 6.5% growth rate from now for the next 20 years, our $20 billion in revenue would become about $60 billion in revenue. And you look at the existing businesses and they're like, are we going to be required to do that? And no, you won't, but you will be required to grow. You'll account for a little under half of that, but the remaining money and the remaining growth needs to come from the excess cash you kick off and all the things that we want to do. And so what are the problems we're going to be facing in this generation? And in my mind, there are several, what I call trillion-dollar challenges: healthcare, education, and in my mind, the most burning one is sustainability and climate. And so we have got feelers out in all three of those things, but climate is the one that my family and I are most passionate about. I think there's a lot of emerging technologies that we have invested in and will continue to. So I see that as a growing sector, a secular growth area that we can be really passionate about. So that's why we've focused in a lot on climate, but we're open to anything that we believe makes the world a better place. I think our existing businesses are doing that in a lot of ways, and I think our adjacent opportunities and then new growth sectors like climate or sustainability, clean tech are a big one as well.
So did I hear correctly that sort of half of that revenue will be from emerging or new ventures and half will be from kind of your existing portfolio of businesses? Am I understanding that correctly?
Roughly speaking, my CFO is probably banging on the screen right now wanting to get a word in, but roughly speaking, the existing businesses will probably double again in over the course of 15, 20 years, but they won't account for all the growth. We need to take the excess cash flow and invest it wisely in new opportunities.
Great. I definitely want to come back to some of those new ventures, but before we do, I do want to talk about the business that makes up the bulk of your revenue, that cable business. Right now, it's an interesting set of challenges that you're facing. On one hand, the process that that's come to be known as cord cutting, where more and more households are, getting out of the cable bundle as we know it, and learning and turning to streaming services, the Netflixes of the world. But on the other hand, you can't stream any movies if you don't have that really robust broadband connection, which you also provide. In an environment like that, I'd like to get a little bit more of a sense from you. How does that business survive? How does it withstand the pressures that come from cord cutting and this rush to streaming?
So all businesses are going through tremendous changes. You'll hear people say, "I don't get cable anymore. I just get my video over Wi-Fi." And to me, that comment doesn't make any sense at all, because Wi-Fi is a cable. In fact, all data is transmitted through cable. Even your cell phone, 90% of that traffic goes over a hardwire cable, and the last little bit of it comes to you from a tower. But the business started as a television antenna, and it started in Pennsylvania, where there were a lot of rolling hills where broadcast signals couldn't go. And people would put up an antenna, and then they would pull a cable into your house and plug it into the back of your television to get you that signal. In 1967, my great uncle, my grandmother's brother, wrote about the first investment into telecom and how, first we're going to be getting better television signals, but imagine the world 10 years hence. He called it 1977. He said a television could look like nothing more than just a picture hanging on your wall, and the data, the things you can get on it would be more than a television signal. It could be tips on your golf swing, floral arrangements, or you could even download the world's newspapers in under an hour. That was sort of early on, there was this belief that more will be coming to you on cable than just a television signal. And, that it's taken a long time, but that is obviously the case now. The traditional cable TV model is changed forever, and it's never going to be what it was when it was first here. I remember when I was a child getting cable. It was like, I got HBO, we got the Rainbow package, we have all the movie channels, we were so excited, you almost couldn't, it was a big day getting cable in your house. Now it's, how fast is your internet? And sort of the gig speeds are sort of the coin of the realm. If you look at what you get in your house, if you have a nice package, you probably get 100, 200 megabits a second. That's very, very fast, more than you need. but the idea of a gig is sort of where things are going, and we have that available in our footprint. We actually have 10 gig available in some in one home right now, but over the course of the next 5 years, we believe we're going to have those kinds of massive speeds available for the next iteration of what cable means, which won't necessarily be cable TV. It'll be anything from holograms to healthcare to education to the future of telecom. And so it's an evolving business, wonderful platform, and I think one of the things I've learned this past year is exactly how resilient it is, how reliant people are on their connection with the world. And so the single biggest thing we'll be investing in outside of our people is our network, making sure we have the fastest, broadest, strongest network available.
It sounds like it's a business you're committed to, but we also talk to investment bankers who love to play matchmaker, and talk about ways that they see maybe Cox would fit better in the portfolio of another business, a charter, an Altice USA, for example. That's two that come to mind. Is your sense that you're committed that you're committed enough to the business that you don't want to take part in consolidation that may or may not happen in the cable industry?
So I think about this a lot. We're the largest equity holder in telecommunications in the country, if not in the world. We own 100% of Cox Communications, and that adds up to a big chunk of equity in the telecom bucket. We could do a lot with that. We could parlay it into a larger company through mergers, acquisitions. We are wildly committed to the telecom business because it has proven to be the goose that lays the golden egg. All of the adjacencies and new business opportunities that we want to continue investing in are available to us because of the strength of telecom. It's the same way telecom was built by newspapers. You wouldn't call newspapers now a growth business that's going to be a cash cow, but there was a time when it was, and we would not be the largest equity holder in telecommunications today if it were not for the cash flow of newspapers. And we use that money to invest in new presses, to invest in newsrooms, to make the newspaper strong. We were aware of the fact that we have to invest in other technologies, and luckily we invested in the right one at the time, and that's the business we're in now, which is still very, very strong. And we will continue investing in that, but looking for other new technologies, because I hope this company's around 100 years from now, and somebody else can be thinking about what it might be. At one point we had, I think, 37 newspapers, and we don't anymore. In the future, depending on how things go, we could be a much larger cable company, or we might be known for, something else. But for the time being, we are completely committed to telecom.
Since you brought up newspapers, let's talk about that a little bit further. I've listened to you speak in the past and read what you said, and you and your family members have delivered some really impassioned remarks about the importance of local newspapers, the role that the media plays in speaking truth to power. But you're also under no illusion that the daily newspaper as we know it is not going to survive much longer. So I'm curious, I'd love to hear you elaborate a little bit more about how you ensure the economic viability of a business, of a newspaper, one of the beloved newspapers of your region, the Atlanta Journal and Constitution, for example. How do you do that in a world that's under such constant pressure?
Well, the democratization of media has been has had its problems. The same way democracies have to evolve and have rules and constitutions, and Republican governments, democratic governments, federalist governments. There needs to be, when anyone can say anything they want, anywhere they want, which is the definition of democratization or freedom. You run into problems like social media has taken over traditional media, and as a result, truth is interpretive. You can get your version of the truth now, and most people, a lot of people anyway, like to get their version, their political version of the truth, and as a result, we've got wild polarity in where people sit. I look at newspapers as the arbiter. They have editors and editorial boards, and they determine what is actually true and then present it to you. Over time, people don't trust institutions quite the same as they used to, and so who's on that editorial board? Who is that person? I still believe that a newspaper, for whatever the political slant of its editorial pages, is the best source of actual facts, because you have so many levels of editorial judgment going on in that process that it's hard to get inaccuracies in there. People don't trust media, but I just know from being inside the media world for so long of my life that it is actually the best source of facts. And so there won't be as many local daily newspapers as there used to be. The New York Times has never had better days than it's having now. I mean, for whatever reason, they have grown in the last 10 years, and that's the national newspaper. Local newspapers, there won't be as many, but they will still survive. They're going to be much more digital, and they're going to be much more dependent on subscriber revenue, user revenue, rather than advertising revenue, because advertising has proliferated elsewhere. But it is still a very important thing, and I think one of the challenges we face as communities is, where do you get real news? Where do you get, I mean, you turn on the evening news, you can get all kinds of different flavors of things. That Tom Brokaw-like feel, or that, that old newscaster speaking the truth to you without political slant is harder and harder to find. I think newspapers still do that, and we're committed to the papers that we have.
One of your big businesses is also automotive. There's no part of the process of buying, maintaining, repairing a car that Cox isn't involved in. For example, you can't purchase a car without cracking Kelley Blue Book. I'm curious how you are tailoring that business, especially in an environment where we hear a lot of talk about peak car. We hear that the future is going to be driverless. The future is going to be the gig economy, where you don't need to own a car anymore. Tremendous, change underway in the auto industry right now. And how do you gird your business for that future?
Well, I mean, we tend to speak in absolutes. So nobody's going to drive a car in the future. No one's going to own a car in the future. That's a long way off. That may be the case at some point, but I think what we're seeing now is a husband and wife would have a car, then it'd be a car for the family, the kid's car kind of thing. That's down now to two, maybe the latest data might show you even less than 2 cars per household. And in the future, it might only be 1, or it might be 1.5. But people still like to own their car. The American experience, the American likes to own their own horse, so to speak. It's an extension of their identity. It's fun to buy. It's fun to own. But there's much more reliance on Uber, Lyft, getting around in ways that are less expensive. Your car sits in the parking lot somewhere 93% of its life. It's the second most important thing you buy, and you use it only 7% of your time. And so people are optimizing their dollar and spending more on fleets and mobility services. And while that's disruptive to our existing business, which I can get in and explain to you, I'll assume you all know the gist of it, but we're essentially the largest reconditioner, logistics company, car wash on earth. All the cars that come in from lease, from dealers, to get sold to other dealers kind of come, not all of them, the vast majority of them come through our auction sites. In the future, our auction sites may be more about taking in a fleet of Uber cars or Amazon delivery vehicles and reconditioning, recycling their batteries and putting them back out into service. So it's a disruption, but the opportunity is actually much larger than our current addressable market. And so we have to change and we have to innovate, but the company could be much larger than it is now if we do that right. And that's the benefit of being a private company. You can plan for the future. You can make little investments that aren't going to make you a lot of money in the near term, but you know that they will in the long haul. So I see a big opportunity in what we call mobility. So our telecommunications business is a connectivity business. I don't call it cable, I call it connectivity, connecting the world to IoT, all that kind of thing. The automotive business is not necessarily automotive, it's mobility. And then the clean tech business, the emerging clean tech business, is one of sustainability. Those are the 3 things that Cox is honed in on and focused on: mobility, connectivity, and sustainability. And sometimes they overlap too.
Absolutely. Really quickly, before we move to emerging businesses, I want to talk about one of the disruptors that you said in the past. I think you used the phrase along the lines of, Google is disrupting every business we're in. You talked about, when you were talking about newspapers, how advertising has gone elsewhere. I think we all know where a lot of those advertising dollars are going. We're starting to see more and more aggressive moves to encourage or force, if the case may be, Google to pay for some of the content that it has sort of, for its life, been gathering from around the web for pretty much for free. How encouraged are you by the kinds of movements we're seeing in places like Australia, France? We just saw Murdoch cutting a deal with Google. Do you envision that that's going to happen a little bit further? Are you guys talking about Google for payments for your properties?
Yes. So Google and Facebook. Facebook is a major player in online advertising traffic, and on the one hand, if they would stay like they are, we could adapt our business to serve our ads through a Facebook-like model. But then they change their code, and so Google and Facebook are hard businesses to partner with because they're kind of renegades by definition. They came out of they're startups. They come out of a garage, so to speak, and they're not wedded to traditional ways of doing business. They like to do things differently. They've not been good partners with us on some things, but they have been partners with us on others. It's one of those things that's like direct to consumer in video. ESPN, HBO, they're pushing hard their direct to consumer apps where you can just stream live just their channel and get out of the traditional bundle. If they do that, they're completely out of money. If they don't do that, they're completely out of money. So they have to figure out a way. They have to push one thing even though it's not economically viable, and just trust that the market is innovating in that space and it will become viable. But if you follow the user and follow the consumer, you're in the right place. Pushing all of our business onto Facebook and Google is not economically viable, but it is where the world is going. And so it has hurt local media, traditional newspaper businesses a lot. But I do believe that local media will be around in the long term. I just think it'll be very different. It'll be much more about users and personalities and specific reporters commenting on specific things rather than institutions kind of feeding you at their discretion, if that makes sense.
At a time, it does. But before we leave this topic, I do want to press a little bit further and ask you, we're at a time where there's a new administration in town in the White House. There's also a growing push by lawmakers, state AGs, and certainly the federal government to take a really hard look at how big the tech companies have become and how powerful they are, and asking some hard questions about whether we need to take more aggressive steps to sort of bring a new antitrust regime to a world that is dominated by a handful of companies. Can you talk a little bit about, if you were to sort of, if the Biden administration were to call you up tomorrow and say, what is your take on the stance we should take for the Googles and the Facebooks of the world? I mean, what's your response?
I think that anytime something gets too big, government gets involved because people tend to suffer to some extent. So the robber barons, the railroad companies, the steel magnates back in the day, things got out of control. Government came in, there were regulations. It was very controversial at the time, but in general, it probably led to a better world. AT&T was broken up way back when. They got so big and so powerful. I can't say if Google will be broken up in the traditional sense, but they will have to evolve and they will have to be more cognizant of the world around them. The thing that I believe is most important is that we make change through smart legislation, but not through regulation. So there's this whole thing about net neutrality now, which is an interesting topic, in large part because it makes absolutely no sense in the factual world. It makes a lot of sense in the political world. So everyone should be free to do what they want on the internet is the tenet of it. Nobody's ever going to argue with that. Of course that's true. Cable companies, who are the sort of targets of net neutrality, have never stopped anyone from doing anything on the internet. There's never been a case where you tried to go to CNN or or some website, and the cable company said, I don't like Tom, we're going to stop him from doing that. That has never happened ever in the history of cable, but there's a dialogue that it does, that cable companies decide what you do on the internet, and we don't. So what you find is you'll get an FCC under a conservative regime that will free up the internet or release regulations around net neutrality and Title II regulation, and then the Biden administration or more left-wing administration will come in and they'll seek to put in heavier regulations. And then you have states like California, which is very cutting edge in terms of net neutrality regulation, data privacy laws, New York, and then you'll have to figure out how to operate in California, which is different than Oklahoma, which is different than Texas, and then also New York, and then the federal government. And what we would like is legislation that says, what are the tenets of net neutrality? We will sign up for that all day long. We believe and agree with that. In fact, we already do it. And we would like it to be law rather than changing flip-flop the regulations, because it's hectic on our businesses to, like, we're going to have to run the rest of our company the way we do in California, because you can't run one company in California and then a different one in every other state. You have to basically live up to the highest, most difficult regulation you find, and that could all change any year. So we would like smart legislation where people sit down and work through actual problems and solve them. And that's what we're going to be pushing for.
Thanks, Alex. I do want to save some time for new businesses, new ventures. Clean tech, something that you've talked a lot about. We talked about at the beginning of this conversation. Since 2007, if my math serves, you've invested more than $900 million in sustainable businesses. How much currently do you envision investing in those businesses over the next 10 years?
I don't want to put a number. I mean, if I had to do rough math in my head, I would love to see $3 to $5 billion invested in 10 years in these new businesses. Again, my CFO is probably pushing a button right now, but something like that. A large amount of money should be going into this space. It should be roughly half or more of all of our excess cash flow, kind of in my head. We've done about $1 billion over the last how many years. We're going to be doing a lot more in the future. This is something that we're myself, the chairman of our company, Jim Kennedy, our family, we're all very passionate about this. This is something that unifies our family, and as a family business, it makes us excited about the difference we're making for the future of food, the future of water. I don't know if anyone here has read Bill Gates' new book. I just finished it, but in addition to the normal greenhouse gases that are emitted in the atmosphere, we humans then also emit an additional 51 billion tons a year. And we need to get that excess number needs to get down to zero if we're going to stop warming from running out of control in the last half of the century when our kids are inheriting the earth. And we want to do our part to do that. I think that we can. I think we can get a return on our investment. So it's not just philanthropy. It's not giving it away. I think there's a great opportunity to invest in new innovation and new technology. And we have things right here in Atlanta. We have a company called Nexus Fuels that takes plastics and recycles them into synthetic oil, which it then provides to major petroleum companies that use it as feedstock to sell to companies that make plastics and other things like that. So you don't need to pull fresh oil out of the ground in order to make plastic bottles. You can take plastic bottles, turn them into oil, and make plastic bottles with them. Things like that will make for a cleaner world, and I wish we were doing it back in the 60s and 70s. And if we had just thought of those things a long time ago, we wouldn't be in the space we're in now. But it's a great opportunity, and it's something that we have to do.
And is the ideal for you the investment side, taking a minority stake, or do you envision, or would you prefer to own businesses outright and reap the benefits that way? So more of a venture capital model versus a conglomerate model?
I would prefer to own businesses outright and run them. We like to be an employer. We like to be an employer of choice. We like to incorporate these new businesses into our culture. It is hard in such a large, sprawling, growing industry to take big stakes in big companies because valuations are so high now. And so it's hard to do that. So far we've been investing, we've been coming in as a prospective minority investor, if we really like the company, my goal would be that we eventually become a controlling shareholder over time. It's hard to just buy out a large promising company now because they're just so expensive, and there's so much proliferation. There's going to be a lot of failure, and you can't put the family's money at risk like that. The smartest way to do it is take minority stakes and then buy up over time.
What are some of the criteria you use? You know, you've got some really promising businesses like the ones you talked about, but you've also, you know, there's also been harder cases. Theranos comes to mind. What are some of the learnings from that, and how do you apply them to making new investments? What are some of the criteria that you use?
Well, so new technology is complicated. I mean, in some of our strategy meetings, you'll start talking about this technology. It gets down into chemicals and chemistry and chemical compounds and how carbon and hydrogen separate and come back together in other forms. And I mean, I can sort of put on my 8th grade math hat and say, I get it. I can do that. I have no idea if what you're saying makes a difference in the grand scheme of things, or if there's some other thing over here that's 10 times better. But you can kind of follow the logic of the science, and then you just have to surround yourself with people that you trust. You know, in the Theranos thing, I think there are a lot of people that you would say, I trust those people. None of them, very few of them were medical experts. And I think that was probably the biggest problem there. Nobody really knew what they were talking about in terms of medicine or science. But here we try to partner with people that we trust. We have one of our board members is a pioneer in sustainable clean energy, and we listen to him. We over time we develop relationships with people that we trust, and we'll go deeper and deeper with them as the opportunity presents itself.
Alex, thank you so much for talking with us today. I could keep asking you questions all day, but I'm afraid that we've run out of time for the Montgomery Summit. I'm Tom Giles, and I've been speaking with Alex Taylor of Cox Enterprises.
Thank you all for having me.
Great job.
All right,
You're
we're
all
all
clear.
Hello, I'm Jamie Montgomery. I'm thrilled to welcome Bill Ford, Chairman and CEO of General Atlantic, a leading global growth equity firm, to the Montgomery Summit today. General Atlantic pioneered the growth equity asset class and has more than 4 decades of experience partnering with entrepreneurs to build high growth businesses that are shaped by and driving technological innovation. Today, the firm has more than 53 billion assets under management, a portfolio of more than 130 companies spanning the United States, Latin America, Europe, the Middle East, India, Southeast Asia, and China. Across consumer, fintech, health sciences, healthcare, and technology sectors. Bill has been with the firm for almost 30 years. Under his leadership, General Atlantic has expanded its global presence, increased its capital base, and deepened its capability set. On a personal note, I've known Bill for almost 20 years, meeting in Rome in the summer of 2002. Today, we'll touch on a variety of topics: the impact of COVID-19 on the current investing environment, life sciences innovation, where General Atlantic entered with a real success in the last year or so, the IPO renaissance, and what we should be optimistic about in 2021 and going forward. Bill, again, thank you for joining us today.
Jamie, thank you for having me. It's great to be back at the Montgomery Summit, and albeit virtually, and can't believe it's been 30 years and 20 years since we met. So anyway, this is it's so delightful to be here.
Well, for many of us in the investing world, we look up to General Atlantic as the most class act in the industry, and you've set a lot of great examples over the years. We'll just only have time to touch on a few of those today, Bill. But I was so impressed with the annual meeting this year and the progress of your team and the energy and direction. It's almost like you came out of COVID with a full head of steam. But COVID and the pandemic has caused tectonic shifts across all facets of life, in individuals, communities, societies, altering business and investing landscape. So tell us a little bit about how the portfolio performed in 2020, and how did you help, as you always do, your entrepreneurs and companies navigate the crisis?
Well, let me break that question down, Jamie, into 2 parts. Let's start with how we reacted in March when we first really came to grips that the pandemic was going to be with us for a while and have a pretty significant impact. And then we can talk about other, how the portfolio developed. I mean, the first thing we did was introduce a theme in mid-March that I called defense before offense. And that really, having been through 2 or 3 crises before, it really meant that let's make sure our companies are well capitalized to get through a severe economic downturn. And it ended up being less severe than many of us thought, and many of our companies prospered because they were leveraged towards the digital economy. But at that moment, the thought was companies are going to have a severe impact on their business operations, their financial performance, and potentially need capital. So we started with that, and we triaged the portfolio, and we recognized some of our consumer companies in the restaurant space and other consumer services area were going to be negatively impacted. So we played defense, and then the thought was, as soon as we've really addressed the portfolio and made sure it's capitalized to withstand a storm, let's pivot to offense and basically get capital behind our best companies. And to your point about value add, really start to help them capitalize on the move to digital and the move to online. And I guess the biggest theme I would say about what happened was, we basically accelerated the whole transition to a digital economy and towards online, and that benefited many of our companies. And for those where it didn't, we said we really need to help them, accelerate their transition to digital.
Well, so how has it impacted your investment strategy going forward? I mean, are there certain things that you now look for in a company that perhaps you weren't paying as close attention to before, or any lessons learned from an investing strategy?
Well, I guess I'd say 2 things that I took away from it. One is that really for any company, whether it's an online or offline business, any business, is to insist that they have a robust digital strategy. And mean, take for example our Torchy's Taco investment, which is a restaurant chain in Texas and the Southwest. It's a traditional restaurant. Consumers come to the store, they go to their tacos and leave. Well, obviously the business more or less shut down with COVID, but very quickly we introduced online ordering, online pickup, online delivery with a relationship with DoorDash, and really developed and implemented a digital strategy where today about 20-25% of the business is already digital. And it made us realize that we need to insist that all of our companies, whether they're a tech company or not, have a robust digital strategy in place. And so that was a big learning. And the second is, and this is something I know March has done, we said, let's get even more digital in our approach to investing. And what do I mean by that? If you look across all of our sectors, and you mentioned our 5 sectors, tech, healthcare, consumer, life sciences, and financial services. But actually, in all the non-tech areas, most of what we're doing is technology enabled. And in fact, 90% of our investments in 2020 were digital in nature somehow, whether it was a financial services payments company like the one we're invested in together in India. And we went back and we said, even for our non-tech sectors, let's push ourselves to really develop themes and prospect around more digital companies and let's say traditional financial services, for example. And that was a real change, I think, from where we were, a year and a half ago.
Well, if you looked across the portfolio, where have we seen the biggest shifts in acceleration towards digital? Was it coming from the more traditional industries that needed to go digital, or was it the digital first that really had an opportunity, like CrowdStrike, where we co-invested in to really accelerate?
Yeah. Well, those were already well on their way. I think the sectors that were the most interesting to us in 2020 and actually carried on into this year, I would call them the hard to digitize sectors that had been resistant for a long time. And the 2 that stood out for us and where we made multiple investments were education and healthcare. And 2020 was a watershed moment for telemedicine, for example. All of a sudden, telehealth visits were reimbursed by insurance companies. Telehealth visits were embraced by physicians when they had historically resisted. And you saw a complete change in how healthcare providers were using technology in the core of their business. And that was a profound shift. And the same was true with education, but by necessity, with basically schools shut down and people having to learn from home and learn virtually and needing a lot of supplemental educational services, online became the way to deliver those things. And we've been investing in that theme for a while, but we saw a significant acceleration in that area. We've got about 4 educational technology investments actually in India, Indonesia, Brazil, quite a few, and all of them really saw a significant pickup in their business. So I would say and I mentioned Torchy's, even a traditional offline business suddenly having a digital strategy that was adding meaningfully to their business. So it was the hard to digitize sectors that really came on and in some ways surprised us last year.
Yeah, that's it's really telling. I mean, at some point, education and healthcare really had to digitize. So
yeah,
there's no going back. Related to healthcare, General Atlantic launched life sciences as your 5th standalone sector in the fall of 2020, and you've been investing in life sciences for a while, but you broke it out. Life science and biotech have come to the fore over the past year of the pandemic. But how did tell us a little bit behind GA's decision to put greater focus on the space?
Well, I think what we've been observing for probably 5 to 7 years was that the acceleration and innovation that was happening in biotech and life sciences, really on the back of something that happened 20 years ago, actually 20 years ago this month, the Human Genome Project, where all of a sudden you had, basically some of the base information and data that was needed to really, accelerate innovation. And we also started to realize that technology and data were going to play a significant role in drug discovery and in the life sciences space. And we figured we knew something about that from our tech investing over almost 40 years. And it was really that convergence that we were seeing in biology and technology that made it relevant to us, if I could put it that way. And so we said, look, let's make a real concerted effort to enter the area. It started off as basically a thrust within our healthcare group. And as we became more knowledgeable and confident in the area, we realized we needed the specialized skills. I mean, obviously, in addition to knowing a bit about data and innovation, you really have to have the scientific credentials and capability to invest in the area. So we recruited a great team under a new partner who's been with us, just about a year, named Brett Zabar, who's been off to a great start. But it was really the convergence of tech and biology. And I'll just put a little plug in. I think we really are moving into the golden age of biology, and where the changes in biology and the learning that is coming is going to lead to a whole cycle of innovation in human health. And I think we saw it this past year. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better advertisement than basically the vaccine discovery using novel technology, mRNA. This is the first time we've developed a significant human therapy using that technology. And it's a great example of what's possible in this new era of biotech. So I think it's an area to be extremely excited about. And I think for investors, it's going to be a place where there's going to be significant value creation.
I 100% agree. We have a session on the Thursday afternoon, March 4th, on the intersections of innovation in biological sciences and data sciences, right on the subject. And looking at MMRA and RNA and genomic sequencing, and it will be a golden age, and we're just happy.
Well, you and I, unfortunately, I can say, Jamie, are old enough to know that the first wave of biotech was really basically the last innings of chemistry, where chemistry was really the driver of innovation in life sciences. And really, 10, 20 years ago, you had this significant shift where all the innovation shifted to biology, molecular biology, cellular biology, and proteomics. And that was a big change. And we're in the very early innings of that. We were in the late innings of chemistry, 20 years back. Now we're in the beginning innings of biology. So it's an area to pay a lot of attention to. The risk profile is very different than it was in the last era. And so I'm glad you're covering it later in the week.
Yeah. So half of the investment activity is outside the US and 1/3 in emerging markets. It's a topic you've spoken about frequently, and how future growth will be fueled by emerging markets. What's your long-term outlook? And maybe comment a little bit about China, Latin America, Brazil, where you've had great success in payments. Are there any other countries that are on the horizon for continued growth of investment?
Yeah, I think the thing that's gotten us so excited about investing outside the United States and emerging markets has been really the globalization of entrepreneurship. And I know when I started General Atlantic 30 years ago, venture capital and most of the entrepreneurial activity that was happening in the US. And they were small pockets of it outside the US, but it was really here, and a lot of it in California, and Northern and Southern California, and Boston too. But really, since that time, it's globalized. I mean, you take the top 10 unicorns last year, 6 in the United States, 1 in India, 3 in China, just by one measure. And if you look at venture capital activity, it's pretty well distributed now between the US, Asia, and Europe. So it was really, in some ways, our becoming global investors and emerging market investors was following the entrepreneurs and what they were doing. And I think the thing that's really exciting and cool is that you're starting to see digital entrepreneurs in places like Latin America that you didn't see 10 years ago. And if you look at our investments in Mexico and Brazil over the last 3 years, they've all been digital businesses. In 10 years, so they weren't. They were more traditional industries in healthcare or consumer that we were investing in. But now it's completely shifted, and it's all about digital. So we're really just following those entrepreneurs. I think that the two biggest engines of innovation in tech and life sciences are going to be the US and China, with other interesting pockets like Israel and parts of Europe and parts of Southeast Asia. India is having kind of its digital moment on the back of the Geo platform that was introduced several years ago. But I think the outlook is really bright for EM. Now, not all segments of the economy, but the digital economy for sure.
Yeah, I was, again, I really enjoyed annual meeting this year, and I was struck, the layperson might think, boy, there's a lot of money going into venture capital. But when you look at it, for example, venture in the US was $150 billion last year, which is about 0.6% of the overall GDP. So for the most important part of the economy, it almost seems like, no, I wouldn't be worried about that. I think and then you look at it globally, there's plenty of opportunities to put capital to work. So I was struck by putting it in some real dollars and scales. Well, the entrepreneurs we're referring to, younger than us, and how are they different than the last generation, and what are they focused on, and how does that affect your ability to, when you're sitting at the investment committee, to kind of really understand, where you want to back up a truck and engage with?
Let me comment on your first point and then come back to the entrepreneurs of today. That I think what some people miss is when they see this huge flow of venture capital and activity, that's one side of the equation. But the other side is a far expanded opportunity set.
Yeah.
I mean, every part of the global economy is being impacted by technology and by digital business. And so the opportunity set for all of us got a lot larger than it was even a decade ago. And this leads to the entrepreneurs. I mean, it used to be that you and I remember when it was fairly capital intensive to start a business. I mean, even if you weren't, making, semiconductors or disk drives, it still took real capital to get a company off the ground. But today, with cloud computing and everything else, it's very, very inexpensive to launch a business against a great new idea. So I think the entrepreneurs today are pretty fearless about their willingness to launch new businesses, new business models, and their willingness to really disrupt traditional industries. I mean, it used to be that, I'm trying to say this the right way, there used to be maybe a higher level of respect for the incumbent. And how hard it would be to compete against the incumbent. But today it's almost the opposite. There's this fearlessness among the entrepreneurs of saying, we can change the world, we can create new markets, and we can take on traditional competitors. And we have advantages that they don't have. And I think that's been evidenced a little bit by, again, the barrier to starting a business is lower than it's ever been. Access to capital, access to technology.
Bill, one of the reasons why we're always comfortable working with General Atlantic is we share the goal of building long-term, sustainable, market-leading companies. An IPO is just a milestone along the way, as is the financing. But the real prize comes 5, 10, 20 years later when you change an industry and change the world for the better. So with that in mind, the IPO market has had a large renaissance. It's probably as robust as it's been in almost 2 decades. Do you think this, demand for high growth technology companies will continue in the IPO market, and kind of what's your view on the dynamics within the IPO market of SPACs and direct listing, regular way?
Yeah, it's a really interesting time, because I think one of the real ironies of 2020 was during a time when we had a significant recession, incredible volatility, incredible uncertainty, that we have the best IPO market we've had since the late 90s. You normally would have said, boy, in that period of volatility and uncertainty, you're going to have no IPO market. We had just the opposite. And I think what overcame those barriers was just the excitement about technology and the excitement about technology and growth. And that really enticed a lot of investors to come in and really wanting to be exposed to some of these very exciting companies like CrowdStrike that you mentioned before, Jamie. And that had not been around for a while. I mean, first, you had entrepreneurs that were willing to stay private a lot longer, could access capital privately for a long time. And you had public investors who had mixed results investing in IPOs. And then all of a sudden you had a year where the IPO, almost as an asset class, worked really well for investors. They made money. That reinforced the view. And there were some pretty exciting companies to get involved with. And what I like about it, aside from capital formation, is that we've given a whole nother generation of investors the opportunity to participate in companies like Apple. I mean, I remember when I started in the business in the 80s, and Apple had gone public in 1980 and was the exciting technology company of the day. And there was a reinforcement, when retail investors could buy that stock and really participate in the success of Apple. And we haven't had that kind of energy for a while. I think it's back. And so I think it's a really positive thing. SPACs are, again, another thing that you would have expected to have happened in the downturn. Yeah. But suddenly I'd like to point out to our investors, it's almost $90 billion of uninvested capital that's got to get invested over the next 2 years or spent over the next 2 years buying companies. And so it's a massive amount of buying power that's emerged. It is becoming an alternative to an IPO. It's maybe even a faster path to being public. It's not right for every situation. Our investment in Airbnb, they made a choice to do a traditional IPO, and it worked out just fine. But I think there's going to be other successes, choosing to go the SPAC route. We had Open Door in our portfolio that did, merge with the SPAC and had a great result, and then did a follow investment, raised more capital to fuel its business plan. So I think it's an incredibly exciting and dynamic time for the capital markets. And again, there was a lot of negative noise around GameStop. There's a positive side, which is that there's, again, a lot more retail participation in the markets than there's been for a long time.
Yeah. Well, what risk do you see in today's current environment? I mean, we look at it and things are priced to perfection, and not everything's perfect. I mean, there's kind of when you look at the risk in your investment committee, there's the company specific risk and there's the exogenous risk. Let's talk about the exogenous risk.
Yeah, I think there's a potential. We're in a potential period of overvaluation. I've been around, and you've been around long enough to know that, there's periods when, you're so optimistic about the future performance of a company that it's reflected in current prices to a level that are, as you said, priced to perfection or almost unachievable. I mean, you can't sell enough software or make enough profit to ever justify today's price. And there's a little bit of that going on. We had an investment committee this morning, and and one of the things we were talking about is that I think we're making very good decisions about company quality, meaning strong management teams, strong business models, large total available markets, core investment decision making, but we're being asked to pay very, very high prices for it. And we're making a choice then in every case about adding valuation risk to the portfolio. I don't think we're adding much business risk because we're finding good companies, exciting companies, and we're finding very exciting entrepreneurs, but we're being asked to pay a price that is clearly higher than we've had to pay relative to growth for a long time. And you're making a choice to add valuation risk. And so right now we're in a moment where there's a lot of turndowns on value. There's some frustrated people at General Atlantic who would like to get some of those deals done. And but I think we have to be, remain disciplined because these things do correct. Find a way of correcting themselves over time.
Yeah, the R squared for a lot of the software companies, biotech, is always about growth rates and relative to the price earnings or price to revenue, and it's probably doubled in the last couple of years. And and I know together we've been able to invest in a fraction in the private companies and take advantage of when they go public. But it's that gap is certainly narrowing. The private investors would like to see a closer valuation to these fairly inflated public valuations. So it's hard.
It's very hard. I mean, I would say a couple of crazy comments. One was that, for a while, what you want there to be a private company discount to the public market. Yeah. And we had a period about 12 to 24 months ago where there was so much interest in private companies that private company values were actually higher than public company values. And I think you and I would have said, well, the public company values look rational. I'm being asked to pay above that. Now I would say public company values have ratcheted up where they're at a premium to private company values, but both absolute levels are higher than I've seen in my career.
Yeah.
And so So they're maybe in the right relative relationship, but they're awfully darn high. And I mean, there's quite a bit of risk that, you know, you have anything that derails us, inflation, you know, an economy that doesn't rebound as strongly as the market thinks it will post pandemic, would really, I think, pop the bubble a bit here. I mean, we've seen, you know, a little, some minor, you know, reactions to higher interest rates. Well, what that could go further. So I don't know. I think it's all about, you know, expectations are so perfect right now, that if anything, you know, pulls us off track, you'll see a correction in the equity market.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you one question about your personal professional career. And Bill, you're a leader, viewed as a leader in the community, in the financial community, tech community, the philanthropic community. Maybe kind of say a few words about how you integrated your life in those communities with the, you know, with GA, and as you built up this global leading investment platform, and how the two
Yeah, well, I know you do a lot of it too, Jamie, but I'll say I feel like I just got lucky because, you know, the founding investor in General Atlantic, Chuck Feeney, was all about philanthropy, and, you know, committed virtually all of his wealth to philanthropy even during his lifetime, and encouraged all of us to be very philanthropic, not just with our money, but with our time. And it led to a culture of the firm where people get involved in, you know, not-for-profit and community activities fairly early on in their career, and it's sort of encouraged and supported. And I think some of my richest experiences and most satisfying have been really making contributions to Rockefeller University, Memorial Sloan Kettering, Tsinghua University in China. I mean, they've been incredibly enriching. You know, new dimensions of learning, new relationships and friendships, and you know, and a great feeling about giving back, both financially and personally. And that intersected really ends up really intersecting well with business anyway.
Right.
You know, in fact, you know, Mark Teslie Levine, my friend who's the head of Stanford, when he was the head of Rockefeller University, he was the one who opened my eyes to what he called the golden age of biology that was upon us. This is about 12 years ago. And so you can't even anticipate how these things reinforce one another and enrich your life. So I would just encourage everybody, you know, don't wait till you're quote retired to get involved in impacting, you know, the world we live in a positive way, because it's incredibly satisfying and incredibly fun. So
thank you for those comments, and 100% agree. And for those who are joining us today, you know, Bill is a tremendous role model for his, you know, ethical standards in business, his leadership in the community, and his great leadership of General Atlantic. Bill, thank you for joining us today, and it's always a pleasure to spend time.
Well, thank you, Jamie, for inviting me. It's great to be with a great long-term friend and to speak at the conference. And I hope you have a great week.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Well, welcome everyone. My name's Carmine DeCibio, and I'm here with Bill McDermott. Hi, Bill. How are you? Love
Hey,
your
Carmine.
background.
How are you, Carmine?
Today I tried to dress like a tech guy in black, and I see that you're dressed the same way, Bill. So thanks for that. But we have a little bit of time here to really to really get to know you a little bit, and also understand ServiceNow and what you're doing. So this is a lot harder to do over Zoom and over the technology versus being in person. But hopefully we'll have a little bit of fun as well. So Bill, I have to start with talking a little bit about you, about Bill McDermott, and kind of your childhood and how you got started. And I know that I was told that you bought a deli when you were a teenager, which is pretty interesting. As you know, I know you're from Long Island, and I am as well. But two Long Island kids up here talking is pretty impressive. So tell us a little bit about how you got started, how you got into the tech world to start with.
Well, we came a long way from Long Island, huh, Carmine? I was a teenage entrepreneur. My first business, I was a teenager. I started a business on Long Island, a delicatessen business. And I guess the first big business lesson was everything has to be focused on the customer. And people talk about it as if it's, universal, but it's very, very internal to understand what that really means. And I got it at a young age because I was competing against Goliaths on either side of me. I had a Finest supermarket and a 7-Eleven. So I had to do what the big ones were either unwilling to do or unable to do. For example, senior citizens around the block, nobody delivered. They didn't want to leave their house. We did. There were the blue collar workers like my dad that would come in on Friday. They would be flush rich, but by Sunday morning, they were dead broke. So we gave them credit. The hard part was the high school kids, though, getting them to walk a block and a half past 7-Eleven. I went down there one day, there's 40 online waiting to get into 7-Eleven, only 4 in the store. I said, why are you all waiting out here? They think we're going to take things. I said, don't worry about that. Come back down to my store with me. And by then I had a video game room, and I let them in 40 at a time. They could do whatever they wanted. And you treat people with respect, you get respect back. One of the young people at the end of a long day said to me, Bill, when we want good food, play video games, and have a good time, we come to your store. And when we want to steal stuff, we go to 7-Eleven. So the first lesson was clearly customer centricity. And then I went on to start my career at Xerox in New York City, knocking on cold doors when I was 21.
So forward. So thank you for that. So let's get into a little bit. Well, welcome everyone. My name's Carmine DeCibio, and I'm here with Bill McDermott. Hi, Bill. How are you? Love your
Carmine.
background.
How are you, Carmine?
Today I tried to dress like a tech guy in black, and I see that you're dressed the same way, Bill. So thanks for that. But we have a little bit of time here to really to really get to know you a little bit, and also understand ServiceNow and what you're doing. So this is a lot harder to do over Zoom and over the technology versus being in person. But hopefully we'll have a little bit of fun as well. So Bill, I have to start with talking a little bit about you, about Bill McDermott, and kind of your childhood and how you got started. And I know that I was told that you bought a deli when you were a teenager, which is pretty interesting. As you know, I know you're from Long Island, and I am as well. But two Long Island kids up here talking is pretty impressive. So tell us a little bit about how you got started, how you got into the tech world to start with.
Well, we came a long way from Long Island, huh, Carmine? I was a teenage entrepreneur. My first business, I was a teenager. I started a business on Long Island, a delicatessen business. And I guess the first big business lesson was everything has to be focused on the customer. And people talk about it as if it's, universal, but it's very, very internal to understand what that really means. And I got it at a young age because I was competing against Goliaths on either side of me. I had a Finest supermarket and a 7-Eleven. So I had to do what the big ones were either unwilling to do or unable to do. For example, senior citizens around the block, nobody delivered. They didn't want to leave their house. We did. There were the blue collar workers like my dad that would come in on Friday. They would be flush rich, but by Sunday morning they were dead broke. So we gave them credit. The hard part was the high school kids, though, getting them to walk a block and a half past 7-Eleven. I went down there one day, there's 40 online waiting to get into 7-Eleven, only 4 in the store. I said, why are you all waiting out here? They think we're going to take things. I said, don't worry about that. Come back down to my store with me. And by then I had a video game room and I let them in 40 at a time. They could do whatever they wanted. And you treat people with respect, you get respect back. One of the young people at the end of a long day said to me, Bill, when we want good food, play video games, and have a good time, we come to your store. And when we want to steal stuff, we go to 7-Eleven. So the first lesson was clearly customer centricity. And then I went on to start my career at Xerox in New York City, knocking on cold doors when I was 21.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I got to tell you, Bill, on the customer centricity part, it's so important because you've learned that from your beginning, and I have too. And these days, you know, when you talk to a lot of kids, and you know, I have 4 kids, and I have talked to my own kids, and you know, everyone is so geared to doing these internships and so forth. But actually, doing what you did, really learning how to deal with customers and being client centric is so important. I couldn't agree with you more. You know, as we go forward. So thank you for that. So let's get into a little bit in terms of what you're doing, but first maybe talk a little bit about technology, what companies are going through in terms of digitization. One of the things at EY that we talk about is, you know, even through the pandemic, we only 25% of clients out there have a digitized supply chain, which means so many more companies have to do more. And I know this is something you're passionate about and you talk about all the time. But tell me a little bit about your view there and what needs to get done.
Well, there are really 3 main secular tailwinds that are going on in the world today that have to be capitalized on. One is digital transformation itself. There is no way forward without digital transformation. Cloud computing is the other. Everything is going to move to the cloud. It has to move to the cloud. It's the only way to continuously innovate and move quickly enough to serve the ever-changing demands of today's customer. And then business model innovation. 25% of the value creation in any company in the next 3 years, 25% will take place in white space, meaning things that you're not currently doing today. And if you don't have the basis of digital transformation, if you're not moving quickly in the cloud, you're not going to be able to capitalize on the white space. You know, one of the examples I really admire is Disney. You know, Disney was in a situation with COVID. There's no cinemas, there's no theme parks, but they bring Disney Plus to market. Now they have nearly 100 million users on Disney Plus. They have an all-time high stock price because they built the digital bridge to the future. So it's all about capitalizing on these 3 opportunities. 2/3 of the executives in firms today across the world know that they must do this. I'm surprised it's not 100%, but it's at least 2/3. So I'd say let's get on with it pretty quickly if you want to win.
No, that's great. That's great. So if we talk about the digitization and then really come into the COVID period, which is what we're in, you all at ServiceNow have done so much during the COVID period to help. I know you worked with the NBA as well. Maybe you ought to describe that to the audience. But what have you been doing during the COVID period to help? I know you have a lot of examples there.
One really important attribute of ServiceNow is a platform company. So executives today want to narrow the list of platforms that they put into their enterprise. Because once you put a platform in, you're counting on it to do many, many things for you. What's really unique about ServiceNow is we seamlessly integrate to the 550 biggest systems of record in the world, and also the collaborative tools, whether it's Teams or it's Zoom or any of the others, all fully integrated. So now you can make work better for people. I like to say the world works better with ServiceNow. as it relates to COVID, it was last March. We literally were going into a planning session to blue sky think. And I said, there won't be a blue sky if we don't solve COVID. So we immediately came out with emergency response applications in a week. Then we came out with return to work safely. Are you physically and mentally ready to come back? Is social distancing in place? Do we have PPE inventory management and testing in every office under control? And we rolled this out globally. Now we're in vaccine management. And this is very interesting because you have to distribute the vaccine, administer the vaccine, and then monitor that which you've administered to make sure you have a turnkey 360-degree view of each and every consumer that's getting the vaccine. We've done this in Scotland for 5.5 million citizens. We've done it in states like North Carolina, and we've done it in many businesses around the world, now 100 different entities, and we're working with the federal government as well. So I like to think that the world's biggest challenges are also the world's biggest opportunities. And we as a brand are committed to being in the center of helping this world run a little bit better, a little bit safer, a little bit more sustainable.
That's great. And Bill, as a platform company, I know that, obviously you work with partners. We're one of your partners, and thank you for that. We're doing a lot of great things together. And I know you're working with others as well. But also, what is the strategy in terms of working with other tech firms, smaller tech firms? Do you have acquisitions in mind? What's your whole view of the ecosystem?
Yeah, to be a platform company, the platform has to be adopted obviously by the customer. This has to happen in all geographies of the world. It has to happen in 25 distinctly different industries. You have to do everything from pharma to public sector to retail and telco and financial services and every place in between. And you have to be appealing to the personas within an enterprise. So the CEO has to get the benefits that the CIO, CFO, and CHRO also get. So you're thinking broadly. Now, to do that, you have to adopt the ecosystem with open arms. You, Carmine, are one of our truly magnificent global partners, and you do an unbelievable job. I've always admired the attention to detail, the total commitment to customer satisfaction and value creation that you have absolutely role modeled for your entire company, and it shows in the results customers get. So our force multiplier is in fact the ecosystem. And what I've always tried to do with the ecosystem is absolutely be clear and fair about what area we're going into business on. So are we going into a geography? Are we focusing on an industry? This way, all the investments that we make can be harnessed in an exceptional way for the customer. So we're really ready, we're trained, the adoption rates are extremely high, and the customer success and value creation is there. So we are very transparent. We want to build multi-billion-dollar businesses with many partners across the world. Certainly, you're at the top of that list. Now, for the small ones, I'm also extremely excited about small partners because, think about this world. It's a lot of territory to cover. And there's absolute desire on our part to get smaller companies involved in the mix as well. But they have to commit to the training and the certification, because we will not put software on the customer site unless we know it's going to be successful. So the training and the certification is absolutely mandatory.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Bill, in terms of you mentioned the world and geographies, are there particular geographies where you're more focused on today versus a few years ago, or things that are changing? And has COVID impacted that at all?
I think COVID has impacted that, and I'll give you an example. Vaccine management, for example. To see that Scotland was the first mover on adopting it, that wouldn't have been your natural reflex when you say ServiceNow. But we're becoming highly sought after in Europe, Middle East, Africa. So there's a big move there. We are obviously growing exponentially in the Americas and have been, and we're very interested in expanding in Asia Pacific and particularly Japan. Japan is a market right now, when I look at it, very on-premise market, very tied up in the 20th century architecture of system of record, and they really need to get digital transformation, cloud, and model innovation going swiftly. And I think we can be what one analyst told me the other day, the Swiss Army knife of reinventing business in countries like Japan, where it's been not too cloud centric. And we want to change that. We opened up in South Korea. We're doing extremely well in mature markets like Australia, but there's just so much to do in Asia with the rising middle class, India, and we haven't really gone into China in a big way yet, but it's on the horizon.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more on Japan. There's tremendous opportunity there. We've been building our practice and our consulting practice a great deal, even over the last 2 or 3 years in Japan, exactly for the points you mentioned. It is an economy that's going to need this, and it's going to need ServiceNow as well. So that's couldn't agree with you more. So let's change gears a little bit and talk a little bit about some of the topics that are out there that all CEOs talk about today, because I do want to get your view. Number one is on the workplace, and I know I've seen you talk a little bit about this before. What do you envision the workplace to be like going forward? Everyone talks about this hybrid model, and then I'll ask people, well, what does that mean? And no one's figured it out yet, really. And then recently, a few CEOs have said, no, this work from home thing is garbage. Everyone's going to be back in the office. And then you have the other side of that. So, Bill, what is your view here, just in general, and maybe for ServiceNow?
I think we really have to change people's minds on this idea of where a human body is located. Where a human body is located should be, in many ways, up to the human themselves. Where are they going to be most productive? Where is their creativity and their contribution to the cause going to be absolutely inspired? So what we've tried to do is acknowledge that there's a work from home world, there's a work in the office world, there are attributes of innovation, creative thinking, whiteboarding and planning in a software company and an engineering company, as an example, that definitely happens better when people are personally together in teams, as long as they're socially distanced and safe. And obviously, some jobs you have to go in. If you're manufacturing something, you're probably going to be on a line and you're going to have to be in, or you're caring for patients and so on. So it really is a hybrid world. And I really think this whole panic attack on putting people back in cubicles as if the companies are going to fall apart if we don't do that is ridiculous. Think of it this way, Carmine. The millennial generation will make up 75% of the workforce by 2025. They had no interest in being stuffed in a cubicle before COVID. Now they've had almost a second year of working from home. I actually don't think it'll work very well if a CEO mandates you got to be back in a cubicle, because what'll happen is the talent will decide whether they accept that decision or not. And you could easily turn over very good people. So I think companies that understand giving people a better life, giving them more time, trusting them to be highly productive on their terms, and letting them work the best way possible is going to be the winning formula if you want to attract and retain the very best people in the world. Some companies are going to get that memo, some companies aren't. In the middle of that is who's going to win the talent.
And Bill, from that perspective, what have you done so far at ServiceNow, or what are you going to do in the future in terms of announcing anything, or what's your hybrid model going to look like?
Yeah, we've actually, just yesterday, once again, had a leadership meeting with the whole company on Zoom and stated our policy. So we will be in a hybrid model. We obviously use the Return to Work Safely suite of applications from ServiceNow. There are testing protocols, PPE inventory management, safety distancing in every office around the world. So we've accounted for that. We're bringing people in gradually, safely, and it will happen based upon the readiness of the various geographies around the world to accommodate people safely. But clearly people want that option. They want the option to come in, and we're going to give them the option. My feeling on this is there's going to be many more people that want to come in. and they'll probably want to come in faster than we think. And that's why I think this is one of those procedures that we don't have to overmanage, because I think the human instinct is to want to be with other humans to get things done. And also that collegial feeling that you get when you work in teams. I think the hard part is going to be actually having people come in lower percentages early while we're still fighting COVID than come in too fast. And we kind of laid out a plan for that by geography all over the world. And people seem very happy with our approach.
Yeah, the transition period, I agree with you. The transition period is going to be difficult because even from an EY perspective, what I'm seeing and our clients is that people do want to be with people, no doubt about it.
Right.
And I would have said 3 or 4 months ago, most people just wanted to get back to the office because, let's face it, COVID, the first few months, it was, oh, okay, we're all at home. It's kind of okay. And then people are like, wait a second, I'm missing being with other people. And then, though, I think we went into a phase and maybe are in a phase of people have gotten used to being at home.
Right.
And I don't want to use the word complacent, but they have been getting used to their new lifestyle. And it's going to take a little bit of a spur to get them back gradually,
Right.
to your point.
Yeah, no
is what we're
question.
seeing as well. But that's more to come there, I am sure. And it's a topic that goes on all the time. So let me also switch to ESG. This is an area that I know you've all been doing a lot on, and we have as well. And it's something that, on all different categories of ESG, if I start with sustainability and climate, it's an area that the U.S. is kind of just waking up now to the issue, in my view. But the U.S. is moving fast. And there's some, big world events that are coming up, including COP26, and there's a lot of focus on this in general. How does this impact ServiceNow and you all, Bill?
I think ESG is going to be the biggest opportunity of the 21st century. I think there's no question that the environment has enormous problems. We all know that. I mean, all you got to do is look at some photographs of the ocean line in Florida or California from 1965 to 2021, and you literally get your soul crushed just looking how bad the situation is. And it's only going to get worse. We spend $236 billion handling a hurricane in the southeast part of the United States. So when people throw around big numbers on what it's going to take to really deal with the environment, the zero carbon footprint, the global cooperation, just keep in mind that we're dumping literally trillions on trying to correct the planet, but we're not actually dealing with some of the systemic root causes on a global basis. So I think it's going to take the political will, the business will, and the will of all people around the world to come together on this. And I think it's possible. And I certainly think it's necessary. We, as a citizen of all that, need to make sure that our zero carbon footprint commitment is achieved. But also, we want to build software solutions that enable companies to manage the environment, sustainability, and the whole procedure around governing this. You're going to have deals between countries. You're going to have carbon trading and so on. And we'll want to be in the forefront of that. The other thing I would like to mention on sustainability is really dealing with some of the difficulties of the racial challenges that we've seen in the United States as one example. So what we're doing is, we put together a $100 million fund to drive change. And already we have put 20 million of that 100 million to work. And we're facilitating mortgaging processes and entrepreneurs opening up businesses, particularly in Black communities within the United States. So I think there's many different dimensions of how this whole game plan has to come together for companies to be really good corporate citizens. And I do believe that consumers, whether they're at the consumer level or the enterprise level, will be very focused on who they do business with. And I think the companies that choose to take the lead on ESG, the sustainability of the planet, being fair on a racial level, truly having a diverse, inclusive, and belonging culture, all of this will determine the status of your brand and the interest people have in doing business with your company.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I couldn't have said that better, Bill. I'm in total agreement. One of the things that we've been working on at EY with the other big fours is how are companies going to show their commitment, and how are they going to demonstrate this via disclosure. And the metrics we've been working on a set of metrics for the World Economic Forum, 21 core metrics that companies would sign up to, and many companies have. And there's other metrics that are out there as well, but it's something that companies are going to have to show how they're doing this. And I do think investors, a couple of years ago, I would say big institutional investors weren't as concerned. Now they are. That's definitely picking up around the world, which is going to be important. And I couldn't agree with you more on equity and racial equity. This is something that we at EY are very focused on as well. And we've been doing a lot of work around this, not only with ourselves, but also with our clients in terms of, you can't just talk about it. You got to show action. And what are you really doing? What are you doing in all your processes, hiring, and so forth around this? And so couldn't agree with you more. One of the areas that I know we're working on together is around neurodiversity. And this is something that, I became familiar with this, I don't know, I guess about 3 or 4 years ago. And it's amazing. I know what ServiceNow or EY is doing in terms of hiring neurodiverse people. And I don't know if you want to comment on that as well.
I think the main thing is, companies that are diverse and that believe in diverse teams substantially outperform companies that don't. And, you're 70% more likely to capture new market share with a diverse team and a true commitment to diversity, inclusion, and belonging. We have a 5-point plan that we have actually published and report out on. And that includes, how do you recruit? How do you promote from within? How do you focus on fair pay? How do you lobby for good? And how, in the end, are you doing with the actual scorecard and the performance of your company? So we believe that diversity is very good for business. And as it relates to neurodiversity, I personally have really been an advocate of autism at work. In fact, I've committed in my prior role, and I'm working on it in my new role, to have 1% of the workforce that would be made up of neurodiverse individuals, because these are individuals that very often are not recruited properly, and they have very unique skills, especially for a software company. And they're very gifted in the realm of software development, analytics, and many other things, mathematics, data science, and that is an untapped wellspring of talent. And I think, our job, as you know, Carmine, is to find those untapped sources for competitive advantage. So again, it's not just that it's the right thing to do, it's extremely good for business.
Couldn't agree with you more, Bill. I have to get back now to Bill McDermott a little bit and ask a few questions about you. And
Sure.
One of the questions I think that a lot of the audience, I'm sure, has is you made it to CEO of a very large global company, SAP. You've done terrifically well. And so I, as well as I'm sure most of the audience, were surprised that you would take on another role and build up another company and so forth. So what made you do it? What made you do it?
Well, I started with Xerox as a young fellow, 21 years old, and I worked there 17 years. And it was very hard for me to leave Xerox. I love that company. And, I had an ambition to one day be CEO of that company when I was 21. And I got to the point where after 17 years and, being a corporate officer as a young person and all that, it was great. But I was like, I want to do something different. I wanted to change after 17 years. And with SAP, I was there 17 years too. So I think it's the 17-year itch, Carmine, that kind of comes over me. But I felt that, we took SAP to a sensational global brand. The performance of the company, having performed so well on the revenue, the profit, the market share, truly taken the company to the cloud. I felt that the job was done, and I was at the point where I needed to make a decision. Do I renew for another 5 years, or do I make change? And you only have one life to live. I mean, this is not a dress rehearsal. And when I had an opportunity to go to ServiceNow, I thought my skill set and the uniqueness of this hungry and humble culture and this company with a once in a generation platform and a dream was the perfect remedy, the perfect potion for something that could be a true global sensation. And I thought a lot about it. I researched it very carefully. In fact, I knew ServiceNow very well for a couple of years before I even got into this conversation when John went over to Nike and so forth. And once the opportunity hit me, I said, I believe we can make this the defining enterprise software company of the 21st century. So let's get it done. And I came in here. I'm here a year and a half now. It went really fast. And I'm just thrilled. You know, it's really wonderful. We built a heck of a team. The customer base incredible. And I stand on the shoulders of giants. You know, Fred Luddy, the founder of the company, is salt of the earth and truly a great innovator. And so much of all the credit belongs to his original invention and his heart for the company and soul for the customer. But we had a great first CEO, Frank Slootman, and an unbelievable follow on to Frank with John Donahoe, my great friend and super CEO of Nike. So, you know, everybody before me did it really well. And I was brought in to be the guy that scales it to infinity and beyond. And I'm a person that's done that before. So I have a feeling we can do it again.
And the stock price went up just a little bit. But no. So one more question, and that is, this is more of a personal question, but it's something that you and I had a conversation once where you were telling me that you were a basketball coach for a CYO team when you came up to St. Patrick's, which is in my hometown of Glen Cove, and so basketball. So you moved from the East Coast to the West Coast. So who's your team these days? Who do you really root for?
Well, I have to tell you, you know, my friends in San Francisco, and of course, one of our board members is a partial owner of the Golden State Warriors. So I should say the Golden State Warriors, although I like them very much. My sons love the LA Lakers. So out of pure passion for sticking with my sons, I have to lean towards the Lakers. But my grandfather was a pro ball player. And it was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1988 with Wes Unseld. And he played with a guy named George Mikan. And he was Mikan's player coach for the Chicago Gears, which preempted the Chicago Bulls, and they won world titles together. And George Mikan, his claim to fame in the NBA was the Minneapolis Lakers. A lot of people may not realize that the Lakers were in Minneapolis before they were in LA. So for the Mikan era with my grandfather and my two sons, I gotta say the LA Lakers, Carmine.
Oh, and not even close with the New York Knicks or the Brooklyn Nets these days, but you're completely West Coast now, I guess.
Yeah, I am. You know, and it's funny too, because I used to see Dr. J play, as you know, in Comac when he was a young guy with the Virginia Squires when he was 19 years old. And I'll never forget seeing Julius Erving hit the basketball court. I'm like, there's nothing like this man. And all these years later, I end up on the West Coast with the Lakers.
Well, Bill, thank you. Thank you for your time. This has been terrific. It's always great to chat with you. And thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, Carmine. Always good to be with you, my friend.
Great. Thank you.
See you soon.
Hi, I'm Kristen V. Brown, Bloomberg News health reporter, and this is Illumina CEO Francis D'Souza. Hi, Francis. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Kristen. I'm glad to be here. Before we start, I've been asked to remind everyone that my comments today could include forward-looking statements. You should refer to our SEC filings for a discussion of the risks and uncertainties that could cause results to differ materially from our current expectations. It's our intent that all forward-looking statements regarding our financial results and commercial activity made during today's discussion will be protected under the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995.
So now that that's out of the way, it's been a pretty crazy year. So I want to start out by asking you, at what point last year did you realize that your year was about to get really crazy, that genomics would have a really big role to play in what was about to unfold?
You know, we were involved with this pandemic very early, so back in the fall of 2019. In fact, over the years, whenever there's an outbreak, typically we will work with the local CDCs to help identify the pathogen responsible for the outbreak. So, for example, the Ebola outbreak or SARS. And so in the fall of 2019, sort of November, December timeframe, we were called into Wuhan to work with the local CDC and public health authorities to try and help them identify the source of the pneumonia outbreak of unknown origin that they were having. And so we worked with them, and we worked with the Shanghai Public Health Clinic in January to sequence the first genomes of SARS-CoV-2. And those genomes were published on January 10th. The work was done by Dr. Zhong's team at the Shanghai Public Health Clinic. And then over the course of January, we saw the outbreak continue to spread throughout China. And then it was confirmed that you could have human-to-human transition and that you were having airborne transmission. And it became clear to us that this was one of the bigger outbreaks that we'd seen. And so we continued working with the CDC officials and public health officials in China, but then started to work with CDCs and public health around the world. In January, too, around the world, you had the teams at Moderna in the US, but BioNTech in Germany, that looked at the genome sequence that was published and started working on vaccines. And so both Moderna and BioNTech are customers of ours, and we worked with them on making sure that they had access to the genomic data to drive the vaccine development. In fact, actually, even till today, both of those companies have never actually had the live virus on site. They've completely relied on genomic data coming off Illumina instruments. And then over the course of last year, we worked with therapy developers, we worked with CDC officials and public health officials. And then it started to become clear that it was important to track how this virus was spreading and how it was mutating. And the reason you want to know how a virus is spreading is because that information drives policy decisions. So for example, in a community, if you see that the outbreaks are primarily coming from the outside, then you could do things like put in travel restrictions so people can't come in. Whereas if you're already having community transmission, then that won't work. And the reason you want to know why it's mutating is because you need to know if the tools you're using to fight the pandemic, the PCR testing tools, the vaccines, the therapies, if those are continuing to be effective even as the virus mutates. And so we were working over the course of the year with health officials and CDCs. And then by December, it became really clear that what was needed was a much bigger surveillance effort than we had had until then. And so we started working more broadly with national governments to help put together sequencing surveillance infrastructures.
So I want to talk about variants and genomic surveillance a little bit more. But first, let's go back to last March. Or really even before that. So you mentioned that we had sequenced the virus with Illumina's help by January. I mean, this is incredibly fast that we had this information, and it played a huge role in helping us understand how the virus spread from Asia to Europe to the US, and not only how it was moving around the world, but how quickly. So, I mean, in that moment in time, what role did you think that genomics would play going forward? Was it clear how big of a role it would play in the pandemic to you?
I think it surprised everybody how important genomics was going to be in fighting this pandemic on so many fronts. One, in identifying the source of COVID and identifying and sequencing the SARS-CoV-2 genome. And to your point, it really is remarkable how fast that happened. And so it was really 10 days between the reporting of the infections to the WHO and the sequence being published. Now, for context, if you think back to SARS, that was 149 days. If you think back to the swine flu, it was 77 days. And so that happened really quickly. Another thing that was sort of a first of its kind was the emergence of these new nucleic acid-based vaccines, these mRNA vaccines. They truly are both scientific and medical marvels, right? So in the history of humanity, we've never had a vaccine for a coronavirus. And typically, vaccine development takes 10 to 15 years. But these new genomic-based vaccines, the mRNA vaccines, basically it's software development. Once they had the code, at Moderna, for example, it was only a few days for them to design the vaccine. And in fact, it took 42 days from having the code to having the vaccine in clinical trials in humans. That's remarkable. And so the fact that we had a vaccine a year after the outbreak was identified, again, is sort of a medical first, a scientific marvel. And so underlying all that is genomics, right? So genomics was used to identify the outbreak, to identify the sequence, to help drive the development of these new genomic vaccines, to help drive some of the therapy development. And then we found that genomics had an important role to play in understanding the research, the mechanisms of the virus, how the virus is evolving, and also why some people tend to get a mild case of the virus, whereas for some people it's fatal. And so there's a lot of research that got undertaken to try and understand susceptibility, host susceptibility, and try to stratify people to understand who's more susceptible and who's not. And then, as I talked about, there's this whole area of genomic surveillance for pathogens that's now emerging. And I think that's something that's durable. Surveillance is going to be essential to help us navigate our way out of this pandemic. But then we'll need surveillance going forward to make sure that we are never as unprepared as we were for this pandemic.
So, in some sense, we're really lucky that this global pandemic came along at a point in which genomics was so advanced as a technology. Why, though, is it important to be able to do things like sequence the virus quickly? Maybe you can talk a little bit about that, because I think, people who are in this industry, we take for granted that people understand that that's a really big deal to be able to do all of this stuff so much faster and at a larger scale than we would have been able to in the past.
You bring up a couple of really good points, Kristen. The first one is that we are fortunate that we're at this point in time that genomics is really so accessible, and the price points of genomics have come down so much. When we released our first sequencer back in 2007, it cost about $150,000 to sequence a single human genome. Today, you can sequence a genome for under $600. And so that's just from 2007 till today. If PC prices, for example, had come down at the same rate, you'd be able to buy a PC for well less than $1. And so what you've seen over that time frame is, genomics has come down in terms of it being accessible to most people. And that has been really helpful in this pandemic. Now, in terms of why do we need this surveillance infrastructure? It's become clear over the course of this pandemic that identifying the source of an outbreak is critical from a public health perspective and a national defense perspective, because we need to be watching for the next coronavirus that could cause a pandemic. We also need to be watching for emerging antimicrobial resistance. We also need to be watching for bioterrorist attacks. One of the scarier moments was the realization, midway through last year that we've had, the SARS-CoV-2 virus circulating in the US for months at the beginning of the year before we even identified that it was here. And so there was a realization that, we need to do much better in the future from a public health perspective so we can move more quickly. And the quicker you do the interventions, the more likely you are to contain the pandemic. And so we need this surveillance infrastructure to identify a pandemic more quickly. Again, both pandemics that are sort of natural, but also potential bioterrorist attacks.
Right. So, you bring up a point that actually leads to the next question I wanted to ask you, which is about what we have learned from the past year to move the field forward. Because I think we have seen how powerful genomics can be, but we have also seen some shortcomings. We've seen how the US has been ill prepared, for example, to surveil for variants. we've seen really interesting genomic research into why some people are impacted more than others if they get sick with COVID-19, but we haven't really seen that translate to the clinic. So where are we in the field, and what kind of roadmap has the pandemic laid out in terms of where we need to be going?
The pandemic has really pointed out that genomics is a fundamental, a foundational building block for a public health infrastructure, and again, for a defense infrastructure for a company. And we've learned a number of things along the way. The first thing that we've learned is that it's important to have a global surveillance network, and that it's not enough to have a national system or even a regional system, that what happens in a market in one place in the world can matter to the whole rest of the world. And so one of the things that we've been doing at Lumina over the last year even is donating sequencers and consumables to some countries in Africa, for example, that have never had sequencing in the country before. And so we're partnering with philanthropies like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to make sequencing accessible around the globe. So one big lesson we learned was that this is a global issue and needs global cooperation, that ultimately, until all of us are safe, none of us are safe. So first thing we learned is that this is a global issue and that we need to think about a solution globally. Second thing we learned is we need a proactive surveillance infrastructure, that today's system requiring manual notifications from hospitals if they see an outbreak is just frankly too slow, and relies on too much serendipity to have the outbreak observed. And so we need an automated infrastructure that's looking for the pathogen. And so there's a lot of interesting technology, for example, to look at wastewater systems around a community and around the world to see if we can identify early outbreaks that are happening, especially if you can combine that information with information from things like network thermometers, where you can see spike in the temperatures of people in a community. Now, all of that is anonymized information, but it gives you early warning about an outbreak that could be happening in a community, in a city. So another learning was we need to have global surveillance infrastructure. We need genomics-based surveillance to identify pathogens early. We need to get that genome as fast as possible, because what we've seen now is that that's what allows us to develop the diagnostic tests quickly, the vaccines quickly, the therapies quickly. We've seen the promise of genomic medicines like the mRNA vaccines, and I think we'll see a lot more of those in the future. And then there was a lot of questions over the last year around, well, do you actually need to do more sequencing of the virus? And what we learned over the last year was that it's not enough just to get a yes, no, that somebody in my community has the disease or not. It is important to understand the strains that are emerging, how they are spreading, and that information needs to be collected. And one of the things we're learning, for example, is that it's important to sequence about 5% of the positives so that you can identify what strains are emerging, and then you can test your diagnostics, your vaccines, your therapies against the strains that are emerging. So that's another thing we've learned. We've also learned that needs to be durable, that it's not just about this pandemic, it's about watching, for the next threats that are emerging. And in this way, the pandemic and the role of genomics in infectious disease is similar to the clinical role of genomics in a number of other areas, in cancer treatment, for example, in genetic disease diagnosis, in non-invasive prenatal testing, where a lot of the great research in genomics that has happened over the last decade and a half is starting to show great clinical promise, and great therapies have been developed, but we're still very early in the rollout of those therapies and those tests that genomics has enabled.
So I'd like to talk a little bit more about genomic surveillance, because I think that's very relevant to the moment we're living in. So you mentioned that 5% number, which I believe the UK and some other European nations are hitting. The US is definitely not hitting it. And I know one of the snags has been that, to some extent, it's the pipeline problem. We have all of this sequencing capacity. I know Illumina has been doing some of that sequencing, for example, but there's not a great system to get the samples from labs to places that can do the sequencing. And so you also mentioned stuff like wastewater testing. So this genomic surveillance system you're imagining in the future, do we get rid of this pipeline altogether and just test the wastewater? How would you envision this working to make sure that we do have a comprehensive system that can monitor for emerging threats of all kinds?
It's a really great question. And there's a lot of learnings from this pandemic and a lot of thinking happening right now about how we could create this system in a robust way for the next pandemic. So here are some of the things we've learned. We've learned, for example, that you do want to have, again, this proactive monitoring to see if an outbreak is happening. And look, there are outbreaks happening all the time. And so you want to see, is an outbreak expanding or is it getting contained? And then you want to identify the pathogen driving that outbreak. And so to do that, there's a lot of thinking around, well, how do you get access, to the samples? How do you understand if something's emerging in your community? And so there are various approaches that are being looked at. There's looking at the wastewater systems, as we talked about, sampling on a daily basis wastewater from different communities to see what pathogens are emerging in a community. You could do sampling of the public health systems and the hospitals and the blood banks. There are ideas also about doing sampling of animals to understand, what's happening with the animals that are in close contact with humans and what pathogens are emerging. And so those are ways you can get access to, the samples in that final mile, if you like. The other thing is, look, we know that there is sequencing capacity around the world. We at Illumina serve customers in over 140 countries around the world. There are, over 10,000 sequencing instruments out there around the world, well over 10,000. But the difference between countries that have done really well in terms of surveillance and the countries that are not as far along is the countries that have done well have had a national effort to do sequencing. And so, for example, we're partnered with the government of the UK. They made a decision very early, so in sort of the March-April timeframe of 2020, to roll out COG UK, which is a national sequencing-based surveillance infrastructure. And they're the ones that are doing 5 to 10%. And so what you had was very clear national leadership, you had funding for the effort, and you had clear guidelines around how the data was going to be generated, how the data was going to be shared. All of those things, it turns out, are essential. And so we saw countries following the UK's lead, we're, for example, partnered with the government of Australia, and they're rolling out a national sequencing effort. And that's happening around the world. We're seeing sequencing being stood up from New Delhi, India, all the way to Argentina. And so countries are standing up their own. The US has been behind, and there's plenty of sequencing capacity here in the US, but what's been missing has been this national leadership around making it a priority, providing funding, for the labs to do the sequencing in addition to the diagnostic testing, and then very clear guidelines around how the data should be shared, where it should go, what the formats are. Now, we're really encouraged by what's coming out of the Biden administration in terms of identifying surveillance and sequencing as a priority, as well as an allocation of budget to support the sequencing work. And so we're making progress, and certainly we're seeing the amount of sequencing now ramping up here in the US. But those are the kinds of things it takes to make sure that you have a successful surveillance effort.
Right. I think there was one point not that long ago where the tiny West African nation of Gambia was doing more sequencing per capita than the US was. Anyway, I would like to talk a little bit more generally about how we turn DNA research into clinically useful insights. In the pandemic, for example, we've seen some research that people with certain blood types or genetic genes that indicate they may have a certain blood type are more likely to have severe disease. We've begun to see progress in some areas of disease, but I also think that the field has not moved as quickly into the clinic as some people might have expected. So what needs to happen there to turn more research into clinically relevant insights?
Yeah, so if you think about how the field of genomics has evolved, the first human genome was sequenced and that sequence was published, 20 years ago. And so, we had the sequence complete, and then we had access to, for the first time ever, to a human genome. That took 15 years and $3 billion to do. And so in that time frame, we've gone from a $3 billion genome to a $600 genome. So the technology has developed astonishingly quickly, and we've seen much more democratized access to genomics. the first decade of genomics was really focused on research. And so we at Illumina, for example, were really focused on serving academic and research customers who were trying to understand how a genome translates into human health and human disease, trying to connect your genome to traits, to predisposition to disease. And we saw some amazing research done over that first decade, decade and a half. And then it was really about 2013, 2014, where we saw the first clinical applications of genomics emerge. So one of the first big ones to emerge, for example, was non-invasive prenatal testing. And the idea was that you should be able to gauge the health of a baby and a pregnant mom by doing a blood test of the mother rather than doing the amniocentesis, right? So that's a 5.5-inch needle that goes into the belly of a mom, and between 0.5% and 1% of the cases could actually cause a miscarriage. And what researchers found was that just by looking at a blood test from the mom, you could actually more accurately tell about the health of the baby. And so NIPT emerged as the first genomic test entering the clinic, and quickly became one of the faster adopted clinical tests in diagnostic tests in the US ever. And so that was the first success story of genomic testing. And since then, we've seen a number of other applications emerge. In cancer treatment, for example, we know that cancer is a disease of the genome. And so what you've started to see is the emergence of these personalized therapies, and people use genomic testing to match cancer patients to the right therapy that'll have the best outcome for them. Similarly, genetic disease testing, about 5% of people are born with genetic diseases. Today, on average, those people go through a diagnostic odyssey of about 7+ years, where they're tested multiple times, often misdiagnosed a couple of times. 9% of those families go bankrupt. What we found is that if you actually test the baby while it's still only a few days old and do whole genome sequencing on the child and the parents, maybe 50% of the cases you can get a diagnosis right away and avoid that multi-year diagnostic odyssey. And so you're seeing some of those applications emerge. Now, to drive faster adoption, we've been working with the payers to put insurance and make sure that there's reimbursements in place, training the doctors. A lot of the doctors, the average age of the doctors in the US is over 50 years old. So a lot of them went to med school before the first genome was sequenced. And so we're doing a lot of work to sort of drive the adoption through physician awareness, patient awareness, and also putting reimbursement in place around the world to drive the adoption of the US test. But we are at the very beginning. It's hard to say that because we see so much traction already and there's so much momentum. But the reality is, long-term, we believe your genome will be the fundamental element of your health record, that it will tell you, the predisposition to diseases. It'll tell you what drugs will work for you. We know, for example, that 95% of people have variants that mean that most common drugs will either not work for them well or cause adverse reactions. And adverse drug reactions cost the US about $30 billion a year. And so it'll be the corner of helping you decide what drugs will work for you. It'll help you identify if you have diseases like cancer early through blood tests. It'll help you choose the right medication and monitor for recurrence. So we're at the very beginning. I truly believe that genomics is one of the most transformative forces I have seen in my lifetime.
So that's the future of genomics. What's the future of Illumina?
Our mission from the very beginning was to improve human health by unlocking the power of the genome. We were founded just over 20 years ago, and our mission has been the same throughout. And we're continuing to be focused on that. What that translates to is, we do a lot of innovation. We spend about 18% of our revenue on R&D, focused on making instruments that provide better, faster, cheaper sequencing and democratize access to genomics. And there are hundreds of fields that we think could leverage genomics, from cancer to agriculture, all the way to data storage. We're working with Microsoft, for example, and companies like Twist, because DNA provides an incredibly efficient mechanism to store data. You could store all the data on the internet in a shoebox of DNA. And so there are hundreds of fields that will leverage genomics. And so our focus is to continue to drive to create the world's best sequencers and enable all the brilliant people that are using genomics and our tools in their fields.
Well, Francis, I thank you so much for being here virtually with me today. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Kristen.
Good afternoon, or whatever time it is. Thank you for joining us at the Montgomery Summit. Today, we have an exciting panel and conversation around the gaming industry. Hello, I'm Gregory Melkin, Managing Partner at March Capital Partners and head of our March Gaming Fund. I'm very excited to have some experts in the field today with me to talk about the state of the gaming industry, cover the past, the present, and the future, and what we see in gaming. So I'd like to introduce them all and have them all just give a self-introduction and tell you a little bit about themselves before we jump into discussion and questions about what's happening in the industry that's so exciting right now. Peter, if you would give a little introduction and talk about your current role and position.
Sure. My name is Peter Moore, and gosh, 23 years ago, I joined the video game industry. The delights of dial-up gaming with the Sega Dreamcast, where I was president and chief operating officer, moved up to rainy Seattle to run the Xbox business for Microsoft, and then lured back down to California in 2007 to be president of EA Sports and later chief operating officer. A little bit of a hiatus the last few years from gaming over in Liverpool as the chief executive officer of Liverpool Football Club, but now proud to be a board member of Nifty Games. And my current full-time role is Senior Vice President and General Manager at Unity Technologies, in charge of sports and live entertainment.
Great. JJ.
Hi, I'm JJ from Palo Vista America. First of all, thank you for having me join this panel, and very nice to meet you all today. Palo Vista America is a U.S. subsidiary company of Prolobis, the developer and publisher of Black Desert, our flagship MMORPG. Actually, I'm not sure if everyone here is familiar with the name Prolobis or Black Desert, so I'd like to just share just a couple of more facts about the company and the Black Desert titles very quickly. So we're a fairly young company. We started at the end of 2010. We're just about 10 years old now. Black Desert is the only video game IP that we have that is live, and we've grown from 10 years ago to a public company with about 4 or 5 billion US dollars market cap now, thanks to the success of Black Desert titles. So Black Desert started as a PC MMO, released first in 2015, I think at the end of 2014. And then we released the mobile version and the console version of the game in 2018 and 2019. And last year, the gross revenue of the Black Desert franchise across all these platforms have hit 2 billion US dollars, and it's still growing. And we are also working on a couple of new MMORPG projects, not really MMORPG, AAA video game projects that I hope I can share more details soon. And yeah, it's a very exciting time for us. And I'm the head of Prolobis US office, and my team here is overseeing the live operations and marketing and PR and strategy for all the Prolobis titles for North American business. And yeah, that's it. I'm very excited to have the panel discussions today.
Thank you. Bernard?
Thanks, Gregory, so much for having me here. Love being on this esteemed panel with such great people. My name is Bernard Kim. I'm president at Zynga. Joined the company about 5 years ago. We are a company that was founded on this vision around connecting the world through games, which is something that we live and die for every single day, and with a tremendous amount of passion around, especially in times like right now where games are just an amazing platform to connect with one another. We make games like Words with Friends, Zynga Poker, Empires and Puzzles, Merge Dragons. Peak Games are Toy Blast and Toon Blast, and then most recently, Rollic Games joined us, which has 2 of the top free games in the marketplace with High Heels and Blob Runner 3D. Yesterday, we announced a deal around buying Extra Games, which puts us in the cross-platform space in a really exciting way. And our idea and vision around the company is we're a company run by gamers. Our passion is about gaming, and we want to build a family of people that can do their best work at this company, all centered around a passion around video games. Like Peter, I've worked at other companies as well. Before joining Zynga, I spent 10 years at Electronic Arts working with Peter, and consider him a great colleague as well as mentor. So I'm really psyched to be here with all of you.
Great, thank you all. So I thought we'd start out maybe just going a little bit historical before jumping into the present and future. And I thought Peter maybe could give some perspective on the industry and what it was like, you know, in his
way back
entered.
when, way back when.
And then we
Yeah,
can talk about what it's like today.
Yeah. You know, I was fortunate to join the industry, as I say, in the late 90s. I'd come out of a career in sporting goods and was, as we all often are, called by an executive recruiter and basically said, what do you know about video games? Which wasn't a lot at the time, but the concept of gaming going online was still very early. And joining Sega to launch the Dreamcast, the world's first online device that wasn't a computer, never mind a video game console, was intriguing to me. And I coined a phrase at that time, we're going to take gamers where gaming is going. And this is, what is this, 23 years later, and here we are. But you think about what gaming was at that time, very dominated by the Segas and the Nintendos and the Sonys in the console world, mobile gaming really yet to show its a real strength because of the devices and the capabilities, obviously. And PC gaming, still obviously the roots of our industry and still very strong, but consoles were starting to take hold. And in those days, it was the classic Japanese gaming companies that were both delivering against their arcade roots, which is what Sega was really, and certainly the Dreamcast from the perspective of, you know, the way it was built. It was on the Naomi motherboard, and so pretty much all of the games were arcade-based or arcade ports. But a phenomenal launch on 9/9/99, for those of you old enough to remember, with probably the best launch lineup that there will ever be in console games. 12 new pieces of intellectual property were launched on the platform. And you know, I think we all understand, if you follow the industry, the eventual sad fate of the Dreamcast. It didn't quite get to where it needed to be on an install base and an attach rate of software. So from that perspective, you know, the Dreamcast, I think, did some tremendous trailblazing and taught us all what online could be, and the concept of not just two people on a couch or two people perched on the end of their bed in their bedroom playing a game, but really bringing people together on a mass scale. If you then think about how the industry evolved, you had another player come in, and that was Microsoft with the original Xbox. And by this time, Sega had exited the hardware business, turned into a third-party publisher, and was starting to publish all of its games on what were previously competitive platforms. In the world of PC gaming, you know, the MMOs, RPGs were still very prevalent and very deep. It was kind of a little nerdy at that time to be an MMO player, but the concept of coming together through social gaming was born within that MMO world. You think of EverQuest in particular as those types of games that brought us all together. As we fast forwarded, the console wars began to pick up speed, and PlayStation then really was pitted for its first time against the Xbox. And so I was very fortunate to be up at Xbox leading the charge and launching the Xbox 360, which I think had picked up the mantle of online gaming. A lot of content had come from Sega to Microsoft. And what you were getting then was scale in our industry. You had two behemoths in both Microsoft and Sony that were willing to really fight for the living room, because that's what we started to talk about during that period. And I'm talking 2005, 2006. Being at Microsoft, it was very clear that if we weren't a committed player in video gaming at that point, there was concern that we would, quote unquote, lose the living room. Sony was coming in, and certainly a hardware player, unparalleled in the world at that time, with obviously televisions. They were still very big in the phone business, musical devices, amps, everything that was powering your home entertainment. And Microsoft was concerned that if they let gaming go, that Sony would dominate the living room, as Microsoft was seeing more and more, particularly with high definition coming, more and more movement away from the office, away from your bedroom into the living room. As we look at gaming then, we started to see mobile gaming as the devices became more powerful. The interactions you could have with your device became easier. We were no longer looking at punching directions into on a keyboard. We could actually use our fingers when the first iPhones came along. And so we were then had this kind of triple play of consoles, PC, and mobile really starting to gravitate. At the same time, online gaming networks, Xbox Live, the PlayStation Network, were all coming to their fore and starting to really aggregate the power of gamers coming together and not just playing against each other, but playing, as I said, against millions of people. A little bit of a laggard was Nintendo at that time, and Nintendo was having either success or relative failure with, depending on what period it was, with GameCubes and Wii's, and of course now obviously back in their success mode with the Switch, as we know. But I was able to be part of that incredible industry growth spurt, particularly when I arrived at Electronic Arts. And then you saw the real movement away, and BK was integral in this, away from, in EA's case and in all publishers' cases, if you wanted to survive, being a manufacturer of discs that would then sell them to retailers, you know, close their doors of the dev studio for 2 weeks, send them all to the beach, and then come back and then ship another game the following year. We started to move very, very distinctly into being a network company that was putting game experiences on top of that network. And I think the most crucial thing for Electronic Arts was to focus on the gamer as the customer rather than a Best Buy or a Walmart or a GameStop. And whilst they were still doing business with those retailers and still do business with those retailers, there was a distinctive shift in mentality and focus towards the gamer, the mentality of gamer first. And so I think what we saw then was a quantum shift that then exploded. And then the growth of Asian companies coming over, the types of content that was coming through, much more mature content was coming through. And then games as a live service, games that were alive 24/7, games that were updated on a daily basis. And we come to where we are today in a vibrant, creative medium that dominates film, television, music. And the last 12 months, for better or worse, game has exploded as we've all been stuck at home. And so gamers have had even more time to game, and people who didn't game have picked up their phone, picked up their tablet, gone and got a console, found ways to use their PC differently, and all of a sudden we have hundreds of millions of new gamers. That's the history over a quarter of a century. Over to you, PK.
Actually, I'd like to pick up on something you talked about there, and sort of the shift to the gamer as the key customer. And one of the things that's really interesting to me today is, billions of people across the world are gamers, but what people think of as a gamer is very different in how people play and engage with games and what they want. And some people who we classify as gamers wouldn't even call themselves gamers. So I'd really like to hear from JJ and from Bernard about how you think about who your customers are, what sort of buckets they fall in for you as players, gamers, and how they might be similar or different.
JJ, do you want to start up?
Yeah, I can go first. Actually, I wanted to hear your perspective first, but anyways, it doesn't matter.
I can go first. Yeah, so when it comes to Zynga, we don't really segment specific demographics. We go after pretty much everyone. We are really lucky to work in a portfolio company with multiple different companies that are part of Zynga that are across multiple different genres. So some people that play our games might not even consider themselves gamers. We've actually done studies with some of our players that have said, hey, we're not gamers. And then we get on their phone and we see that they're playing Words with Friends. And they're like, oh, that's a board game. That's something that's just, I play with my friends. So it's one of these really exciting spaces around, the holy grail for us is going after players that normally wouldn't think of themselves as gamers, but then getting really deep in experience, meeting new people, getting very close with a guild of people that are going all after the same thing, and really going deep, almost as if you're a hardcore gamer in a casual experience. If you play one of our games, Toon Blast, super fun, really easy to learn, difficult to master, but you actually can build incredible friendships, and you're playing every single day because you're meeting a bunch of new friends that are doing the same things in a really safe and fun environment. So, I'm really excited about the way that our industry can shift and change. And Peter gave an incredible overview over the last 25 years, but I think the last 3 years have been the most exciting with regards to ubiquity of gaming, the understanding of the social nature of it, and then not really thinking of it as a platform play. It's just being where players are. And so that's, I think, where the most exciting time period for the future for us sits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, I also agree with, what actually Peter, talked about for the last, 10, 15, 20 years, experience. And also, Bernard's points about the last, couple of years, changes in the market. And probably we are in a little different place in terms of, target gamers, because, we're very much focused on AAA MMO development. So, our game Black Desert is actually a very hardcore MMORPG. So I guess we're still more, kind of very hardcore targeting company, but it really doesn't mean that we're just pursuing that segment, because as Peter said, we also have our games on mobile platforms, for example, actually on console platforms, not just only on PC. And also, we are servicing our games in all different countries. So basically, actually, we're localizing the game to all, over, 10 different languages, and servicing in over, 100 countries all over the world, in across all the platforms, PC, consoles, and mobile. That actually gives us pretty big picture about, how these different, dynamics actually go on across the regions and platforms, and also, demographically, in terms of where we should go, who we should target. And even for a hardcore MMORPG like Black Desert, sometimes we see actually more female players are playing on mobile. I think that's more, a trend. I think when we think about, mobile games, definitely there are more female users who would think actually they are a gamer on mobile platform more comfortably. And also, if you have the right technology, whether it's like in a shooter or MMORPG or just in a casual game, regardless of the genre, I think definitely you can really reach out to broader audience across the platforms, because now people, kids start using their phone devices or iPads actually when they're like 3-4 years old, or even younger. And even my mom, who is in in her 70s, she's also playing games on mobile phones. So things kind of sound crazy. So as Peter pointed out, now everybody is kind of a gamer. I think they're also getting more and more familiar with the game technologies and devices. So once you have the right technology, right game design, I think you definitely have to think about just the right targets, thinking that everyone in the world actually can be your target segment. So for example, we are also working on one of our new projects that is also targeting like a broader audience. It's an MMORPG, but it's also collectible MMO. So we think actually a lot of kids or teens, or even um, older generations can also enjoy this type of MMORPGs, just interacting with other people. So I don't think actually really just genre wise, video game companies can have to limit themselves into a certain segment anymore. Of course, still I think Black Desert is really seeing more kind of hardcore and very typical hardcore target segment, like 18 to 34 male players. But again, I don't think actually we are also we are not really limiting us to that certain segment, because now across the regions, across the platforms, and across all the devices, we see more and more opportunities coming up to be able to embrace more audience. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'd also like to, sort of visit the definition of how we think about beyond just gamers and who they are, but what a game is. And I think those, what people think a game is has changed a lot in the recent years. And I don't know how much you can tell us, Peter, but I'd be curious for your perspective on like your current role isn't specifically a gaming role, but it's at Unity. And how does your past experience in gaming play into how you think about the future for entertainment?
I think it's a great question, Gregory. And so my role is focused right now on sports and live entertainment. Unity, of course, in its roots, a mobile gaming platform, but has seen the opportunity to bring gaming technology and the unbelievable innovations that the entire gaming industry has brought to entertainment to life in different industries, in different segments. And so certainly at Unity, whilst 71% of all mobile games in the last quarter were developed on the Unity platform, we think about the world of real-time 3D And everything we've learned in gaming, again, I go back to the late 90s where we were trying to figure out how to get a game to play on 56K dial-up modem and make it smooth at 30 frames per second, which, as I always say, was great till your mom picked up the phone in the other room and completely disconnected you from that game at that time. But what we think about at Unity now is the art of creativity. And nothing is more central to creativity, I think, in any medium in the world right now than gaming. And everything we have learned as an industry, every company can't say everything we're doing is we built from scratch ourselves. We've all iterated on the brilliance of game developers and people in gaming technology, all the way back to the Apple II and the Commodore 64 and in television. And we've iterated, we've made it faster, we've made it smoother. We've improved the graphics, we've improved the sociability. And what you then see are gaming platforms, ourselves, obviously, our good friends at Epic and the Unreal Engine, everything that, and Zynga themselves, when I think of what Zynga has done to reinvent itself after the last 4 or 5 years and to democratize gaming and make everybody a gamer because it's so simple to pick up and play a Zynga game and get deeply immersed in it. And then, of course, the brilliance is how do you make money out of that comes next? How do you build an economic engine that will drive revenue so you have enough money to make more games? But I think what we're doing, what other companies are doing, is actually promoting everything that gaming has given to this world over the last 20 to 30 years, and then spreading that technology, in our case, automotive, construction, architecture. And what I'm looking at long term is what we can do to take gaming technology to improve the way we view sports, and to improve the way, for example, that we can go to a concert. Do we really want to go to a concert right now with 20,000 strangers all packed in shoulder to shoulder? No, we don't. But as the way of virtualizing that experience and actually creating a 24/7, as we do brilliantly in gaming experience, rather than go to a concert, go enjoy the artist for 2 hours and then forget about them for 6 weeks. And so that kind of thing, I think, is what gaming is about. It's the same stuff that I'm also doing as a board member at Nifty Games, which is how do we democratize the gaming experience? And in the case of what Nifty is doing with both its NFL Clash game and its NBA Clash game, is taking a Clash Royale mechanic, if you like, and a card mechanic, and making that game incredibly easy to jump into and superbly hard to be really, really, really good at. And you've got to really do as you do in Clash. You've got to focus. You've got to make sure you're making the right decisions. It's very strategic, but applying that to a sports genre. So again, this iteration on great ideas, we come through and games get better and we borrow ideas from each other. And that's where we're at, I think, today in gaming. Not only just gaming, but we're changing the world.
Awesome, thanks. So one of the things I'd like to talk about, is partly a function of the last year in COVID, but, is inherent in gaming is games being social. And I think there's been a greater awareness, acceptance that gaming is a social activity that brings people together. And so I'd be curious to hear, your perspectives, either Bernard or JJ, on how integral social is to the experiences that your companies build, whether it's a necessity, in this world going forward. I think it's interesting that almost everybody seems to want multiplayer or a social experience within their games. But we have seen some pushback recently, in terms of Sony really investing in single player story content games. And even, I think even more recently at EA, where there's been the pushback from BioWare to make Dragon Age 4 a single player game with no multiplayer experience, which come through the news recently. So curious about how that plays out in your companies in terms of, is social multiplayer a necessity for what you do?
I mean, maybe I'll start. For Zynga, we're a company that was founded on a social gaming platform, and that is part of our DNA. Peter mentioned the last 5 years of Zynga's turnaround, but I think the really amazing part about the company was it's actually a really awesome company before Frank and I joined about 5 years ago. I think one of the things that we did do was we kind of reset putting players in the center of decision making, helping prioritize this passionate, really exciting organization around putting players first and then delivering against needs of those players. That started with live services and offering bold beats within Zynga Poker that players really kind of wrap their arms around and loved, or in Words with Friends, introducing different types of ways, not only to play with friends, but also alone. Like, who would have ever thought that you could actually play Words with Friends alone? And now we have an entire single player experience in that title, built around Season Pass. So it's a really exciting evolution of the company. But the ingredients going forward really center around that social loop. And the last 12 months have fortified that vision and that decision making. I think it's, I think a lot of companies could have responded a lot of different ways. I'm so proud of the way that the Zynga organization has kind of embraced this opportunity around delivering really great moments of escape to players, and then offering social connectivity that people needed so desperately. And now I think it's become kind of human nature. Like, my kids are always communicating on Discord right now. Like, if it weren't for Discord, I don't think my kids would be connecting with a lot of people, and it's so essential. And now, looking into the future, we believe ubiquity across platform, but social connectivity is the key ingredient around what makes these games fun, exciting, connected, but also competitive.
Yeah, I agree with Bernard. I think actually social connectivity is really key for most of the video games these days. And I don't think single player game really ignore that, because I think usually when we think about social connectivity, I think people just talk about interactions in game. But I think actually video games, fundamentally, I think they really encourage people to interact with each other, because when you play a single player game, still I think they form kind of community with other players, just in talking about it, how actually they do things, actually how they solve the certain problems in the game. So basically, when I think about game, any kind of entertainment form that asks you to solve a problem through competition or collaboration with others is a game. So in a way, I think a lot of businesses are already doing a game business, because they really want to use people's psychology, where people kind of have to compete with each other or have to collaborate with each other. So basically, I think because I'm originally from South Korea, so when I first started playing games, like real games, not of course arcade games are also games, but I actually started playing games like StarCraft, or actually Diablo and Diablo 2, and that was actually when I was in a college. So at that time, also a lot of first generation Korean game companies actually started developing MMORPGs and mostly online games. So everything just started online and kind of social game format to me. So I really haven't played a lot of single player game when I was growing up in South Korea. So basically, when I think a lot of Asian companies think of games and video games, I think they think this like a social connectivity as the core. And I think maybe also that's why in a lot of like a Korean or Asian companies are also kind of good at the live game services. I'm not sure, how much people are going to agree with this, but I think because actually they really want to put social connectivity and the social component of the game in the core of the game design. I think probably that also, was reflected in their, live game strategies and, day-to-day live operations. So I think definitely, we just have to think about this like a social, connectivity, and also people's interaction, whether should we make, players compete with each other or they, collaborate with each other. I think it really kind of something that, connects people and, keep them stay in the game, but also even for a single player game, because actually we, on the opposite side, we were always focusing on like MMO and MMO experience where all the players just play, the games together, fighting each other, collaborating each other. And then now we hear more from the Western players that, oh, should we want a single player mode? I don't think that's really something like, hey, actually, we don't want to interact with each other, but more like there are different type of, entertainment forms. I think sometimes people really want to focus on problem solving stage, just going through the storyline. They also just do something fun just by themselves. But as I said, I think in a way, still, I think people still, like to interact with other players outside of the game, just talking about their strategies, how fast should they complete the game. I think definitely all the video games have that social component in the game and outside of the game. So yeah, I actually used to talk about games as a community philosophy to me, because I think, games is really, a form of community to me, whether it encourages people, form a community in game or outside a game, just talking about, their hobbies or, their, favorite games with, each other. So in that sense, I think it definitely, social connectivity is really the key in the video game industry these days. Of course, I think it was always like this before, but now I think people really talk about it more and watch the trend more because of the COVID situation, where more people just stay home and playing games and interacting more, with each other in game and or outside a game, just talking about it. But I think it's been always like this, and I think now actually it's going to be more and more important.
Thank you. So COVID may have, but also we've seen in the past year, couple years, lots of activity in the gaming industry. I'd say particularly on the investment and the acquisition side. Having you all as leaders and experts in the field, I'm curious to hear your perspective on. Do you think this is going to continue for the next couple of years? Are we seeing consolidation and lots of acquisition and studios being continually snapped up? Or do you think this was just sort of a trend that was driven by COVID or other factors in gaming coming into its own? Do you think that this pace of acquisition and money in the space is going to continue?
Well, let me give that one a go, Gregory. I think what's happened, obviously, I think we're all involved in the industry. We've seen how the values of gaming companies have risen enormously in the last 12 months as investors and people, analysts have recognized, the power of gaming during a period that we've gone through and we continue to go through. And I think the smart gaming companies have started to use their balance sheets whilst they can to be able to consolidate their position within a growth industry, to look at companies that give them strength where they have weakness, to look at opportunities to grow in other areas other than just plain old let's go buy a studio. I also think you're seeing a little bit of acqui-hire in which there is, there's not developers hanging on every street corner that are AAA developers, and game studios and companies that have tremendous developer talent are being snapped up as much for the talent as they are for any intellectual property they may have. On top of that, you're looking at, because we're online, because we're social, you're looking at so many startup companies that are coming through with innovative technologies, and you get into the classic, do I build what they're doing right now, or do I go buy them? And again, with balance sheets as healthy as they currently are, despite the downturn in the market over the last few days, I think you're seeing companies decide to use their balance sheets accordingly and continue to, beef up for their next phase of growth over the next 2 to 3 years. And we've seen that in our industry for 30 odd years, where you have these periods where you go snap up. It's not necessarily consolidation because the industry continues to grow, organically. So, one studio goes, there's another one that pops them in its place. I also think the amount of talent out there now is exponentially more so than when I joined the industry. Computer science degrees in computer gaming, bachelor's, master's degrees, we are churning out on a global basis a tremendous amount of talent. And so I think that's what you're seeing in the marketplace right now. BK's former employer, very active in the last few months, and maybe papering over the cracks of some weaknesses in their overall portfolio when you think about what they're doing with both Codemasters and Glue Mobile. So, and healthy balance sheet allows you to do that.
Yeah, I'll second Peter's comments. A healthy balance sheet definitely helps. At Zynga, we have a pretty healthy balance sheet. We have about $1.57 billion in cash right now. Over the last 5 years, we've purchased 7 companies, but I guess you can consider us a consolidator, but it's not really like that. It's really just around expanding the family. And like first and foremost, it centers around culture, passion, excitement around gaming, and then figuring out the rest of it is relatively easy. You mentioned the last 12 months. I actually think it's been a really nice accelerant with regards to expanding families. Yeah, like it's tough. I mean, the last 12 months have been tough for everyone personally, professionally. Like I think we've all had to adapt to a different way of working and interacting with one another. But I do think that it's definitely a lot more fun to do it with others than going at it alone. And we're kind of excited. We bought 3 companies relatively recently, and primarily that's driven around, hey, culturally, do we match? Are we excited about the software? Are we excited about the future? But then, maybe it'll be more fun doing it together versus, if a company's going at it alone every single day. And one thing about the companies that profile-wise, the companies that we've ended up acquiring, they've all kind of had ups and downs. And this is a dynamic space. Not every single day is up and to the right. A lot of the companies that we've purchased have had rock bottom moments. And Zynga's had rock bottom moments as well. So, when you can kind of recognize that, you felt it, and then you see this horizon in the future that can deal with a little bit of the roller coaster of the dynamic nature of live service gaming. I think it's a lot more fun to do it as a larger family. I love the consolidation trend that's happening. I think it's something that's really exciting, but I think it will end up servicing players better with just tighter and more fun things to do in games.
Yeah, I also completely agree with both gentlemen. So we are actually fairly new in this space in terms of M&A or investment, but I think so to your question, Gregor, I think my answer is also yes. I think actually the trend is going to probably continue. I don't think it's something just temporary, just fueled by COVID, because especially in a very dynamic landscape in video game industries, I think it's really hard for any video game company just to solely rely on organic growth. So of course, I think until a certain point, you can just grow up on whatever you built up on, and then keep just doing whatever you're doing. But it's hard, as we just talked about, there are more and more opportunities all across the world, and also across different platforms and different technologies. So sometimes you really just have to think about better strategies to outgrow. And I think that's also one of the reasons we also acquired CCP Games, the developers of EVE Online. And behind that, actually, we also had to think about how much how fast actually we can also build great new IPs, and also how we can develop newer technologies or develop more capabilities to cover different markets. And as a South Korean based company, we also thought, yeah, if we have more families in the Western markets, and also we have families and friends actually who can help us with other segments or other platforms, then it's definitely helpful. So definitely, I think these investments or acquisitions are very valuable tools for any business who aspires to grow more globally, and just working on more technologies and more newer IPs. And we are also working on that front.
So in form of industry growth, I'd like to talk a bit about opinions or thoughts on some of the larger tech companies who have had trouble in this space. So maybe starting with Amazon, who have, canceled a game, I think unreleased a game, and delayed a game multiple times, but are still very much, saying that they're in development as a game studio, basically, in developing games. So I'm curious, on your perspective, do you think that Amazon will be relevant as a top tier game studio if we looked at the time horizon of 3 to 5 years? Do you think they're going to be able to figure this out and be successful?
Making games is hard. Let's just start there. Making great games is even harder. Making great games that make money is even harder on top of that. And I think that's what you're seeing. And to make great games, you need to build a creative culture. You can have all of the infrastructure. You can have all of the money in the world. And the 2 companies you mentioned probably have a good portion of the money in the world right now. but building a creative culture that understands what it takes to make great games, the magic dust that is the difference between a mediocre game and a great game, it takes almost generations to do. And you look at the companies that have sustained over the years, whether it's the Zyngas in the mobile space, the EAs, the Activisions, the Ubisoft in the console space, and it is always ups and downs. And I think the only thing I would say to both Google and Amazon, you've got to stick with it, and you've got to, it's a roller coaster. It is absolutely a roller coaster. And Bernard and I were at EA when I don't know, our stock was at $11.86. And, you know, it was a difficult time, but you have to persevere. You continue to invest in your studios, in your executive producers' creativity, and eventually things will come through. But I'm surprised. I know they haven't given up, but I'm surprised that they kind of thrown the towels in selectively a little earlier here. But it just, you know, it's very simple. It is a hard industry to be great at.
So curious, like Amazon is still in it, you know, they've had troubles, but it seems like they're still working. But Google seems to have shut down and given up in a sense. Do you think Google's thrown in the towel too quickly?
Well, I think certain companies look at where can we play in the game space. Look, Google makes billions out of gaming, billions, right? And so, right. Do you need, you know, and again, we can go back, those of us in the industry, and look at the best example is often Disney. When I first started, there was Disney Interactive, and they were in San Rafael, California, and they were making games. And all of a sudden, then for a period, they're licensing games, and then they're making games again, and then they get out of the game making thing. So this constant flow of one of the world's biggest companies and one of the world's biggest entertainment companies, proving that even with owning the IP and even having the resources that Disney had, they said, you know what, it's better to give it to the experts and to be able to license our IP to them and go from there. Lucas was another great example. And BK, you remember Lucas Interact, you know, they would be making games as well, but they decided to license. So in answer to your question, Gregory,
a Star Wars game now, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what goes around comes around in the end, but consistently, like the great companies have been able to do. Amazon makes a ton of money in gaming. Google makes a fortune in gaming, whether it's through, you know, the Android platform or whether it's delivering back-end infrastructure. You know, but maybe the really tough part, the tip of the spear, it is not something they're built to do right now. And that's just my personal opinion as somebody looking in from the outside. JJ and BK may have a different view, but you know, making great games is hard.
I totally agree. I would say that gaming is not for the faint of heart. You might have to ram your head up against a brick wall multiple times. You have to fail multiple times. As you look at most of the hit games on mobile devices right now, including Zynga's hit games, these teams have failed before they've had their breakout hit. And learning from those failures, I think, is the most valuable lessons. I think when it comes to managing resources around it, like these trillion-dollar companies are doing, they have to be resilient and patient and know that it's going to lead to several failures with MVPs to then find your moment. And you know, I do think the rarest commodity in video games really centers around great talent. You know, if you look at some of these companies that are based in Finland, and we have two of them as well, you have these ideas around 5 or 6 people that created a game that's a multi-billion-dollar franchise. And companies will say, hey, I can duplicate that. I have more than 5 or 6 people. Let's just find 5 or 6 people and go have them go after building a mobile game in 3 months. But it's those 5 people that work well together, that have a dynamic and history together. That's what sets it apart. Just the idea of numbers isn't what does it. It's that magic. Finding the right people at the right time, the right level of passion, and then launching games. That is also not for the faint of heart. It requires investment. It requires time and energy. It sometimes requires big intellectual property, and you do need a sprinkling of luck as well. So all of those things need to come together, and you have to be kind of patient through sometimes a 10-year journey to get there.
I totally agree, yeah, with you guys. I think I probably don't want to say, tech giants are failing at game business, because if you just want to look at other video game companies, like a small, big, who really wanted to build AAA titles like them, I think mostly, it looks like actually they're kind of failing, especially at the first, trials and second trials. And, even us in a Prolabis, the development team was just only working on Black Desert, only one game for the first 5 years, and since the company's foundation, a lot of people said, "Oh, they're gonna die." I think really perseverance really matter here. There are a lot of iterations, there are a lot of ups and downs. Usually, a lot of game studios really just don't make a great game at their first trial. So I think it's really very complicated process. You just have to move on with a lot of efforts. I always think making really great game is like performing a very good orchestra, like symphony orchestra. You have so many different musical instruments, and actually you have actually those people in all different places, and then still actually you need a very, very good composer to have a very great music to play around, and then you need a very, very good producers which who can actually orchestrate everything. And still, if everything technically is perfectly works well, still if one musical instrument doesn't make a little weird sound, then it kind of ruins the whole thing. It can really ruin the entire performance. So I think really there are so many different things that you have to coordinate all throughout the process, from A to Z. So I think, and also creativity, I think still you also have to keep building on very creative environment. So I think it's really just naturally a very, very tough job. So yeah, it's just tough. So I yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with that too. Mhm.
one more thing I'd like to add is like, sometimes those dark moments before the light, those can be the most fun times working at a games company. It's where you bond with your colleagues. Peter mentioned at one point when we worked together, the stock at EA was at $11. And I actually view that as the most fun time to be at the company. Between Peter, Frank, John. I mean, we just had such a good time because a lot of companies had counted us out. The industry may have even counted us out. And we sat in a proverbial engine room and just grinded out questions and like just solved problems. And sometimes when things are going badly, it all starts snowballing. And we kind of had those moments where like, wow, we can't do anything right. I think we won this award like worst company in America 2 years in a row. And then we kind of emerged from that. And then when things start going really well, it starts having this really positive snowball effect. And I think the thing that we're doing at Zynga, we kind of had these dark moments as well as a company. And now things are kind of snowballing into this positive momentum story. We're putting all chips in again. We're heavy in the hunt in acquisition. We're going to be launching new hit games like Star Wars that we announced on the Nintendo Switch recently. We're not going to slow down, and that's like the really exciting time when things start really moving in the right direction. It could be a really great moment to double down and have even more fun.
Great. So we don't have too much time left, but I kind of want to give you all the opportunity to share maybe one or two things that you're excited about in the near future, whether it's technology, business model innovation, games you're looking at doing, platforms, or anything general across trends in the gaming industry that you think is really exciting for the next couple of years that you're looking forward to.
Yeah, I'll kick it off. I mean, certainly my entree back into gaming after a few years away was being lured to be a board member at Nifty Games. And why? Because I saw this interesting intersection between sports games, which are not easy, and are not cheap either because of the licensing agreements, the mobile platform, and an interesting gaming mechanic, which is the clash mechanic. And so what Nifty and John Middleton and his team are doing is this classic democratization of gaming, in which you're bringing everybody together through a different medium, which is sports itself. And certainly the NFL and the NBA from a US perspective, with the NFL, NBA on a global basis, It gives you a great entree. Everybody loves both of those sports if you're in sports and living in North America primarily. But the ability for you to get into these games are easy. I mean, I look at my history in sports games, which goes back to Sega Sports 2K in 1999 and the original 2K line, which then Sega sold obviously to Take-Two. But I developed 2K. We named it 2K because of the Y2K computer glitch, because we couldn't think of another name. And so, 21 years later, we're making sports games easier. At EA, you needed to be pretty good at games to play Madden and to win at Madden. And whilst millions of people are, it was never an easy pick up and play type of game. Same with FIFA. And so I'm delighted to see that in line with the growth of our industry, in line with the huge outreach our industry is making to just about every demographic, that we've got games to match and games to engage and games to keep people. Because my only fear a little bit, Gregory, is that when things get back to normal, we will see a little bit of a drop off in engagement in gaming. And what I don't want us to do is lose those people back to their real world that we brought into gaming. And as a result, I think games like what I'm seeing at Nifty are the types of games that keep people. They're sticky, they're fun, they're 5 minutes of your life you can pick up 4 or 5 times a day, which I do. And and nobody better at this than BK, of playing 58 games all day long, and as he did at EA, and keeping them all and being top of the tournament ladder in every single one of them. So I'm excited about the future of gaming. I'm excited about the growth of the demographic that we're reaching. This is no longer boys in their bedrooms. This is anybody that's got fingers and thumbs and a piece of glass that's got a CPU and a GPU attached to it. And that's what a gamer is today.
Love it, Peter. Maybe I'll go next. At Zynga, we're really just excited around being where gamers are. And we tried to focus the company on mobile about 5 years ago, and the idea was like, let's do fewer things but do it better. And now we're in this moment where players have told us they believe in ubiquity across platforms. They want to play on multiple different screens throughout the day, and some moments are different than other moments. Sometimes you might be one-handed drinking a cup of coffee. Other moments you want to be fully immersed. And so we want to be where gamers are, and we want to be on those devices where gamers are playing. Peter mentioned kind of how many games I generally play on a day-to-day basis. I've actually now moved more towards fewer and deeper experiences. So my daily passion is really a game called Harry Potter Puzzles and Spells from Zynga. And when you think of the genre, it's probably not a game that I would have thought I would be playing 3 to 4 hours a day. But I'm leading a guild in this game called Chicken and Quaffles. And I've actually learned a lot about kind of business management, how to motivate people by working through 30 individuals who I met online. And our quest every single week is to be in the top guild in the world. And it's a super, super fun experience, but I never thought I would be playing a match 3 puzzle game, multiple hours every single day, where I have to charge my phone multiple times. I actually took a session during this conversation. I played a quick puzzle. So I mean, that's like, this is this kind of thing where you like, wow, if you had told me 5 years ago that you'd be like so deep into a match 3 game, I probably wouldn't believe you. But this is the market, and this is the exciting part, where you can expand interactive software with players that you didn't think you would originally target. So it's an exciting time period to be in games. The golden age is coming.
You played Bejeweled Blitz all day long. Don't tell me you weren't playing match 3 games 5 years ago. Don't tell me that.
That's a competitive 60-second experience. That's more in line with what I'm doing. Not
You're
like
talking about match 3 games, the original match 3 game, Bejeweled.
That is true. That is true.
Do we still have time?
Like a Harry Potter experience.
Is it okay if I add? Yeah.
Yeah. What are you excited about for the next few years?
Yeah, there are a lot of things actually I'm excited about and I'm watching, trends for, like a cloud gaming, multi-platform or cross-platform strategies or technologies and AR, VR as well, actually that agenda actually has appeared like it's a hottest topic and then now not really, but I think actually there are going to be more discussion about those as well. But if I also have to pick, one of the things I'm watching for the next few years is I'm not sure how to put this properly, but kind of video games as a streaming content because I think these days, whether your game is for esports or not, I think now you kind of have to think about how to grow your game's viewership on Twitch or YouTube or any other game streaming platforms, not just a player base itself, because these games and those video gaming streaming community also acts as like a marketing and PR channels and also new user acquisition channels for your games. So I think it's really a big part of the community management and marketing strategy as well. So yeah, I'm very interested in how also the so-called influencer market landscape is gonna shape in the future, and also how actually video game companies can kind of take advantage of it better in the next couple of years, because I think that space is changing really quickly. A lot of kids are just streaming the games all the time or watching video games all the time, not really playing more. So that's something I'm very interested in for the next couple of years.
Thank you all. So I think we've officially gone over our time. I apologize to the people who submitted questions. We just had so much to talk about that we didn't quite get to your questions, but thank you for joining us. On behalf of Montgomery Summit, March Capital, March Gaming, and all of us, thank you all for joining us. Thank you, JJ. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Bernard. It's been a great discussion, and we really appreciate you taking the hour to talk with us about the gaming industry. Hope everyone else enjoys the rest of their day and in the rest of the Montgomery Summit. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mhm.
All right, delighted to have Tim Draper and Michael Sonnenschein with us today. And you all know probably Tim Draper as a legendary Silicon Valley VC. Michael Sonnenschein is the recently minted, and I'll use minted as the pun for some of you in the audience who get the term, CEO of Grayscale Investments. Guys, thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks for having us, Dan. This is great fun. Fun to be on a panel with you, Michael.
Great to be here.
So let's start it this way, guys. You know, just yesterday I was doing a panel at a conference that was all DeFi folks. And these were the people who are fully down the rabbit hole of DeFi investing, yield farming, staking. But I've been told by Jamie Montgomery that we have a kind of broader audience today, which I think is great. So we can zoom out and sort of start at a macro bird's eye level. You know, Tim, I'll start with you. Narratives are so important in this space. And really amid the pandemic, first Bitcoin started to surge. And then really the whole space accelerated and came back to the fore. You started to hear big names on Wall Street change their tune about the space. You know, just now when we were chatting before we came on, I heard you say that bankers used to poo-poo this, and now you hear a lot of them changing your tune, and yet Bitcoin hasn't changed. What would you say, Tim, has changed that has caused a lot of previous skeptics to change their thinking about crypto?
Well, I think it's been a long march. It's been a long drumbeat that just keeps coming and keeps coming. Bitcoin gets stronger and stronger every day, and there are more and more applications built around Bitcoin every day. OpenNode is making it so retailers can take Bitcoin. They don't have to pay the banks 2.5% to 4% every time you swipe your credit card. People have been doing remittance, but now they're also doing they can pay people overseas. Bitwage makes it easy for people to pay overseas. The accounting is starting to get in place so that you can account for something with Bitcoin and then convert it back to dollars for paying taxes or for whatever. And then in addition, the dollar is being printed like wild, like toilet paper. And it's just they're making as many dollars as they possibly can to save the economy while they've locked it down. And so they're making the dollar worth less. And since it's worth less, people are recognizing that that they can own Bitcoin as an alternate, as a hedge against inflation, which I think they believe is coming. And now fiduciaries are saying, if I don't hold Bitcoin, I'm going to lose my job because it's this extra. It's an alternative asset that we have to have that doesn't flow with any of these other assets, but it does hedge against bad government, overbearing government, the printing of money. It hedges against that, and it also is this amazing global currency that can be accepted anywhere and across border. And as we go from being a tribal society that's sort of to this anthropological leap to a global society, we are going to want a global currency that is open to everyone. And Bitcoin is there for us. And there's also this trust thing. Turns out governments do much better for their people if they're trustworthy. But trust, now the trust around Bitcoin is better than the trust around most governments because the whole mining system, the whole setup for monitoring and keeping track of the blockchain has been a real confidence builder. And while banks are getting hacked every day, no one to date has, knock on wood, has hacked the Bitcoin blockchain. So it is a very secure, very certain trust system. So that third party of trust that a banker has always been for all those years is now being replaced by one that you can trust more. So this is a really exciting time. And So that naturally will bring in the institutions. And I think the banks grudgingly have kind of gone, okay, now they've gone through all the 7 levels of pain, and now they're in acceptance.
Now, Michael, Tim mentioned that the institutions have come in, and many people at the beginning of this, really, I'd say November, December, when it really started to dramatically accelerate, people said, well, this time it's different. This time is different from 2017, and that's because it's been institutional driven. And that has been the case. There have been multiple types of institutions, and yet it's both, really. It's institutional driven, but that's not to say that it hasn't been retail investors. And it seems to me that during the pandemic, there was a nice convergence with the retail investor revolution. I mean, everything that happened with social media and Reddit and GameStop was not completely unrelated to the rise we've seen in cryptocurrency buying. What have you guys seen amid the pandemic that has really evolved the narratives?
Well, I think it's important to hit on a couple of things that you each said. One, the Bitcoin rally, the digital asset rally that has been taking place throughout 2020 and carrying into this year really does look and feel different than it did in 2017. We are now using and amidst a digital asset market that is far more mature. We did not have the development of derivatives. We did not have the development of lending and borrowing. We did not have all of the on-ramps and off-ramps into this ecosystem that now exist. And so it's become a much healthier and a much more two-sided market. I think one of the things that Tim definitely hit on, which is so true, which is that the career risk that was once related to getting involved in this asset class has been completely shrugged off. And it's actually become, how can you not pay attention to this asset class, as opposed to why would you ever pay attention to this asset class? And so when I think about at Grayscale, being an asset manager and being the dominant asset manager in the space and largely serving institutions, we're certainly hearing, I guess, Dan, a couple of things from them. One is the thing that Tim hit on, which is this idea of verifiable scarcity, that Bitcoin is a verifiably scarce asset, and that it really creates a juxtaposition between its scarcity and the perpetual printing of the US dollar. And so there is a propensity of investors to want to own scarce assets, particularly in an environment like this. I also think what's different this time around is who else has been involved. For once, it's not just folks like Tim and folks like myself kind of running around touting Bitcoin as a great investment or a new technology. You now have really famous and experienced investors like Paul Tudor Jones and Stanley Druckenmiller and Bill Miller and others very publicly getting involved in the space. And when you add to that the fact now that we've seen corporates adding Bitcoin to their treasury programs, you really create an environment unlike any that we've seen before. And so when you think about the pandemic and the rise of social media really relating to the investment universe, there has certainly been a propensity of investors to also not only get involved in stocks, but also get involved in digital assets as well. And so we've never seen the market have a market cap of this size or see the types of daily liquidity that it now has.
And of course, you guys, Michael mentioned and alluded to the kind of stigma that there once was. And I do think a lot of that has faded, although let's be real that there's still a huge number of people. And I think that people in this space, people who live and breathe crypto can forget this, who still have trouble kind of wrapping their minds around how this stuff works. And they say, so it was created a decade ago and it was created by someone and we don't know who they were. And you really have to get kind of basic with them. Tim, I guess I'd ask you, surely you have some peers who are still skeptics about this stuff. And I'd ask you how you explain to them simply for a layperson the appeal, because what everyone used to say in the early days is that where we really want blockchain tech to get to is people will be using it or benefiting from it without needing to understand it. Everyone used to say, you don't understand HTTPS, you don't understand SMTTP, you just know that the internet works and email works, and eventually we'll get there with blockchain. We're not quite there yet. We got to reduce a lot of the friction. So how do you explain it, Tim, when people ask you, why crypto?
So I think of various stories of people who come out and they say, hey, we got, I gave away 1 Bitcoin to everybody who came and spoke at Draper University. And that was when they were worth $200. And I just had a great conversation with Harris Barton, where he said, we just tore the house apart looking for that Bitcoin. You know, they were the Cascacious coins. He said, we just tore the house apart looking for that Bitcoin, realizing that it's now, my speaking engagement was a $50,000 engagement. It's that kind of story that gets people starting to think, oh, okay, this is real money. It's really serious. Another friend of mine said, well, as soon as I can buy something with this, then I'll believe you, Draper. And I said, well, you know, I just was talking to Stanford, and they said, you know, and I was offering to give them some money for a business plan competition, and they said, no, we want Bitcoin. And I thought, wow, that's interesting. And then I'm noticing in buying real estate that people are always taking Bitcoin as an alternative. In buying cars, you now, of course, can buy a Tesla for Bitcoin. I think all these things are making it so that they are starting to feel like, oh, this is real currency. This is something I can use. And it's not like, it's not as clear to an American. It wasn't as clear to an American. Now it is, now that we're printing all this money. It wasn't as clear to an American as it was to, say, an Argentinian, where the peso drops 75% a year like clockwork. So nobody has any faith in the peso. It's like a hot potato. It makes them think they were way ahead of us in our thinking. Nigeria too, way ahead of the U.S. in their thinking about, oh wow, this is a currency that does not inflate. And
but it's important though, Tim, don't you think that sometimes people tell you, you know, Bitcoin failed because they're not buying a latte with Bitcoin? Right. You know, that narrative kind of drives me nuts because I think, you know, to your point, talking about nations that are experiencing hyperinflation, Bitcoin hasn't failed because us as Americans living in the developed world with tons of financial services, we're not advocating for a use case for Bitcoin in the near term where you're going to use it in everyday, you know, commerce or, you know, doing your grocery run or running errands. What Tim and I often probably hear most is investors thinking about Bitcoin as a digital gold or a digital store of value. And that's a narrative that I think has been very widely held at this point.
Well, and I want to ask.
Yeah, I think that's the one that's actually come to fruition where people are going, yeah, I need that. Instead of gold, which is like, why would you ever want gold? People come to me and they say, well, when are you going to sell your Bitcoin? And I say, into what? I've got the currency of the future. Why would I want to transfer that and change that into the currency of the past, which is like the dollar or gold to go way back into time? Why not use a currency that's going to be the future? And you know, with OpenNode has now opened up the ability for retailers to accept Bitcoin and not pay the banks 2.5% to 4%. I think that is the beginning of when people realize that, oh, I can actually buy things like the latte with my Bitcoin. So it's all coming. And as it comes, it spreads. And as it spreads, it becomes more valuable, you know, according to the Metcalfe's law. The network grows exponentially, and the value of the network grows. No, as the network grows linearly, the value of the network grows exponentially. So well, this is clearly, I mean, why would I ever want to sell my Bitcoin into something that I don't even think people are going to use? It'll be like, you know, that old guy or the old lady with a coin purse pulling out their pennies to get their latte. That'll be the person who is trying to pay in dollars for their Starbucks in 5 years. In 5 years, Starbucks will just be going, here, there's my, here's my QR code and, here's my identity and boom. And it'll just happen like clockwork. In fact, if I had to send you money today, I wouldn't even know how to send you dollars. It's like, I got to call my assistant. She'll call the bank. They'll have to set up a wire. If the bank's if it's past 2 o'clock, sorry, the wire doesn't go. All these things. If I want to send you Bitcoin, boom, done.
Yeah.
It just happens.
Well,
So all these things, people are going to start to recognize that this is just better currency, and it's not tied to any political force, any government deciding that, swinging one way or another on how much money they're going to print. And it's not, it's funny. It's not just hey, it's a new currency and it's better than the old currency. It's almost an anthropological leap forward, where we're able to now do business cross-border easily. We can send money that way. We all recognize that money, and you can take that to another. There is going to be another leap, and that is when, if we're all working on Zoom, then working in America with all the protections they give you and all of that, you are going to be the least attractive employee to hire, because we are going to be able to hire from anywhere and pay them in Bitcoin. And they don't have all these rules like you got to take this test and do this and do this and do this for all your employees. I think America's going to be at a huge disadvantage if we don't deregulate.
And Tim, I want to push you guys on something that was said. You brought up the fact that a lot of skeptics still say, well, I really can't pay for a cup of coffee with it. The Bitcoin believers say, well, that's not the point anymore. It's digital gold. Michael, you guys at Grayscale a few years ago ran a TV ad campaign saying drop gold for Bitcoin. I guess I'd ask you though, A, is it really exciting enough if it's just digital gold? I mean, is that enough of the promise of Bitcoin, which I think it's at least fair to mention, the original white paper said a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. And right now, it's not being used that way. PayPal came out and said, we're going to allow people to pay in crypto. Tesla, as Tim said we're going to allow you to buy a car in crypto. Right now, no one would want to do that because the value keeps going up. You wouldn't want to spend your crypto.
So, it is a fair question. I think that certainly the developed world use case at the moment is around a digital gold or a digital store of value. It is certainly a speculative investment for folks in that regard. And it can be super volatile. And we tend to see people want to own Bitcoin or express owning Bitcoin over medium to longer term time horizons. But even despite its unbelievable price performance, I mean, this has been one of the best performing, if not the best performing asset of the last decade. It still now probably only sits at around 10% of the market cap of gold. And so many folks would believe that there's still a lot more room to run. And that's just looking at one singular use case for Bitcoin, right? It's Bitcoin taking share of the gold market. We looked, I think during the fourth quarter of last year, gold investment products saw some of the largest outflows ever on record, ever. And that was at the same time that Bitcoin really took off to new all-time highs. And we don't think that that is the least bit, coincidental. We're just at the beginning of what will be, I guess, what many dub the great wealth transfer, Dan. $68 trillion of wealth moving from older generations down to younger generations, millennials and folks that were raised in an era of Instagram and Venmo and credit card points and Bitcoin. And so I'm not going to, share or believe that, Bitcoin is going to somehow be the recipient of all $68 trillion. But I would venture to guess, as assets get passed down from one generation to the next, that it is going to be repostured, and that digital currencies like Bitcoin will be one of the beneficiaries. But that's not to say that we won't see Bitcoin continue to develop other use cases. Micropayments, micro-lending, microfinancing. I mean, the divisibility factor of Bitcoin gives rise to applications that, to Tim's point, the traditional financial system just cannot offer us today, which is why, I think so many investors are so excited about getting involved with it.
Yeah, the possibility for things like micropayments online certainly excites me. At Decrypt, we are looking into that with a reader reward token. And it's exciting what it might mean for paying for content online and for journalism. Tim, we've been dancing around one big topic right now. We've talked about Tesla, which bought $1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin. We've been talking about PayPal. Square bought Bitcoin for its balance sheet. Just today, we reported at Decrypt that PayPal isn't about to do that yet. You recently, Tim, suggested that you think the next company to do that could be Netflix. And I guess I'd push you on this because there are a lot of investors out there, mainstream, traditional Wall Street types who say, this doesn't make much sense to me. I mean, okay, a big company could buy Bitcoin and then in a quarter they say, look, it gained and we gain more cash. Great. But it really has nothing to do with the underlying business. What do you make of these big companies embracing purchasing Bitcoin for their treasuries?
Well, I think if you're a CFO of a big company that has a lot of cash, you're watching as the dollar is going to drift down, and you've got a lot of dollars, and you're saying, well, wait, I need to hedge against this. You're going to see the dollar drift down, and then you're going to go, wait, I need to do something here. The more bold entrepreneurial companies that have grown to great stakes, they realize that they can take a bold move and take a lot of their cash and put it into Bitcoin. These larger companies are usually a little bit more conservative, but they're going to be looking and going, oh, look at the cash. I mean, Apple has cash, so much cash. If they don't buy something with that, their shareholders are going to naturally drift lower in the value of that asset over the next 3 or 4 years because we've printed so much of it.
I don't see Apple doing it, Tim. Do you? I don't see Apple buying Bitcoin.
Well, not right now. I mean, I think, Zuckerberg wants to emulate it. He wants to create his own. But then, of course, it's centralized, so it loses that decentralized value that you get from being a global currency that's decentralized. And Apple, they want everybody to go on Apple Pay. Well, I think they're going to eventually say, well, we should accept Bitcoin in Apple Pay. And you mentioned that the price of Bitcoin keeps going up, and so people don't want to spend it on their these little products, the smaller coffees or whatever. That'll come and go as Bitcoin goes up and down. I think in general, people will try to acquire and own more Bitcoin and move slowly away from dollars as more products are available to be bought with Bitcoin. And as that transition happens, you're going to see people shrinking their dollar wallet and growing their Bitcoin wallets. I mean, that's the way I manage my money. I want to make sure that I've got enough dollars to pay my capital calls for all my venture activities. But after that, it's like, well, I need to buy more Bitcoin. So when I have a big win or whatever, I take it and I move it into Bitcoin. Now I have, you love the micropayments. I have this long-term vision for venture capital that I hope happens soon, where I can raise a fund completely in Bitcoin. I invest in all my portfolio companies in Bitcoin. They pay their employees and suppliers all in Bitcoin. We put the whole thing on a smart contract. They keep perfect records on the blockchain. And anytime one of those companies becomes liquid, that money then drops into the waterfall and drops into all of my investors' hands in their ratio, and it all happens automatically. I need no audit. I need no accounting system. I need no bookkeeper. I need no transfer agent. It can all be done in that one controlled environment. And then, of course, the way Carta has grown, this system can grow starting from the venture business and grow to the rest of the economy, where we're all using Bitcoin. And that way, the blockchain keeps perfect records. So you don't have a need to pay your accountant, $1 million to just check the numbers that are already done on the blockchain. And as we get identity nailed, where people always know who it is sending the money, taking the money, whatever. Once that's nailed, and we're getting there, Unum ID is working on something that's very simple, no passwords, no nothing, and they will know it's you. Then the hacking and the people around the edges who are trying to steal, they go away. And suddenly we have a system of trust. And as you know, trust creates huge wealth. The more trusting around a system, the more wealthy a country. The less trusting around a system, the less trusting the country. So now we'll have true trust, and that will build the whole world economy at an incredible rate.
You know, I don't know if it'll be Netflix.
So exciting. I mean, I hope you guys feel this. It is so exciting.
It is. I don't know if it'll be Netflix that is next, but when, you know, I think you'll see over the course of this year, over 2021, I mean, the companies that so far have added Bitcoin to their treasury, generally speaking, I'd construe them as companies being led by visionaries, Elon Musk, Jack Dorsey, you know, Michael Saylor, these kinds of folks. The companies themselves, their business models, their products and services are disruptors and are real innovators in their respective categories. So I am not surprised to see those types of leaders or businesses embrace what has clearly, you know, become a technology that is really reshaping and reconstituting what we consider money. And for the first time, we have a global mechanism, to Tim's point about trust, a global consensus mechanism that's honestly more powerful than almost any other technology that we've ever used. And I would say over the course of 2021, you're going to start to see other companies that may not be as visionary or as disruptive begin to allocate to Bitcoin on their balance sheets. You know, we could speculate that a company like Apple maybe should, because they hold so much cash. And if, to Tim's point, cash is being printed like toilet paper, then maybe you shouldn't be holding on to as much cash, and you should be diversifying that exposure into new return streams like Bitcoin. In an environment that's super low yielding, I think as a corporate treasurer now, there is no longer the risk involved in thinking about diversifying some of your treasury program into an asset like this. Now, I think one of the knock-on effects of doing this, which has, I think, frustrated me and quite a few folks in the Bitcoin community, is the fact that when a company does in fact make these allocations, number one, they are generally a small allocation. You know, $1 billion on Tesla's balance sheet is not something that's sizable. But what unfortunately ends up happening is that the associated common stock of that company starts being traded as though it is a barometer for Bitcoin. And it really starts to have a meaningful departure from actually the way that that stock should actually be valued based on its cash flows and ability to operate as a business. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not that trend continues and if the investment community continues to digest these moves by companies in that manner. But I certainly think you will see a lot more companies allocating to Bitcoin on their balance sheets this year.
And guys, I'm glad we're talking about this. You know, whether and when a large number of people might actually pay in crypto. You know, it's true to the name of our panel here, the future of crypto. You know, some people, Tim, we were talking about whether you'd want to spend it. Right now, the value's going up, up, up. Why would you want to spend it? Well, some people say, okay, so then Bitcoin, which is the original, the OG, that remains maybe even in the long term digital gold. You know, we were just talking earlier at Decrypt with Mark Cuban, and he said, I think Bitcoin is kind of stuck with store of value. Some people predict Bitcoin remains digital gold, but in the future, you transact in some of these other digital currencies, altcoins. And Tim, I wanted to toss the question to you because you've sort of revealed recently that you have bought a number of these different coins. It's not just Bitcoin. You know, you've bought Tezos, you've bought XRP, or as it was once called, Ripple from that company. Some of these different coins. And I guess I'd ask you, they're not all going to survive, right? There are so many. There are now thousands of different cryptocurrencies. But in general, if you look at the top by market cap, the top 5 or 10 remain somewhat the same most days. They're not all going to still be here in a decade or in 20 years. What do you see as the future for the uses of these altcoins beyond just Bitcoin and Ethereum?
Well, I look at the altcoins and I think, yeah, I think it's all going to be, most of the whole thing is going to be Bitcoin. And it's not just digital gold. It's people are going to be able to transact with it and move it around, and they're going to use it as currency. And it's just a matter of time. And it's kind of a funny irony that they don't want to spend it, so they're not buying it, as opposed to they should be buying it because then they won't want to spend it. But eventually they'll be able to spend it and feel pretty good about spending it. But the altcoins, I think, whenever I see a great system where there's some really good engineers working on a problem and creating something of value, I'm always really interested in the teams. And so I look and I say, yeah, Tezos has an amazing group of engineers working on building smart contracts, and that program is light touch, requires less energy because they use proof of stake rather than proof of work. And yes, it's a really brilliant team going after it. Aragon, same kind of thing. They got a brilliant team going after something that's sort of going to decentralize government and create kind of a liquid democracy. When you see that kind of thing happening as a venture capitalist, you say, how do I back it? How do I help grow it and build it? So I think, yeah, we got Bitcoin, but there are these amazing technologies that came out of Bitcoin, that blockchain and smart contracts. And then you can combine those with, artificial intelligence and surveillance, and you can actually transform the biggest industries in the world, whether it be insurance, banking, finance, commerce, government, healthcare. They can all be transformed with these new technologies that have come along. And a lot of that will be done through Bitcoin because it's really prevalent. But people have argued that, Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Bitcoin Cash, whatever, all the way down are the equivalent of the future of what is today the dollar, the yen, the euro, the renminbi, the whatever. So these are now the global currencies, the ones that are not tied to a geographic monopoly. They are the currencies of the future, and so that's what we're seeing. And as a venture capitalist, yeah, I made the right bet on the real winner. And then there are all these others that can provide great value to us. I mean, just because there's Amazon doesn't mean there aren't a lot of.
And I think that's right, Tim. I think when we talk to investors in a Grayscale, we're certainly involved in a handful of different digital assets, but while Bitcoin probably still is most investors' first investment into this asset class, there is certainly a trend towards diversification and investors realizing that there are diversification benefits of owning Bitcoin as part of a portfolio. But there is also benefits to having diversity within your digital currency allocation. And I think while, Tim and I are probably some of the biggest Bitcoin bulls out there, and still believe that it is early days and there's plenty of opportunity in Bitcoin. I would say I am generally of the belief that there is a future state where there are several digital currencies that kind of all maintain sufficient market share. They have differentiated use cases, different prices. And I kind of boil that down for folks by thinking about like the precious metals family, not to kind of harp on gold again, but gold, silver, platinum, palladium, they're all part of the precious metals family, but they all have different use cases, different addressable markets, different prices. And so I would venture to say that when some of the dust settles and there's a little bit less fervor and excitement on constantly innovating or inventing a Bitcoin killer or a, whatever else may be coming along, I think that there will be several digital currencies that can occupy different use cases and coexist.
And when you say it's still early days, Michael, I'm glad you said that. And Tim, I'm sure you'd agree. It's still so new to a lot of people. And again, with this crowd, we won't necessarily talk NFTs, which are exploding, and smart contracts, and go down that route. We could do a whole additional, separate panel. But I just think even that, that's so new, and that's within the larger industry, which itself is still so new. And to that point, I was looking already at some of our audience questions. Boy, one you hear constantly from people who are still iffy on the whole space is about Bitcoin and its energy use. They say, well, doesn't the mining, take up so much energy use? And I'm sure both of you have heard that from people. What do you say about that? People say, isn't it bad for the environment? When Tesla came out, people said, I thought Elon Musk cares about the environment.
I think people have been saying that, Dan, because it's a misconception, certainly, but two, because I think ESG has become such a meaningful part of folks' investment allocations in the near term and over longer time horizons. I will say, based on the statistics that I see and being within the industry itself, I want to say now it's about north of 80% of Bitcoin mining, which is certainly electricity intensive, is actually done through renewable energy sources. So this is hydro, wind, you name it. But there is a very big misconception out there that somehow the Bitcoin mining rigs all over the world are somehow melting the polar caps, and that could just not be further from the truth.
It is interesting. Not only is that happening, but because of this, people have figured out how to create cheaper energy. They have found where you can get, energy for 2 cents a kilowatt hour. They have figured out new ways of tapping into natural resources. They've found out where the best solar panels can operate, where the best wind props can operate. Where the other thing is that that's going to stabilize. The amount of energy used is going to stabilize or even drop down significantly, because as Moore's law comes along, they use fewer, the transistor takes less energy to switch. And as that drops, it will decrease the amount of energy required. The other thing is that the miners get smaller and smaller pieces of Bitcoin as time goes on. And so, there will be less and less energy required for that. Now they will push for it, because as Bitcoin price goes up and the amount of money they get from mining goes down, the amount of Bitcoin goes down, that will be always a very competitive field. And so the ones who have figured out the cheapest energy sources, the best way of operating, the furthest down the Moore's law curve, those are going to be the winners in that world. So I think that, that's old. It's really old news. And it's like the news that Bitcoin is for criminals. That is very old news, because now everybody realizes that the blockchain keeps perfect records. And so, like, the US Marshal's Office figured out this very quickly, that they want criminals to try to do it in Bitcoin, because they catch them every time. So if you want to be a criminal, you use cash, you use dollars. And so all those old arguments they keep coming up, and I keep thinking, what are you thinking? People aren't making the leaps that are happening. One thing you haven't asked about is Janet Yellen, who's the new Treasury Secretary. But she used to be the head of the Fed. Well, look, when you're the head of the Fed, you're managing everybody's dollars. You're looking at this new currency that's better, faster, cheaper, decentralized, open, transparent, frictionless. And you're going, whoa, this is scary to the Fed. Well, but now she's the head of the Treasury. She has to look out for the entire country. She has to weigh things like, wait, this is good for innovation. This is good for technology. This moves America forward. She has to be thinking broader than she did when she was just the head of the Fed. And I think that that kind of thinking is going to start to permeate as people get rid of all the myths and they start thinking about what are the opportunities here, what can we do, and how do we attract the great entrepreneurs of the world? How do we attract the great brains of the world? How do we attract the money of the world? We do that by, making Bitcoin a national currency the way Japan did.
Well, I'm glad you talk about some of the myths, Tim, because I think a good question to squeeze in the time we have left for Michael. A lot of people in this room attending this event are investors, whether they are career investors or just regular folks, retail investors with money to invest. And Michael, you guys at Grayscale have offered various investment vehicles, over the counter. You've had GBTC, which has gotten a lot of attention. Now more and more investment opportunities are coming, ways for people to get exposure to Bitcoin without having to buy it. A lot of people, the hesitation is, I don't want to have to worry about how to buy it. It seems confusing. So Coinbase is going to be doing its direct listing very soon. A lot of people think that that's going to kill it as a public company. People will see that as a way to get into crypto. We're waiting on a Bitcoin ETF. Canada already has 2 of them. As you look at these new options out there, what does that mean competitively for Grayscale?
We view, as we long have been, any other means or access that investors can have to this asset class as actually cooperative, not competitive. Grayscale has certainly created a foothold within the asset management industry for these for digital assets, now managing about $40 billion today. But we cannot be the only conduit to encourage or provide access to this asset class. And so if there are other products that come into the market, if you start to see legacy financial services firms who are typically leveraged for equities trading and bond trading, suddenly giving their investors the ability to access cryptocurrencies as easily as they do other investment instruments or currencies or commodities, we view all of that as additive and growing the pie altogether. I think certainly all eyes in the industry are on the Coinbase IPO, very much eager to see how that is received in the public market. It could very well lead to other initial public offerings of other digital asset businesses that have grown and matured and have become, close to household names. And, these days, I think the statistic, I don't want to butcher it, but I think it's like multiples of Schwab and TD and some of these other legacy players that Coinbase has in terms of actual end accounts and actual users on its platform. So definitely an interesting and exciting time to be involved in and investing in the asset class.
And at Draper Associates, we're exploring a lot of options like this. And as the regulators make it clearer, we can figure out how we can buy the assets, but also buy the companies that are making more advancements in whether it's DeFi or NFTs or whatever. And so we're exploring that same kind of thing in a different way. And we really do want to allow people to come in who are not comfortable, buying from a new group, buying some Bitcoin or, trying to put a wallet together or whatever, and they just want to participate in the asset class. We're sort of thinking through the best way to do that ourselves.
Well,
so I think you've got a great opportunity as investors to participate here in the early days of some major change in the way the world's going to operate. This is going to really be exciting. And I'm Tim at Draper.vc. very few people put their email addresses out there in these conferences, but I do. And I do it for a reason. I always feel like there may be something out there that might, some entrepreneur out there, some investor out there that has this, might have some sort of a connection that I can make. And I spend all day Friday reading them all, so I do get to them. So anyway,
But you won't be, Tim, you won't be sending every attendee 1 Bitcoin today, though, nowadays.
No, but the early speakers at Draper University really made out like bandits.
Guys,
nobody knew how to sell that thing. So as long as they held on to that coin, and those coins are now worth more than the 50,000. They're worth like $60,000, $70,000 because they have a Bitcoin in them, but they're also sort of like a collector's item.
I should say, guys, we have a few more minutes, Tim, and I'm going to pull a couple questions for the audience, but there's one more I had. I'm glad you mentioned Janet Yellen, and Michael mentioned this too when we just spoke about the upcoming Coinbase listing. But regulation, has become a huge story in this space. I mean, maybe one of the 2 biggest stories probably of the year. And it looks as though a number of different US agencies want to have some kind of jurisdiction over Bitcoin. I mean, the IRS wants to know about it for your taxes. The CFTC sees it as having jurisdiction. The SEC has cracked down on all those ICO companies. And so I guess I'd ask how much of a risk this might be for the space, because people are all the way, Tim, you are to the moon. This is going to change everything. Well, what if the wrong sort of people, or the people who have the bearish views, end up setting the rules here?
Well, here's what's happened historically. When China said no more Bitcoin, they had a huge brain drain. They had a bunch of entrepreneurs leave. They lost Binance. They lost all these people, and they went to Japan and Malta and Singapore, places that were more accepting and lighter touch regulators. And I think that that's the risk that the regulators in the US are facing. They're saying, well, we want to regulate, but God, we don't, the best thing the US did in regulations really in history were that they hands off on the internet. And as a result, we got Amazon and Google and most of what Apple is and Netflix, all these great companies. And they all came because the US said, no, we're going to just let this go. I think the US is more concerned here because they're saying, wait, we control our people with our money. But the other group from the US are saying, well, we're a free people and we are our government. And what is the best way for us to advance and move forward? And there will be struggles there. I actually think that cooler heads will prevail, and people will say, okay, well, here's this is probably what we should do, but here's what's really going to happen. People are going to do business completely in Bitcoin. So the IRS is just going to go, well, look, if you do your business completely in Bitcoin, we're going to tax you the same way we would have if you'd done your business completely in dollars. If you do your business in both, we're gonna make the accounting much more expensive to go back and forth. But longer term, I think the accounting, the taxes, all of that will be totally built on the blockchain, and the U.S. is going to get richer because they're going to get more money from the taxes from the people who operate in Bitcoin than they would have with all, because it's automatic. It's built into the system. They could actually even tax transactions and forget everything else. They could just tax 0.02% on every transaction that goes through Bitcoin, and they could end up paying for everything.
We've come a long way though, Tim, right? Like from the days when you probably first started getting involved in Bitcoin, right? We've now seen guidance from the SEC and
Gary Gensler. He's a brilliant guy. I was on a panel with him. He taught blockchain at MIT. I mean, I think we've got the right elements that are going to come together and make this work for everybody.
but it's become regulatory clarity, not regulatory uncertainty, right? I think, Dan, if you asked me this question 18, 24 months ago, I'd tell you a lot of investors would tell me that maybe they'd be on the sidelines and not yet investing because there wasn't enough regulatory clarity. But when you have the SEC discussing, Bitcoin not being a security, the CFTC talking about Bitcoin as a commodity, the IRS issuing tax guidance, Treasury demonstrating their commentary, FinCEN, you now have a backdrop that I think many in the industry maybe is a little bit self-fulfilling, but we often feel that regulators have been very well engaged on this topic with us, and that they actually have made it pretty clear, at least in the near term, that they're not going to be enacting some entirely new suite of laws or regulations around these assets. Certainly Grayscale is an example of that, operating investment vehicles around this asset class within the existing regulatory framework. And there's countless, other businesses that are thriving and growing. We were just talking about Coinbase as well. So I think it's early days, but I'd say that regulatory uncertainty is probably morphed into regulatory clarity for most folks and is not something that inhibits their involvement, maybe that it once did.
And if it's not fears about the regulatory uncertainty, we only have just a precious, couple minutes left, but I'd ask each of you, when you hear from whether it's friends, clients, investors, peers, fellow VCs for Tim, well, what is their biggest concern right now? For those who are still, what is it that they're afraid of?
Right now it's FOMO. Right now it's fear of missing out. And it's for the fiduciaries of the world, this is fear of messing up because they are not participating in this asset class. I think that's the one switch that has been turned, where now the fiduciary, to be a good fiduciary, you've really got to have exposure to Bitcoin, or your investors or whoever it is you manage the money for are going to ask the question, why did you let the dollars in our portfolio just continue to dwindle in an inflationary environment when you could have participated in this new asset class?
I think that what I think a lot of investors now struggle with is kind of whether crypto is right for them or not, right? I think there's now this general appreciation, and we're certainly advocates of this, that investors should really be looking at every investment opportunity available to them, but then certainly screening out what does kind of meet and fit their investment objectives and risk tolerance, et cetera, and screening out what doesn't. And if you decide that crypto is not for you because it's too volatile or the time associated with being invested in it, doesn't work for you, that's 100% fine. I think where investors probably encounter their next hurdle is kind of where it fits within their portfolio. Do they think about it like a venture capital investment? Do they think about it as an early stage technology investment? Do they rotate some of their gold portfolio into assets like Bitcoin? Or is this just going to become to occupy a slice of the pie chart that just never once existed? It'll be interesting to see as more products and services get built around this, where this ultimately fits in investor portfolios.
Going to be very interesting. We've got to wrap it up. Michael Sonnenschein of Grayscale, thank you so much. Tim Draper, thank you. Tim, if you want to remind all of the viewers of your email address, you can go ahead.
Tim@draper.vc. So terrific. First name at last name dot what I do.
Wow, he's reachable. He's reachable, guys. And I would give myself and my friends at Decrypt the plug with a couple seconds left. I hope everyone watching knows about Decrypt. We are one of the best crypto news sites out there. Check out our beautiful mobile app. And I mentioned earlier that we have a reader rewards token. So we are participating in this industry that we cover. And as you guys alluded to, I hope some very cool things come in terms of the uses of cryptocurrency for everyday applications. That's kind of the next level beyond just digital gold, right? So thank you to the Monty Summit and Jamie Montgomery, and thanks you guys.
Thanks, Jamie and Michael and Daniel. Fun being on the panel with you too. we should take the show on the road. I guess we have.
Post-pandemic, that's right.
Hi, it's Jamie Montgomery. I'm just here to thank you for joining the Montgomery Summit in 2021. This was our 18th summit, and we're very pleased with the attendance from around the world, the participation of great companies, our fantastic keynote speakers, our panelists, and all of you who did so much to make this a success. We thank you for participating. The plenary sessions will be available on Monty TV. You can go to our website, montgomerysummit.com, or search on YouTube for our YouTube channel. The summit would not be available without a range of partners who help us pull together the programming, the audience, the keynote speakers, and all the ideas that it takes to put on such a creative endeavor. I'd like to thank Accenture, the Australian Stock Exchange, CIBC, DC Advisory, EY, IBM, Macquarie, March Capital, Moss Adams, and NASDAQ. When I say these names, they sound like a bunch of companies, but really, they're a bunch of individuals like you and me who take extra time and attention and passion and devotion to make this summit a success. I'd also like to thank our team who worked tirelessly for months to pull together programming. We tried to do something that's never been done before to make a virtual conference interesting, insightful, engaging. And I'm very pleased with the outcome and truly credit my team and all those from our community and our partners who made this possible. Thank you again for joining us this week, and I hope to see you in March of 2022 in Santa Monica.